Against All Things Ending, The Last Chronicles of Thomas Covenant, Book 3, by Stephen R. Donaldson, DB 72902. Copyright 2010, by Stephen R. Donaldson. Read by Gary Tipton. This book contains 596 pages. Approximate reading time 30 hours 45 minutes. This book contains markers allowing direct access to the acknowledgments, table of contents, prologue, parts, and the glossary at Level 1 to chapters at Level 2. Library of Congress annotation. Resurrected by a love-stricken Linden, Thomas Covenant escapes the prison in the Arch of Time. But Linden's actions have awoken the worm of the world's end, an apocalyptic creature. Sequel to Fatal Revenant DB RC 65545, Some Violence, 2010. From the Book Jacket. Thomas Covenant is alive again, restored to his mortal body by the unimaginable combined power of his own white gold ring, Linden Avery's staff of law, and the ancient dagger called High Lord Loric's krill. His resurrection is Linden's defiant act of love, despite warnings from mortals and immortals that unleashing this much power would destroy the world. She brought his spirit back from its prison in the Arch of Time and restored his slain body, so precious to her, his wild white hair like a flame, his face now etched with lines of pain. Thomas Covenant is returned to her. But the truth is inescapable. The thunderclap of power from Linden's action has awakened the worm of the world's end, and all of them, and the land itself, are forfeit to its devouring. If they have any chance to save the land, it will come from unlikely sources, including the mysterious boy Jeremiah, Linden's adopted son, whose secrets are only beginning to come to light. And it will come from sacrifices, some freely offered by friends who have traveled far and trusted much, and some taken by force that can be recognized only later as compassion. Dimly but holding on to whatever hope leaves behind when hope itself has failed, Linden clings to one prophecy. You would not be driven by mistaken love to bring about the end of all things. About the author. Stephen R. Donaldson is the author of the 6 volumes of the Chronicles of Thomas Covenant, a landmark in modern fantasy. Every volume, beginning with Lord Fowl's Bane in 1977, has been an international bestseller. Donaldson returned to the series with The Runes of the Earth in 2004. He lives in New Mexico. Visit his website at www.stephenrdonaldson.com. Other books by Stephen R. Donaldson. The Last Chronicles of Thomas Covenant, The Runes of the Earth, Fatal Revenant. The Second Chronicles of Thomas Covenant, The Wounded Land, The One Tree, White Gold Wielder. The Chronicles of Thomas Covenant, The Unbeliever, Lord Fowl's Bane, The Earth War, The Power That Preserves. To Perry Donaldson, A Daughter to Make a Man Proud. Acknowledgments. The help that I've received while working on the Last Chronicles of Thomas Covenant in general, and on Against All Things Ending in particular, deserves more gratitude than I can properly express. Both John Ecker and Robin Butler have been invaluable, diligent, generous beyond all expectation, and, when necessary, relentless. In addition, their valiant efforts to think well of even my worst prose have a certain fey charm. For entirely different reasons, I want to thank Christopher Merchant. This book could not have been written without his particular involvement. And the whole concept of thanks would be meaningless if it did not include Jennifer Dunstan, who lifts me up. Contents. What has gone before? Page Roman numeral 15. Part 1. To achieve the ruin of the earth. 1. The burden of too much time. Page 3. 2. Unfinished needs. Page 16. 3. Bargaining with fate. page 42. 4. After Unwisdom, page 65. 5. Preparations, page 90. 6. Seek Deep Stone, page 103. 7. Crossing the Hazard, page 117. 8. Caverns Ornate and Majestic, page 137. 9. Hastening Doom, page 151. 10. By Evil Means, page 166. 11. Private Carrion, page 188. 12. She Who Must Not, page 227. Part 2. Only the Damned. 1. Those Who Endure, page 245. 2. Trying to Start Again, page 280. 3. Whatever the Cost, page 311. 4. Attempts Must Be Made, page 337. 5. Inheritances, page 363. 6. Parting Company, page 384. 7. Implications of Trust, page 420. 8. The Amends of the Ranahin, page 457. 9. Great Need, page 476. 10. The Pure One and the High God, page 499. 11. Quorash Quellenir, page 532. 12. Sold Souls, page 555. Glossary, page 577. Reader's Note. The map found in the print edition is not included in this recording. End of Reader's Note. What Has Gone Before? The Chronicles of Thomas Covenant, the Unbeliever. As a young man, a novelist happily married with an infant son, Roger, Thomas Covenant is inexplicably stricken with leprosy. In a leprosarium where the last 2 fingers of his right hand are amputated, he learns that leprosy is incurable. As it progresses, it produces numbness, often killing its victims by leaving them unaware of injuries which then become infected. Medications arrest the progress of Covenant's affliction, but he is taught that his only real hope of survival lies in protecting himself obsessively from any form of damage. Horrified by his illness, he returns to his home on Haven Farm, where his wife, Joan, has abandoned and divorced him in order to protect their son from exposure. Other blows to his emotional stability follow. Fearing the mysterious nature of his illness, the people around him cast him in the traditional role of the leper, a pariah, outcast and unclean. In addition, he discovers that he has become impotent and unable to write. Grimly, he struggles to go on living, but as the pressure of his loneliness mounts, he begins to experience prolonged episodes of unconsciousness, during which he appears to have adventures in a magical realm known only as the Land. In the Land, physical and emotional health are tangible forces, made palpable by an eldritch energy called earth power. Because vitality and beauty are concrete qualities, as plain to the senses as size and color, the well-being of the physical world has become the guiding precept of the Land's people. When Covenant first encounters them in Lord Fowl's Bane, they greet him as the reincarnation of an ancient hero, Beric Halfhand, because he too has lost half of his hand. Also, he possesses a white gold ring, his wedding band, which they know to be a talisman of great power, able to wield the wild magic that destroys peace. Shortly after he appears in the Land, Covenant's leprosy and impotence disappear, cured by earth power, and this he knows is impossible. Indeed, the mere idea that he possesses some form of magical power threatens his ability to sustain the stubborn disciplines on which his survival depends. Therefore he chooses to interpret his translation to the Land as a dream or hallucination. He responds to his welcome and health with unbelief, the harsh, dogged assertion that the Land is not real. Because of his unbelief, his initial reactions to the people and wonders of the land are at best dismissive, at worst despicable. At one point, overwhelmed by sensations he can neither accept nor control, and certain that his experiences are not real, he rapes Lena, a young girl who has befriended him. However, the people of the land decline to punish or reject him for his actions. As Beric Half-Hand reborn, he is beyond judgment, and there is an ancient prophecy concerning the white gold wielder. With the one word of truth or treachery, he will save or damn the earth. Covenant's new companions in the land know that they cannot make his choices for him. They can only hope that he will eventually follow Beric's example by saving the land. At first, such forbearance achieves little, although Covenant cannot deny that he is moved by the ineffable beauties of this world, as well as by the kindness of its people. During his travels, however, first with Lena's mother, Atty Aaron, then with the giant Saltheart Foam Follower, and finally with the Lords of Revelstone, he learns enough of the history of the land to understand what is at stake. The land has an ancient enemy, Lord Foul the Despiser, who dreams of destroying the Arch of Time, thereby destroying not only the land, but the entire earth, in order to escape what he perceives to be a prison. Against this evil stands the Council of Lords, men and women who have dedicated their lives to nurturing the health of the land, to studying the lost lore and wisdom of Beric and his long-dead descendants, and to opposing despite. Unfortunately, these lords possess only a small fraction of the power of their predecessors. The staff of law, Beric's primary instrument of earth power, has been hidden from them, and the lore of law and earth power seems inherently inadequate to defeat Lord Foul. Wild magic, rather than law, is the crux of time. Without it, the Arch cannot be destroyed, but neither can it be defended. Hence, both the Lords and the Despiser seek Thomas Covenant's allegiance. The Lords attempt to win his aid with courage and compassion, the Despiser through manipulation. And in this contest, Covenant's unbelief appears to place him on the side of the Despiser. Nevertheless, Covenant cannot deny his reaction to the land's apparent transcendence, and as he is granted more and more friendship by the lords and denizens of the land, he finds that he is now dismayed by his earlier violence toward Lena. He faces an insoluble conundrum. The land cannot be real, yet it feels entirely real. His heart responds to its loveliness, and that response has the potential to kill him by undermining his necessary habits of wariness and hopelessness. Trapped within this contradiction, he attempts to escape through a series of unspoken bargains. In Lord Foul's bane, he grants the lords his passive support, hoping that this will enable him to avoid accepting the possibilities, the responsibilities, of his white gold ring. And at first his hopes are realized. The lords find the lost staff of law. Their immediate enemy, one of Lord Foul's servants, is defeated, and Covenant himself is released from the land. Back in his real world, however, he discovers that he has in fact gained nothing. Indeed, his plight has worsened. He remains a leper, and his experience of friendship and magic in the land has weakened his ability to endure his outcast loneliness on Haven Farm. When he is translated to the land a second time in the Ill-Earth War, he knows that he must devise a new bargain. During his absence, the land's plight has worsened as well. Decades have passed in the land, and in that time Lord Foul has gained and mastered the Ill-Earth Stone, an ancient bane of staggering power. With it, the Despiser has created an army which now marches to overwhelm the Lords of Revelstone. Although the lords hold the staff of law, they lack sufficient might to withstand the evil horde. They need the strength of wild magic. Other developments also tighten the grip of Covenant's dilemma. The council is now led by High Lord Alina, his daughter by his rape of Lena. With her he begins to experience the real consequences of his violence. It is clear to him, if to no one else, that she is not completely sane. In addition, the army of the lords is led by a man named Hyle Troy, who appears to have come to the land from Covenant's own world. Troy's presence radically erodes Covenant's self-protective unbelief. Now more than ever, Covenant feels that he must resolve his conundrum. Again, he posits a bargain. He will give the defenders of the land his active support. Specifically, he will join Alina on a quest to discover the source of Earth blood, the most concentrated form of Earth power. But in return, he will continue to deny that his ring holds any power. He will accept no responsibility for the ultimate fate of the land. This time, however, the results of his bargain are disastrous. Using the ill-earth stone, Lord Fowl slaughters the giants of Sea-Reach. Hyle Troy is only able to defeat the Despiser's army by giving his soul to Caroil Wildwood, the forestall of Garrotting Deep, and Covenant's help enables Alina to find the Earth blood which she uses to sever one of the necessary boundaries between life and death. Her instability leads her to think that the dead will have more power against Lord Fowl than the living. But she is terribly wrong, and in the resulting catastrophe both she and the staff of law are lost. Covenant returns to his real world knowing that his attempts to resolve his dilemma have served the Despiser. Nearly broken by his failures, he visits the land once more in the power that preserves, where he discovers the full cost of his actions. Dead, his daughter now serves Lord Fowl, using the staff of law to wreak havoc. Her mother Lena has lost her mind, and the defenders of the land are besieged by an army too vast and powerful to be defeated. Covenant still has no solution to his conundrum. Only wild magic can save the land, yet he cannot afford to accept its reality. However, sickened at heart by Lena's madness and by the imminent ruin of the land, he resolves to confront the Despiser himself. He has no hope of defeating Lord Fowl, but he would rather sacrifice himself for the sake of an unreal yet magical place than preserve his outcast life in his real world. Before he can reach the Despiser, however, he must first face dead Alina and the staff of law. He cannot oppose her, yet she defeats herself when her attack on him draws an overwhelming response from his ring, a response which also destroys the staff. Accompanied only by his old friend, the giant Saltheart Foam Follower, Covenant finally gains his confrontation with Lord Fowl and the ill-earth stone. Facing the full force of the Despiser's savagery and malice, he at last finds the solution to his conundrum, the Eye of the Paradox. The point of balance between accepting that the land is real and insisting that it is not. On that basis, he is able to combat Lord Fowl by using the dire might of the ill-earth stone to trigger the wild magic of his ring. With that power he shatters both the stone and Lord Fowl's home, thereby ending the threat of the Despiser's evil. When he returns to his own world for the last time, he learns that his newfound balance benefits him there as well. He knows now that the reality or unreality of the land is less important than his love for it, and this insight gives him the strength to face life as a pariah without fear or bitterness. The Second Chronicles of Thomas Covenant. For 10 years after the events of The Power That Preserves, Covenant lives alone on Haven Farm writing novels. He is still an outcast, but he has one friend, Dr. Julius Barenford. Then, however, 2 damaged women enter his life. His ex-wife Joan returns to him, violently insane. Leaving Roger with her parents, she has spent some time in a commune which has dedicated itself to the service of despite, which has chosen Covenant to be the victim of its evil. Hoping to spare anyone else the hazards of involvement, Covenant attempts to care for Joan alone. When Covenant refuses aid, Dr. Barenford enlists Dr. Linden Avery, a young physician whom he has recently hired. Like Joan, she has been badly hurt, although in entirely different ways. As a young girl, she was locked in a room with her father while he committed suicide. And as a teenager, she killed her mother, an act of euthanasia to which she felt compelled by her mother's illness and pain. Loathing death, Linden has become a doctor in a haunted attempt to erase her past. At Dr. Barenford's urging, she intrudes on Covenant's treatment of his ex-wife. When members of Joan's commune attack Haven Farm, seeking Covenant's death, Linden attempts to intervene, but she is struck down before she can save him. As a result, she accompanies him when he is returned to the land. During Covenant's absence, several thousand years have passed, and the despiser has regained his power. As before, he seeks to use Covenant's wild magic in order to break the arch of time and escape his prison. In The Wounded Land, however, Covenant and Linden soon learn that Lord Fowl has fundamentally altered his methods. Instead of relying on armies and warfare to goad Covenant, the despiser has devised an attack on the natural law which gives the land its beauty and health. The overt form of this attack is the sunbane, a malefic corona around the sun which produces extravagant surges of fertility, rain, drought, and pestilence in mad succession. So great is the sunbane's power and destructiveness that it has come to dominate all life in the land. Yet the sunbane is not what it appears to be, and its organic virulence serves primarily to mask Lord Fowl's deeper manipulations. He has spent centuries corrupting the Council of Lords. That group now rules over the land as the Clave, and it is led by a raver, one of Despiser's most ancient and potent servants. The Clave extracts blood from the people of the land to feed the bane fire, an enormous blaze which purportedly hinders the sunbane, but which actually increases it. However, the hidden purpose of the Clave and the bane fire is to inspire from Covenant an excessive exertion of wild magic, and toward that end another raver afflicts Covenant with a venom intended to cripple his control over his power. When the venom has done its work, Covenant will be unable to defend the land without unleashing so much force that he destroys the arch. As for Linden Avery, Lord Fowl intends to use her loathing of death against her. She alone is gifted or cursed with the health sense which once informed and guided all the people of the land by enabling them to perceive physical and emotional health directly. For that reason she is uniquely vulnerable to the malevolence of the sunbane, as well as to the insatiable malice of the ravers. The manifest evil into which she has been plunged threatens the core of her identity. Linden's health sense accentuates her potential as a healer. However, it also gives her the capacity to possess other people, to reach so deeply into them that she can control their actions. By this means, Lord Fowl intends to cripple her morally. He seeks to transform her into a woman who will possess Covenant in order to misuse his power. Thus, she will give the despiser what he wants, even if Covenant does not. And if those ploys fail, Lord Fowl has other stratagems in place to achieve his ends. Horrified in their separate ways by what has been done to the land, Covenant and Linden wish to confront the Clave in Revelstone, but on their own they cannot survive the complex perils of the sunbane. Fortunately, they gain the help of two villagers, Sunder and Hallian. Sunder and Hallian have lived with the sunbane all their lives, and their experience enables Covenant and Linden to avoid ruin as they travel. But Linden, Sunder, and Hallian are separated from Covenant near a region known as Andalane, captured by the Clave while he enters Andalane alone. It was once the most beautiful and earth-powerful place in the land, and he now discovers that it also remains intact, defended from the sunbane by the last forestall, Caer Caverol, who was formerly Hyle Troy. There Covenant encounters his dead, the specters of his long-gone friends. They offer him advice and guidance for the struggle ahead, and they give him a gift, a strange ebony creature named Vane, an artificial being created for a hidden purpose by Erviles, former servants of the despiser. Aided by Waynham, benign relatives, and ancient enemies of the Erviles, Covenant hastens toward Revelstone to rescue his friends. When he encounters the Clave, he learns the cruelest secret of the sunbane. It was made possible by his destruction of the staff of law thousands of years ago. Desperate to undo the harm which he has unwittingly caused, he risks wild magic in order to free Linden, Sunder, and Talion, as well as a number of Harukai, powerful warriors, who at one time served the Council of Lords. With his friends, Vane, and a small group of Harukai, Covenant then sets out to locate the One Tree, the wood from which Beric originally fashioned the Staff of Law. Covenant hopes to devise a new staff with which to oppose the Clave and the Sunbane. Traveling eastward toward the Sunbirth Sea, Covenant and his companions encounter a party of giants, seafaring beings from the homeland of the lost giants of Sea Reach. One of them, Cable Sea Dreamer, has had a vision of a terrible threat to the earth, and the giants have sent out a search to discover the danger. Convinced that this threat is the Sunbane, Covenant persuades the search to help him find the One Tree. And in the One Tree, Covenant, Linden, Vane, and several Harukai set sail aboard the giant ship Starfare's Gem, leaving Sunder and Talion to rally the people of the land against the Clave. The quest for the One Tree takes Covenant and Linden first to the land of the Elohim, cryptic beings of pure earth power who appear to understand and perhaps control the destiny of the earth. The Elohim agree to reveal the location of the One Tree, but they exact a price. They cripple Covenant's mind, enclosing his consciousness in a kind of stasis, purportedly to protect the earth from his growing power, but in fact to prevent him from carrying out Vane's unnamed purpose. Guided now by Linden's determination rather than Covenant's, the search sets sail for the Isle of the One Tree. Unexpectedly, however, they are joined by one of the Elohim, Fendale, who has been appointed to bear the consequences if Vane's purpose does not fail. Linden soon finds that she is unable to free Covenant's mind without possessing him, which she fears to do, knowing that she may unleash his power. When she and all of her companions are imprisoned in Brothair realm, however, she succeeds in restoring his consciousness, much to Fendale's dismay. Covenant then fights and masters a sand gorgon, a fierce monster of the great desert. The creature's rampage through Brothair realm enables Covenant, Linden, and their companions to escape. At last, Starfare's Gem reaches the Isle of the One Tree, where one of the Harukai, Bryn, contrives to replace the tree's guardian. But when Covenant, Linden, and their companions approach their goal, they learn that they have been misled by the Despiser, and by the Elohim. Covenant's attempt to obtain wood for a new Staff of Life begins to rouse the Worm of the World's End. Once awakened, the worm will accomplish Lord Foul's release from time. At the cost of his own life, Sea Dreamer succeeds at making Linden aware of the true danger. She in turn is able to forestall Covenant. Nevertheless, the worm has been disturbed, and its relentlessness forces the search to flee as the isle sinks into the sea, taking the One Tree beyond reach. Defeated, the search sets course for the land in White Gold Wielder. Covenant now believes that he has no alternative except to confront the Clave directly, to quench the Bane fire, and then to battle the Despiser. And Linden is determined to aid him, in part because she has come to love him, and in part because she fears his unchecked wild magic. With great difficulty they eventually reach Revelstone, where they are rejoined by Sunder, Talion, and several Harukai. Together the land's new defenders give battle to the Clave. After a fierce struggle, the companions corner the raver that commands the Clave. Their Sea Dreamer's brother, Gremend Hunnen's Crave, with the help of a sand gorgon, sacrifices his life in order to make possible the rending of the raver. As a result, the sand gorgon gains a scrap of the raver's sentience. Then Covenant flings himself into the bane fire, using its dark theurgy to transform the venom in his veins so that he can quench the bane fire without threatening the arch. The Sunbane remains, but its evil no longer grows. When the Clave has been dispersed and Revelstone has been cleansed, Covenant and Linden turn toward Mount Thunder, where the Despiser now resides. As they travel, still followed by Vane and Fendale, Linden's fears mount. She realizes that Covenant does not mean to fight Lord Foul. That contest, Covenant believes, will unleash enough force to destroy time. Afraid that he will surrender to the despiser, Linden prepares herself to possess him again, although she now understands that possession is a great evil. Yet when she and Covenant finally face Lord Fowl, deep within the white warrens of Mount Thunder, she is possessed herself by a raver, and her efforts to win free of that dark spirit's control leave her unwilling to interfere with Covenant's choices. As she has feared, she does surrender, giving Lord Fowl his ring. But when the despiser turns wild magic against Covenant, slaying his body, the altered venom is burned out of Covenant's spirit, and he becomes a being of pure wild magic, able to sustain the arch despite the fury of Lord Fowl's attacks. Eventually, the despiser expends so much of his own essence that he effectively defeats himself, and Covenant's ring falls to Linden. Meanwhile, she has gleaned an understanding of Vane's purpose and of Fendale's appointed role. Vane is pure structure, Fendale pure fluidity. Using Covenant's ring, Linden melds the two beings into a new staff of law. Then, guided by her health sense and her physician's instincts, she reaches out with the restored power of law to erase the sunbane and begin the healing of the land. When she is done, Linden fades from the land and returns to her own world, where she finds that Covenant is indeed dead. Yet she now holds his wedding ring, and when Dr. Barrenford comes looking for her, she discovers that her time with Covenant and her own victories have transformed her. She is now truly Linden Avery the Chosen, as she was called in the land. She can choose to live her old life in an entirely new way. The Last Chronicles of Thomas Covenant. In Book 1, The Runes of the Earth, 10 years have passed for Linden Avery, and in that time her life has changed. She has adopted a son, Jeremiah, now 15, who was horribly damaged during her first translation to the land, losing half of his right hand and, apparently, all ordinary use of his mind. He displays a peculiar genius. He is able to build astonishing structures out of such toys as Tinker Toys and Legos, but in every other way he is entirely unreactive. Nonetheless, Linden is devoted to him, giving him all of her frustrated love for Thomas Covenant and the land. In addition, she has become the chief medical officer of a local psychiatric hospital, where Covenant's ex-wife, Joan, is now a patient. For a time, Joan's condition resembles a vegetative catatonia. But then she starts to punish herself, punching her temple incessantly in an apparent effort to bring about her own death. Only the restoration of her white gold wedding band calms her, although it does not altogether prevent her violence. As the story begins, Roger Covenant has reached 21 and has come to claim custody of his mother, custody which Linden refuses, in part because she has no legal authority to release Joan, and in part because she does not trust Roger. To this setback, Roger responds by kidnapping his mother at gunpoint. And when Linden goes to the hospital to deal with the aftermath of Roger's attack, Roger captures Jeremiah as well. Separately, Linden and the police locate Roger, Joan, and Jeremiah. But while Linden confronts Roger, Joan is struck by lightning, and Roger opens fire on the police. In the ensuing fusillade, Linden, Roger, and Jeremiah are cut down, and Linden finds herself once again translated to the land, where Lord Fowl's disembodied voice informs her that he has gained possession of her son. As before, several thousand years have passed in the land, and everything that Linden knew has changed. The land has been healed, restored to its former loveliness and potency. Now, however, it is ruled by masters, Harukai, who have dedicated themselves to the suppression of all magical knowledge and power, and their task is simplified by an eerie smog called Kevin's Dirt, which blinds the people of the land, as well as Linden, to the wealth of earth power all around them. Yet the land is threatened by perils which the masters cannot defeat. Seizures, disruptions of time, wreak havoc, appearing and disappearing randomly as Joan releases insane blasts of wild magic. In addition, one of the Elohim has visited the land, warning of dangers which include various monsters, and an unnamed half-hand. And the new staff of law that Linden created at the end of White Gold Wielder has been lost. Desperate to locate and rescue Jeremiah, Linden soon acquires companions, both willing and reluctant. Annalee, an ancient, earth-powerful, and blind madman who claims that he is the hope of the land, and whose insanity varies with the surfaces, stone, dirt, grass, on which he stands. Linden, a naive young man from Mid-Hill Stonedown. Stave, a master who distrusts Linden and wishes to imprison Annalee. A small group of Urviles, artificial creatures that were at one time among Lord Fowl's most dire minions, and a band of Ramen, the human servants of the Ranahin, earth-powerful horses that once inhabited the land. Among the Ramen, Linden discovers that the Ranahin intend to aid her in her search for her son, and she meets Esmer, the tormented and powerful descendant of the lost Harukai, Kale, and the corrupted Elohim, Castanessen. From Esmer, Linden learns the nature of the seizures. She is told that the Urviles intend to protect her from betrayal by Esmer, and she finds that Annalee knows where the staff of law was lost thousands of years ago. Because she has no power except Covenant's ring, which she is only able to use with great difficulty, because she has no idea where Lord Fowl has taken Jeremiah, and because she fears that she will not be able to travel the land against the opposition of the masters, Linden decides to risk entering a seizure. She hopes that it will take her into the past, to the time when her staff of law was lost, and that Annalee will then be able to guide her to the staff. Accompanied by Annalee, Linden, Stave, the Urviles, and 3 Ramen, the main thrall Matir, and his 2 cords Bappa and Pani, Linden rides into the temporal chaos of Joan's power. Thanks to the theurgy of the Urviles and to the guidance of the Ranahin, she and her companions emerge from the seizure more than 3,000 years in their past, where they find that the staff has been hidden and protected by a group of Wainhim. When she reclaims the staff, however, she is betrayed by Esmer. Using powers inherited from Castanessen, he brings a horde of demon-dim out of the land's deep past to assail her. The demon-dim are monstrous beings, the makers of the Urviles and the Wainhim, and they attack with both their own fierce lore and the baleful energy of the Ill-Earth Stone, which they siphon through a seizure from an era before Thomas Covenant's first visit to the land. Fearing that the attack of the demon-dim will damage the integrity of the land's history, Linden uses Covenant's ring to create a seizure of her own. That disruption of time carries her, all of her companions, and the demon-dim to her natural present. To her surprise, however, her seizure deposits her and everyone with her before the gates of Revelstone, the seat of the Masters. While the Masters fight a hopeless battle against the demon-dim, she and her companions enter the ambiguous sanctuary of Lord's Keep. In Revelstone, Linden meets Hondir, called the Voice of the Masters, their leader, and she encounters the humbled Galt, Brunel, and Clyme, 3 Harukai who have been named to resemble Thomas Covenant, and whose purpose is to embody the moral authority of the Masters. Cared for by a mysterious and oddly comforting woman named the Modout, Linden tries to imagine how she can persuade the Masters to aid her search for Jeremiah and for the salvation of the land. However, when she confronts Hondir, the Humbled, and other Masters, all of her arguments are turned aside. Although the Masters are virtually helpless against the demon-dim, they refuse to countenance Linden's desires. Only Stave elects to stand with her, an act of defiance for which he is punished and spurned by his kinsmen. The confrontation ends abruptly when news comes that riders are approaching Revelstone. From the battlements, Linden sees 4 Masters racing to reach Lord's Keep ahead of the demon-dim. With the Masters are Thomas Covenant and Jeremiah has emerged enthusiastically from his unreactive passivity. In Fatal Revenant, the arrival of Covenant and Jeremiah brings turmoil. They are tangibly present and powerful, able to evade the forces of the demon-dim. Yet they give no satisfactory account of their presence, and they refuse to let Linden touch them. They refuse to acknowledge her love. Instead, they insist on being sequestered until they are ready to talk to her. Meanwhile, the demon den mass at the gates, apparently preparing the evil of the ill-earth stone to destroy Revelstone. But they do not attack. Profoundly shaken, Linden retreats alone to the plateau above Lord's Keep to await Covenant's summons. There she calls for Esmer, hoping that he will hear her, and that he will answer her questions. When he manifests himself, however, he surprises her by bringing more creatures out of the land's distant past, a band of Urviles and a smaller number of Wainhim, who have joined together to serve Linden. Cryptically, Esmer informs her that the creatures have prepared manacles, and he reveals that the demon den besieging Revelstone are now working in concert with Castanessen. But he avoids Linden's other questions. Instead, for no apparent reason, he tells her that she must be the first to drink of the earth blood. When Esmer vanishes, Covenant's summons comes. Linden meets with Covenant and Jeremiah in their chambers, an encounter which only exacerbates her distress. Covenant speaks primarily in non sequiturs and evasions, although he insists that he knows how to save the land. At the same time, Jeremiah pleads with Linden to trust his companion. He considers Covenant his friend. Feeling both rejected and suspicious, Linden refuses when Covenant asks for his white gold ring. In response, Covenant demands that she join him on the plateau, where he will show her how he intends to save the land. Linden complies. She knows no other way to discover why and how her loved ones have changed. Instead of revealing their intentions for the land, however, Covenant and Jeremiah create a portal which snatches her away from her present. Without transition, she finds herself with Covenant and Jeremiah 10 millennia in the land's past, during the time of Beric-Haphan's last wars before he became the first of the High Lords. They are near the dire forest of Garrotting Deep, and they are far from the place and time that Covenant and Jeremiah sought. Instead, they have been deflected from their destination by a man called the Theomach, who appears to have a mystical relationship with time. He is one of the Insequent, a race of humans who pursue arcane knowledge and power in complete isolation from each other, a race whose only shared trait, apparently, is a loathing for the Elohim. The Theomach interfered with Covenant and Jeremiah because he believed that their intentions were too dangerous, and because he wished to frustrate any interference by the Elohim. The result, however, is that Linden, Covenant, and Jeremiah stand in the dead of winter many brutal leagues from Melancurion Skyweir, where Covenant and Jeremiah hope to use the earthblood and the power of command to defeat Lord Fowl permanently. They are too close to Garrotting Deep, and they have no warm clothing or supplies. In desperation, Linden decides to approach Beric for help. Accompanied by the Theomach, Covenant, and Jeremiah, she wins the future High Lord's trust by healing many of his injured, and by introducing him to his own newborn health sense. Afterward, the Theomach accomplishes his own purpose by persuading Beric to accept him as a guide and teacher. To show his good faith, he speaks the 7 words. They are a mighty invocation of earth power which Linden has never heard before. With supplies and horses provided by Beric-Haphan, Linden, Covenant, and Jeremiah begin the arduous trip along the last hills toward Melancurion Skyweir. But when the exhausted mounts start to die, Covenant and Jeremiah transport Linden to the Skyweir through a series of spatial portals. On a plateau below the towering mountain, Jeremiah reveals the magic of his talent for constructs. With the right materials, he is able to devise doors from one place to another, doors that bypass time, doors between realities. Building a door shaped like a large wooden box, he conveys himself, Covenant, and Linden deep into Melancurion Skyweir, to the hidden caves of the earthblood. Covenant is now ready to exert the power of command, but Linden drinks first, remembering Esmer's counsel. She then uses her command to expose the secrets of her companions. At once a glamour is dispelled. Covenant shows his true form. He is Roger Covenant, not Thomas, and he despises all that his father loves. His right hand wields immense power. It is castanescence, grafted onto him to give him magics which he does not naturally possess. And on Jeremiah's back rides one of the Croil, a succubus that both feeds from and strengthens its host. The sentience that Jeremiah has demonstrated is the Croil's, not his own. Gloating, Roger explains that he and the Croil aspire to become gods when the arch of time falls. Bringing Linden into the past, and bringing her here, was an attempt to trick her into performing some action which would irretrievably violate the land's history, thereby causing the arch to crumble. So far she has avoided that danger, but now she is trapped 10,000 years in the land's past and cannot escape. A terrible battle follows, during which the staff of law turns black. Using her staff and the 7 words to draw on the earth blood, Linden forces Roger and her possessed son to retreat. While an earthquake splits Melanchurion Skyweir, however, Roger and Jeremiah escape Linden and the past, leaving her stranded. The experience transforms Linden. Assured of her own inadequacy, she now believes that only Thomas Covenant can accomplish what must be done. At the same time, her determination to save Jeremiah becomes even stronger and more unscrupulous. After an encounter with Caroil Wildwood, the forestall of Garrotting Deep, who engraves her staff with runes to make it more powerful, she is rescued from the past by the Modout. Here the Modout is revealed as one of the Insequent. When Linden is returned to Revelstone and her friends in her proper time, she learns that Linden has acquired a piece of Orcrest, a stone capable of channeling earth power in various ways. She also hears that a stranger has single-handedly destroyed the entire horde of the Demon Den. Meeting the stranger, she finds that he is the Harrow, yet another Insequent. He covets both her staff and Covenant's ring, and he has the power to take them by emptying her mind, depriving her of will. However, the Modout intervenes. Violating the fundamental ethics which govern the Insequent, she opposes the Harrow and defeats him, winning from him the promise that he will not wrest the Staff of Law and Covenant's ring from Linden by force, a victory which costs the Modout her own life. After assuring Linden that he will gain his desires by other means later, the Harrow disappears. The next day Linden, her friends, and the 3 humbled summon Ronahan and ride away from Revelstone. Because she still has no idea where Jeremiah is hidden or how to rescue him, her stated intention is to reach Andalane and consult with the dead, as Covenant once did long ago. For reasons which she does not explain, she also hopes to recover High Lord Loric's krill, an eldritch dagger forged to wield quantities of power too great for any unaided mortal. Along the way she and her companions come upon a wood-elven, a tree village which has been destroyed by a seizure controlled by Esmer as a weapon against the Harrow. From them she learns that the Harrow knows where Jeremiah has been hidden, and that Esmer intends to prevent the Insequent from revealing his secret. At the same time, Roger Covenant attacks with an army of cave-wights. Like Esmer, Roger desires the Harrow's death. In the ensuing battle, Linden's company is soon overwhelmed. Frantic, she takes a wild gamble. She tries to summon a sand gorgon, a savage monster that once aided Covenant against the Clave. 6 sand gorgons charge into the fight, routing Roger and the cave-wights and allowing the Harrow to escape with his life. Later, Linden hears that a large number of sand gorgons have come to the land, driven by the rent remnants of a raver's malign spirit. In Covenant's name they answered Linden's call, but now they have repaid their debt to him. They seek a new outlet for their own savage hungers and for the raver's malice. When Linden and her companions have done what they can for the homeless tree villagers, they ride on to Salva Gildenborn, a great forest which encircles most of Andalane. There they encounter a party of giants, Swordmanir, all women except for one deranged man, Longwrath, who is their prisoner. When the giants and Linden's company reach a place of comparative safety, they stop to rest and exchange tales. The leader of the giants, Rime Coldspray, the Iron Hand, explains that Longwrath is a swordmane who has been possessed by a Gaius. Some external force drives him to kill an unnamed woman. With 9 of her fellow swordmanir, the Iron Hand has been following him across the seas, seeking the cause or purpose of his Gaius. After acquiring an apparently powerful sword, he has led the giants to the land. Here it becomes clear that the woman he feels coerced to kill is Linden herself. To protect Linden, and for the sake of Linden's old friendship with the giants of the Search, the swordmanir agree to accompany her to Andalane. But during the next day they are assailed by the Scourge, fiery worm-like monsters that serve Castanessen. 2 of the giants are killed, yet Lind saves the company by using his Orcrest to summon a thunderstorm. The downpour forces the Scourge underground, and the surviving companions are able to flee once more. At last, they reach the safety of Andalane. The sacred hills are warded by the Wraiths, small candle-flame sprites that repulse evil by drawing power from the awakened krill. Thus protected, the companions hasten to find the place where Covenant and Linden left the krill long ago. During the dark of the moon, however, the company meets the Harrow again. Indirectly, he has offered Linden a bargain. If she surrenders the Staff of Law and Covenant's ring, he will take her to Jeremiah. But while he taunts Linden, Infelice, the monarch of the Elohim, appears. She argues passionately against the Harrow and against everything that Linden intends to do. Yet Linden ignores both Infelice and the Harrow as she approaches the krill. There the dead begin to arrive. While the 4 original High Lords observe, Caer Caverol and High Lord Alina escort Thomas Covenant's spectre. Yet the Lords and the last Forestall and Covenant himself refuse to speak. None of them answer Linden. Driven to the last extremity, Linden raises all of her power from both her staff and Covenant's ring and commits their contradictory magics to the krill. With the krill, she cuts through the laws of life and death until she succeeds at resurrecting Covenant, drawing his spirit out of the Arch of Time, restoring his slain body. Yet power on such a scale has vast consequences. Resurrecting Covenant, Linden Avery also awakens the Worm of the World's End. Part 1. To achieve the ruin of the earth. 1. The burden of too much time. Thomas Covenant knelt on the rich grass of Andalane as though he had fallen there from the distance of eons. He was full of the heavens and time. He had spent uncounted millennia among the essential strictures of creation, participating in every manifestation of the Arch. He had been as inhuman as the stars, and as alone. He had seen everything, known everything, and had labored to preserve it. From the first dawn of the earth to the ripening of earth power in the land, from the deepest roots of mountains to the farthest constellations, he had witnessed and understood and served. Across the ages he had wielded his singular self in defense of law and life. But now he could not contain such illimitable vistas. Linden had made him mortal again. His mere flesh and bone refused to hold his power and knowledge, his span of comprehension. With every beat of his forgotten heart, intimations of eternity were expelled. They oozed from his new skin like sweat and were lost. Still he held more than he could endure. The burden of too much time was as profound as orogeny. It subjected his ordinary mind to pressures akin to those which caused earthquakes, tectonic shifts. His compelled transubstantiation left him frangible. As the structure of what he had known and understood and thought and desired failed, moment after unaccustomed moment, the sentience that had sustained him across uncounted ages became riddled with fault lines and potential slippage. In some fashion, which was not yet awareness or true sensation, he recognized that he was surrounded by needs. by people and spectres who had gathered to witness Linden's choices. Dark against the benighted heavens, broad-boughed trees defined the hollow where he knelt among Andalane's hills, but their shadows paled in the fervid gleaming of Loric's krill, bright with wild magic, and in the ghostly luminescence of the four high lords whose presence formed the boundaries of Covenant's crisis and of Linden Avery's. Towering and majestic, the dead lords stood timeless as sentinels at the points of the compass to observe and perhaps to judge the long consequences of their own lives. Beric and Damelon, Loric and Kevin. Covenant knew them, or had known them, as intimately as they knew themselves. He felt Beric's empathy, Damelon's concern, Loric's chagrin, Kevin's vehement repudiation. He comprehended their presence. They had been summoned by the same urgency which had brought him to this night, drawn and escorted by the lawbreakers. But when he regarded the spirits of the lords, briefly, between one wrenching heartbeat and the next, he found that he was no longer one of them, one with them. Their thoughts had become as alien and immemorial as the speech of mountains. Each throb of blood in his veins bereft him of himself. Caer Caverall and Alina he comprehended as well. They remained behind him on the slope of the hollow, Caer Caverall wreathed in the austere self-sacrifice of his centuries as Andalane's forestall, Alina heart-rent and grieving at the cost of the misplaced faith which had led her, unwilling, into the despiser's service. The lawbreakers might have had the stature of the high lords, the grandeur and might of Beric and Damelon, the severe valour of Loric, the anguish of Kevin, but they had been diminished by their chosen deaths, their deliberate participation in the severances which had made possible Covenant's return to mortality. Now they had completed their purpose. They stood back, leaving Covenant to lose himself among his flaws. Had he been able to do so, he might have acknowledged Infelice, not because he esteemed the self-absorbed circuitry of the Elohim, but because he understood the doom which Linden had wrought for them. Of the peoples of the earth, the Elohim would be the first to suffer extermination. The havoc which would extinguish all of the world's glories would begin with them. The harrow he perceived in glimpses, like the flickering of a far signal fire. But he had already forgotten the warning that those glimpses should have conveyed. His human vision was blurred, as if he were weeping, shedding tears of knowledge and power. Terrible futures hinged upon the insequent, as they did upon Annalee. Covenant saw that. Yet their import had dripped into the fissures of his dwindling mind, or had seeped away like blood. The losses which Linden had forced him to bear surpassed his strength. They could not be endured. And still they grew, depriving him by increments of everything that death and purified wild magic and the arch of time had enabled. With every lived moment, fractures spread deeper into his soul. The worm of the world's end was coming. It was Holocaust incarnate. He seemed to feel its hot breath on the nape of the earth's neck. The Harukai he knew, and the Ronahin and the Raman, although their names had fled from him. Of the people who had once been the blood guard and once his friends, he remembered only sorrow. In the name of their ancient pride and humiliation, they had made commitments with no possible outcome except bereavement. Now 3 of them had been maimed so that their right hands resembled his. The 4th had lost his left eye. Recognizing them, Covenant wanted to cry out against their intransigence. They should have obeyed the summons of their dead ancestors. But he did not. Instead, he found solace in the company of the Ronahin and the Raman, although he could not have explained in any mortal language why they comforted him. He knew only that they had never striven to reject the boundaries of themselves, and that the Ronahin had warned Linden as clearly as they could. Like the Raman, the horses appeared to study the Harukai warily, as if the half-hand warriors posed a threat which Covenant could not recall. The stone-downer he identified more by the oar-crest in his hand and the fate on his forehead than by his features or devotion. The young man had chosen his doom when he had first closed his fingers on the sunstone. He could not alter his path now without ceasing to be who he was. Everyone who had remained near Linden in this place, this transcendent violation, watched Covenant with shock or consternation or bitterness. However, he was not yet fully present among them. He was only conscious of them dimly, like figures standing at the fringes of a dream. His first frail instants of concrete awareness were focused on Linden. The anguish on her face, loved and broken, held him. It kept him from losing his way among the cracks of his mind. She stood defenseless a few paces in front of him. His ring and her staff had fallen from her stricken fingers. In the silver glare of the krill, the traced stains on her jeans looked as black as accusations. The red flannel of her shirt was snagged and torn as though she had made her way to him through a wilderness of thorns. She seemed empty of resolve or hope, fundamentally beaten as if he had betrayed her. The sight of her, unconsoled and inconsolable, magnified the stresses which damaged him, but it also anchored him to his mortality. The fault of her plight was his. He had ignored too much of the law which had bound and preserved him. Moments or lifetimes ago, he had said, "Oh, Linden, what have you done?" But not in horror. Rather, she had filled him with awe. He had loved her across the entire span of the arch of time, and she had become capable of deciding the outcome of worlds. "Done, Time Warden?" Infelice had answered. "She has roused the worm of the world's end." But he cared nothing for Infelice herself. Only the fate of her people concerned him. Every Elohim will be devoured. Involuntarily he was remembering his own sins. They seemed more real than the people or beings around him. "Trust yourself," he had told Linden, when he should not have spoken to her at all. Not under any circumstance. He had said, "You need the staff of law, and do something they don't expect." He had even addressed her friends through Annalee, although their names and exigencies were lost among the cracks of his sentience. And he had pleaded with her to find him. Defying every necessity that sustained the earth and the land, he had pointed her toward the ineffable catastrophe of his resurrection. Still he could not grasp what Linden's companions were doing. He had not known an elusive instant since his passing, but now people were in motion for reasons which bewildered him. Shouting, "Desecrator!" one of the Harukai rushed to strike her. A single blow of his fist would crush her skull. But another Harukai, the man who had lost an eye, opposed her attacker, flung him away in a flurry of strikes and counters. The two remaining Harukai also charged at Linden. One stumbled under an onslaught of ramen. Aided by the stone-downer, the three ramen kept that Harukai from his target, and his kinsman was impeded by Ranahin. A roan stallion kicked the man in the chest, sent him sprawling backward. "Yes," Kevin Landwaster shouted. "Slay her! She merits death!" But Beric Halfan's great voice answered, "Hold! Restrain yourselves, Harukai! Matters beyond your comprehension lie between the Time Warden and the Chosen. You have no part in them." "This night is sacred," added Damelon, giant friend, more quietly. "Your strife is unseemly. Beings mightier than you would not contend here." Alina may have been weeping. Caer Caverall stood apart from her, distancing himself from her distress. Perhaps out of respect for the lords, or perhaps for some reason of their own, the Harukai ceased their struggles. Covenant made no sense of it. He could more easily have explained why the wraiths had not intervened. The Harukai were simply too human and necessary to invoke the forces which defended Andalane. Still he said nothing. There was no room in his crippled apprehension for anything or anyone except Linden. She was moving as well, as if she had been released by the quick violence of the Harukai. Every line of her form was agony and protest as she strode toward him. Flagrant with pain, she seemed to rear over him as she raised her arm. When she struck him, he was too confused to duck his head or defend himself. "God damn you!" she cried, a tortured wail. "Why didn't you say something? You could have told me!" Covenant gaped in wonder at the forgotten sensation of physical hurt as Linden fell to her knees in front of him. She covered her face with her hands, but she could not stop the sobs bursting from the bottom of her heart. Nearly shouting, she wept as if she were being torn out of herself by the roots. He recognized her torment, but it was the rich sting of her blow that brought him into focus at last. For the first time since his death in agony and his transfiguration, he tasted the crisp balm of Andalane's air, cooled and accentuated by the darkness that enclosed the hills. It should have eased him, but it did not. "Oh, Linden," he gasped softly. Fearing that she would repudiate his touch, he tried to put his arms around her nonetheless. His movements were awkward with disuse, weak, almost numb, yet he clasped her to his chest. "I shouldn't have said anything at all. In your dreams, through Annalee, the risk was too great. But I was afraid you might lose hope. I couldn't—" He swallowed implications of ruin. "Couldn't just abandon you. You haven't done anything wrong. This is my fault. I was too weak." He meant I was too human. Even living in the arch, I couldn't watch you suffer and let you think you were alone. I would spare you the cost of what you've done if I knew how. "Anything wrong?" snapped in Felice. "You rave, Time Warden. Your transformation is an immitigable evil. It has undone you. Do you not see that she has wrought the destruction of the earth?" Anger and earth power glittered around the Elohim as if she wore garments of disillusioned gems. Even in her wrath she should have been lovely to behold, but everything that Thomas Covenant still possessed was concentrated on Linden, her sob-racked body in his arms, her hair against the side of his face. Immersed in her distress, he ignored Infelice. Lorik Vile Silencer did not. "Be still, Elohim," he growled. "The fault of this, if it is fault, is yours as much as his or hers. You fear only for yourselves, you care nothing for the earth. Yet there is much here that surpasses your self-regard." "No," protested Kevin urgently. "The Elohim speaks sooth. Have I suffered damnation and learned naught? She has performed a desecration which exceeds comprehension. The humbled know it, if the Time Warden does not. The Chosen herself knows it." "Enough, Lorik son," Beric said in a voice of commandment. "The fate of life belongs to those who know love and death. It is not our place to judge or to condemn, and time remains to us as it does to the living. The making of worlds is not accomplished in an instant. It cannot be instantly undone. Much must transpire before the deeds of the Chosen bear their last fruit." Holding Linden's knotted grief and horror, Covenant tried to grapple with all that he had lost. He needed to retain as much as he could, but a numbness like lethargy hampered him. When Kevin spoke of damnation and desecration, the bedrock plates of Covenant's mind shifted against each other. His concentration broke. He seemed to slip out of the present. He still held Linden, still saw that the Harukai were barely able to contain their desire to deliver death, still felt the troubled emotions of the dead High Lords. The Raman and the Ranahin, the Stone Downer, and one Harukai remained poised to defend Linden. At the same time, however, he found himself remembering. The Stone Downer had come to stand behind Linden, place his hands softly on her shoulders. "Ah, Linden," his voice ached. "Do not weep so. I grasp little of what has occurred, but an august spirit has avowed that time remains to us. Can you not hear him? Surely the powers gathered here may accomplish much, and we have not yet attempted to redeem your son. In his name—" The young man said more, but Covenant did not recognize it. He was remembering Kevin's confrontation with Lord Fowl and Kirill Threndor, Heart of Thunder. Pieces of his mind witnessed the first moments of the ritual of desecration as if they were superimposed on Linden and Andalane. There Kevin's despair was as vivid as the chiaroscuro glinting from Kirill Threndor's myriad-faceted stone. His self-loathing, his desire to punish himself, his ravaged love and failure exalted the carious illumination of Lord Fowle's malice. If Covenant had been truly present in the chamber, he would have tried to stop Kevin. He would have had no choice. His own spirit would have been torn by the fangs of Lord Fowle's eyes, clawed by the ragged nails of Kevin's desperation. But he could not stay to watch the ritual enacted. He had seen it before and was unable to control the images which slid along the fault lines within him. One thing led to another in the wrong direction. Instead of witnessing the culmination of Kevin's self-betrayal, he followed Lord Fowle backward in time. While Linden struggled to master herself in his embrace, and the stone-downer attempted to soothe or rally her, Covenant visited the despiser's brief decades masquerading among the lords of the council, accepted as Age Arath, because none of the lords could name their reasons for being reluctant to trust him. From there, Covenant's recollections involuntarily retreated to the many centuries when Lord Fowle had inhabited the lower land, unknown to the council or to any of the peoples who preceded the lords, unrecognized by anyone except the forestalls, who preserved the truncated awareness of the one forest. During that long age the despiser was hampered by the colossus of the fall, and by the fierce strength of the forestalls. Therefore he had hidden himself even from the ravers, until the first waning of the interdict freed them to do his bidding. Instead he bred other servants among the twisted denizens of Sarengrave Flat and the Great Swamp, and built Fowle's creche, and spawned his armies and readied his powers, and quested unceasingly for the most useful of the banes buried deep under Mount Thunder. But before that, Covenant could not stop himself, even though Linden's wretchedness wrung his heart, and her companions waited as if they expected him to offer some salvific revelation. Before that, the despiser considered the insequent, rejecting them because their theurges were too dissociated to serve him. In regions of the earth so distant that even the giants had never visited them, he submerged himself among the demi-mages of Vedic Amar, who wielded a contingent magic, but he found that when he had corrupted them to his purpose, they turned against each other, diminishing themselves in the name of despite. Earlier he nurtured his resentment within the eager energies of the soul-biter, although they could not accomplish his purpose. Earlier still he spent an age of failure with the cunning folk who would one day give birth to Casrain of the Gyre. And before that he essayed an approach to the worm of the world's end. But the worm was not of his making. He could not rouse it directly. He could only disturb its slumber by damaging the one tree, and the guardian of the one tree was proof against him. Covenant remembered the sources of the despiser's frustration, the roots of his accumulating minatory fury. He recognized the despiser's own secret despair, concealed even from himself, and enacted on the beings around him instead. Roughly, Linden pushed herself back from Covenant. He could not stop her or try to understand her. He only saw and felt her through the veils of Lord Fowle's past. Her face was a smear of tears, and her chest shook with the effort of stifling her sobs. Her torment was as acute as Kevin's, and as punitive. But her straits were more cruel than his. She had committed her desecration, and she had survived it. Clenching herself against spasms of renewed weeping, she fought to speak. "All you had to do was tell me how to find Jeremiah." For a moment she knotted her fists, beat them against her face. "Then I wouldn't—" Her features twisted, as if she were about to howl. The Harukai, with one eye, had moved to stand beside her. "He could not, Chosen," he said flatly. "His silence was required. I endeavored to forewarn you, but you were unable to heed me. You do not forgive, and cannot hearken to other counsel." Like Covenant, Linden did not appear to hear him. But Covenant remembered. "Spectres which may not be denied will come to affirm the necessity of freedom." Nevertheless, the Harukai's words were too recent. They could not break the grip of Lord Fowl's striving across hundreds or thousands of centuries. Still Linden needed Covenant. Some part of him felt that. She needed something from him that he could not give while he remained trapped among the fragments of the past. In spite of his own pain and bewilderment, he could not willingly ignore her, nor could he contain the pressure of remembrance which severed him from himself. "Hit me," he panted thinly. His voice was so frayed and raw that he hardly heard it. "Hit me again!" A fire that might have been shock or shame or rage burned away Linden's tears, but she did not hesitate. Flinging her whole hurt into the blow, she struck his cheeks as hard as she could. Physical pain, the shock and sting of abused skin, the harsh jerk of his neck as his head snapped back, air which should have healed him in his lungs. He saw her clearly again, as if she had slapped away his confusion. "I'm sorry," he said, the best answer he had. "I'm too full of time. I can't hold on to it, but pieces—" Her open anguish stopped him. He was not saying what she needed to hear. The stone-downer, Linden, his name was Linden, tried to comfort her, but his words and his gentle hands did not touch her distress. The Harukai was called Stave. His single eye considered Covenant with ungiving severity. Linden had been brought to this place, to the dead, and to Loric's Krill, and to the devastation of the world, by forces as great in their own way as the pressures which fractured Covenant. "I couldn't tell you then," he said, groaned. "I couldn't say anything. None of us could." He meant the dead around him. "The necessity of freedom. It's absolute. You have to make your own choices. Everything hinges on that. If I told you where to find your son, or warned you what might happen if you used the Krill the way you did, I would have changed your decisions. I would have changed the nature of what you had to choose, the nature of the risks that she had to take. That's what Lord Fowl does. He changes your choices. He wasn't trying to stop you when you were attacked on your way here. His allies fought you because he wanted to make you more determined, so you would think you were doing the right thing." "His servants have their own desires," Infelice told Linden. Her tone was acid, gemmed in gall. "Some among them do not believe that they serve him. In folly they imagine that their aspirations exceed his, or that they act in their own names, but they cannot conceive the height and breadth of his intent. Like yours, all of their deeds conduce to his ends. Did we not caution you to beware the half-hand? Did we not speak to the peoples of the land, seeking to ensure that you were forewarned?" "Enough, Elohim!" Beric's shade demanded. "Your plight is not forgotten. Permit the Time Warden to speak while he remains able to do so." Covenant ignored Infelice, ignored Beric. "I couldn't treat you that way," he went on, imploring Linden to understand him. "No matter what happened, I couldn't tamper with anything you decided to do. I've already taken too many chances. If you need to blame someone, blame me. But if the Earth has any hope at all, it depends on you. It has ever since Joan brought you here, and it still does. Freedom isn't just a condition for using wild magic. It's a condition for life. Without it, everything eventually turns into despite." Abruptly, Linden pushed herself to her feet, distanced herself from him. He saw a fresh storm of tears gather in her, but she closed herself against it. "No!" Her protest was a rough scrape of sound, bloody and betrayed. "That isn't right! It doesn't work that way. You're the one who saves the world. I just want to save my son." He ached for her through the clamor of his own dismay, the heavy labor of his pulse, needless for millennia, the gasp of air in his lungs, the burning of his face where she had struck him, the excruciation of time as it bled away. She had every reason to feel betrayed. She had believed that he loved her. He did love her. He had loved her during every instant that the arch had ever contained. If he had not loved her, he would never have found the strength to sacrifice himself against the despiser. But for that very reason he shied away from the sight of her outrage and grief. Slipping again, he fell like debris into fissured memories where his mind and his volition could be ground to powder. For reasons that eluded him, he found himself regarding the ornately clad figure of a harrow. The insequent still sat his destrier as though he had no part to play in what transpired around him, but the deep voids of his eyes were fixed hungrily on the ring and the staff that Linden had dropped as if in abandonment. The harrow had known the vizard. Of course he had, and the vizard had possessed knowledge which the harrow lacked. Inspired by some leap of imagination or by his own assiduous study, the vizard had grasped the almost mystical significance, the potential use of Jeremiah's talent for constructs. And he had craved that resource for himself. He had seen in it the possibility that he might one day hold sway over the entire race of the Elohim. By that means he would show himself greater than any of his people. But he had made a damning mistake. He had tried to eliminate the implied threat of the harrow. By their very nature, the harrow's intentions would obliquely thwart the vizard's. If the harrow attained his goal, Jeremiah would be freed from Lord Fowl's possession, and then Jeremiah would surely pass beyond the vizard's reach. Therefore the vizard had violated the most vital of the restrictions which the insequent imposed upon themselves. Goaded by the scale of his own ambitions, he had opposed the harrow's private designs. Thus the vizard was lost to mind and name and life. The combined will of every insequent had imposed his destruction. From Covenant's former place among the uncounted instants of the arch, he had watched the vizard fail and die. It was the same fate that the Modout had suffered. On some other level of his attention, Covenant understood that the harrow would not attempt to snatch up the ring and the staff, not while Infelice stood ready to resist him, and the wraiths would come to preclude their conflict. But such concerns would not hinder the harrow much longer. Abruptly, Stave stepped forward and slapped Covenant in Linden's stead. The Harukai measured his blow precisely. It was not as hard as Linden's, although he could have snapped Covenant's neck with ease, but it was enough. Renewed pain restored Covenant to the present. At once, two of the other Harukai sprang at Stave. They dragged him away roughly, ignoring the fact that he did not resist them. When the Raman rushed to his aid, even the main thrall, whose lost eyes were bandaged, Stave stopped them with a word. Facing the aggravated injury of Linden's gaze, Covenant tried again to answer her. "I know. You've already changed the fate of the earth, but you still don't believe you can do things like that. You just want to find your son. I can't tell you. I have no idea where he is. I used to know, but it's gone. It's just gone." He had already been reduced to a husk of his former self. With every breath, every heartbeat, the sum of his memories shrank. He imagined that he had once labored to protect Jeremiah's spirit from Lord Fowl's taint, yet he could no longer recall his efforts. "Everything I remember is broken, and I'm losing more all the time. There isn't enough of me to hold it." He retained only the fragments that lay hidden among the cracks in his awareness. When he slipped into them, his mind lost its connection to his new flesh. "Linden," Leand asked softly, pleading with her, "what can be done? What remains to us? We cannot continue to strike him. If he is indeed unable to recollect—" "No!" Linden shook her head urgently, frantically. "No!" She took a step backward. The avid brilliance of the krill limned her form, left her features in darkness. "This is wrong. It can't be this way." "What did you want me to do? When you urged me to find you, what did you think I could accomplish?" Hold it, Covenant thought. Hold them all. For a moment, the sight of giant ships tugged at him, pulling him down. He saw the wooden vessels of the unhomed sunk by Turia kinslaughterer, while the giants waited for death in their homes. The suction, as the ships foundered, tried to drag Covenant with them. None of them were left at sea. They had returned to the Grieve to be fitted with Gilden-load keels and rudders, so that they might be able to find their way home, and their long bereavement. But Covenant struggled to remain present for Linden's sake. Fumbling, unsure of his movements, he forced himself to stand and face her. "It isn't up to me." He was hardly able to feel his hands and feet. "I just didn't want—" His fingers twitched involuntarily, as if he were reaching for something, but he was unaware of them. They were as useless as the knowledge which had bled out of him. "That old man, the beggar, the Creator, he abandoned you before you ever came here. I didn't want you to think I'd abandoned you, too." "The Time Warden is diminished," Infelice told Linden. Her voice sounded raw, almost flayed.
"Before he became less than he was, he conceived that you might discover some less fatal means to span the gulf between the living and the dead."
"He dreamed that you might earn or coerce his vast awareness from him without dooming this creation. You would not be driven by mistaken love to bring about the end of all things." Infelice may have been right, or not. Covenant had lost those memories as well. A short distance beyond the Krill, two of the Harukai, the humbled, had released Stave. Covenant almost knew their names. Striding ahead of Stave, they joined their hand-maimed comrade among the Ramen and the Ranahin. But it was Stave who announced, "Then the burden falls to you, Elohim. Your knowledge is also vast. Where is the chosen son? How may corruption and his servants be opposed? How may the worm be returned to slumber?" Adrift in his dismembered mind, Covenant finally identified Martyr, the main thrall. The man had been terribly wounded in the Battle of First Woodhelven, and the girl and the man with him were— They were— Covenant clung to Linden's face with his grieving gaze. The Ramen with the main thrall were his cords. Punny and Bappa. "Have I not spoken of this?" retorted Infelice. "Like the wild wielder herself, her son, and the Time Wardens also, as well as his mate, are a shadow upon our hearts. Her son has been hidden from us, and the worm cannot be returned to slumber. By the measure of mountains it is a small thing, no more than a range of hills. An earthquake might swallow it, yet its power surpasses comprehension. No upheaval or convulsion will hinder it. Against any obstruction it will feed and grow mighty until it consumes the essence of the earth. Then all time and life will cease. Naught remains for us except extinction." "All the more reason for vengeance," growled Kevin's shade. "Her crimes must be answered, as mine have been. The humbled serve the land falsely if they continue to permit her life." Alina moaned as though she shared the land-waster's ire, and loathed herself for doing so. Caer Caverall regarded her with a bitter scowl, but said nothing. "Have done, son of Lorik," High Lord Beric ordered. "I will not caution you again. Your crimes have not yet been truly answered. Your fathers will speak of you ere this night is done. Until you have heard what is in our hearts, you will withhold your denunciations of the chosen." The humbled appeared to heed Kevin rather than Beric. They bowed to the last of the Lord Fatherer's line as if to acknowledge his despair, to honor his counsel, but they did not strike at Linden again. Instead, they arrayed themselves between Covenant and the bedizened form of Infelice. One of them said, "We require certainty, Elohim." Galt was his name. Beneath its inflectionless surface, his voice thrummed with intensity. "Do you avow that it is indeed Thomas Covenant, Earlord and Unbeliever, white gold wielder, who now stands before us, returned from death to flesh and life?" Covenant's eyes felt as untrustworthy as his hands. Cold or numbness blurred his sight in spite of Andalane's clarity. Nevertheless, he saw that the emotions and pressures of the beings around Linden did not console her. They could not. She hardly seemed to hear Kevin's acid recrimination or Infelice's. Beric's oblique defense did not touch her. "Self-doubt?" asked the Harrow, mocking the Harukai. "You also have become less than you were. The truth must surely be plain to all who have witnessed the lady's theurgy. Naught but the Time Warden's absolute resurrection could so pierce the self-absorption of the Elohim." The humbled ignored the insequent. As one, Galt and Bronnell, and Covenant clutched at the name, and Clyme turned to face the result of Linden's terrifying gamble. Galt seemed to speak for every Harukai except Stave as he said, "Then command us, unbeliever, time warden. Reveal what must be done. We know the treachery of your false son, and the madness of the chosen. We will serve you with our last strength." Covenant tried to focus on Galt, but the krill plucked at his attention, luring him with images which had once been as familiar as time. In shards and slivers, flaws, he caught glimpses of Loric's prolonged, arduous search for a stone which could be shaped into the gem that formed the nexus of the dagger, a search which had taken him deep under Melancurion Skyweir, following the Black River endward from garrotting deep until he found a fragment of crystal made perfect by eons of contact with the blood of the earth. Like peering through cracked glass, Covenant saw Loric forge the metal of the krill, striving to emulate white gold. He lacked the raw materials to fashion white gold itself, but from his inherited and acquired lore he had gleaned a comprehension of alloys. He worked with ores that could be transmuted and commingled until they became strong enough to sustain the pristine possibilities of the gem. If Covenant allowed himself to drift, he would be able to watch as though he stood at Loric's side while the Dur High Lord sweated over his incantations and fires. But Linden needed something from Covenant, something that his lost memories could not supply. And he had already failed her too often. If he slipped away now, he might break the promise implied by speaking to her when he should have remained silent. "Trust yourself. Do something they don't expect." Broken as he was, he could still see that she hung on the brink, the outermost edge of Kevin's despair. Her sense of abandonment, of betrayal, might topple her. Any nudge, in Felice's flagrant terror and scorn, and Harrow's machinations, Kevin's condemnation, the repudiation of the humbled, might send her plunging into an abyss from which she could not be retrieved. Desperately, Covenant clung to the present. Wavering on his feet, he struggled to meet the demand of the humbled. He could not distinguish it from Linden's need. "What will you do," he countered, "if I don't command you, if I refuse to respect what you've done to yourselves?" Fingers had been severed from their right hands in his name, but he did not want that honor. Ronald's eyes widened. Clyme almost appeared to wince, but Galt did not hesitate. "Then I will ride to Revelstone," he announced inflexibly, "that I may warn the masters of the Chosen's desecration. Clyme and Bronnell will remain with her to prevent further evil. Your ring will be returned to you. If you do not claim the staff of law, it will be conveyed to Revelstone, where it may be preserved for the land's last defense." Linden opened his mouth to protest. Martyr's glower promised defiance. The Ronahan tossed their heads restively, but Linden did not appear to hear the humbled. She stared at Covenant as though he filled her with horror that had no end. "Then listen," Covenant told Galt with as much force as he could find in his riven spirit, "and pay attention. I can only say this once. The Wraiths allowed her. They preserve Andalane, and they allowed her. Hellfire, doesn't that mean anything to you?" Shedding memories like pieces of his soul, he met Linden's appalled stare. Linden, nearly undone by the weakness and rue, by the numbness in his fingers and the frailty of his mind, he strained to make himself heard. "I've said it before. I know this is hard. I know you think you've come to the end of what you can do, but you aren't done. And I trust you. Do you hear me? I believe in you. I'll do everything I can to help. If there's anything left." Linden flinched as though he had promised her the opposite of his intent. On her face, new hurts twisted against older shocks and chagrin. "Can you see it?" she asked Linden or Martyr or Stave. Her voice throbbed like internal bleeding, as if she spoke with her heart's blood. "He's right. He can't hold on. Something inside him is collapsing. I brought him back, but I didn't do it right. He isn't whole. And he has leprosy." To that, Covenant had no answer. Already falling, he turned back to the humbled. "As for you, I command—" His voice frayed and failed. He could not command anyone. But because he loved Linden, he managed to find a few more words. They felt like the last words in the world. "She's more important than I am. If you have to choose, choose her. She's the only one who can do this." He wanted to say more, but his wounds were too much for his mortal flesh. Within him, one age of the earth bled into another, and he toppled to the grass as if he had been felled. 2. Unfinished Needs. Linden Avery stood, staring and paralyzed, as if she had finally learned the true meaning of horror. Nothing in her life had prepared her for the outcome of her granite desperation. Long ago she had been forced to watch her father's suicide. In fear and pity she had imposed her mother's death. She had seen Thomas Covenant stabbed to death in his former world, and later slain again by the despiser. A raver had taught her to dread her own capacity for evil. Under Melanchurion Skyweir she had been forced to do battle against her chosen son. But such things had become trivial. They were too small and human to inure her now. Her mind was empty of words. She could not respond to Leon's stricken empathy, or to the consternation and support of the Raman, or to Stave's rigid loyalty. The antagonism of the humbled meant nothing to her. Neither Enfelice nor the harrow held any import. But she was not stunned or numb. She was not. She had not expended her remorse with weeping, or her rage with blows, or her revulsion, nor had she been silenced by Covenant's faltering attempts to explain himself, or by his inadequate affirmation. Instead, she was crowded to bursting with dismay. Dismay, not despair. Despair was darkness, the nailed lid of a coffin. Her dismay was a moral convulsion, the shock of seeing her whole reality distorted beyond recognition. She had left any ordinary loss of hope or faith behind as soon as she had realized that Covenant was not whole. Now she felt an appalled chagrin like the onset of concussion, simultaneously paralyzing and urgent. The cost of what she had done dwarfed thought. The only sentences remaining to her had been spoken by others, and they were toxins. "She has roused the worm of the world's end." She loved the land. She loved Thomas Covenant and Jeremiah, the Raman and the Ronahan and the giants, Leon and Stave and poor Annalee. Yet she had doomed them all. Resurrecting Covenant, she had given Lord Fowl his heart's desire. Within her she holds the devastation of the earth. Through Annalee, Sunder and Halion had tried to warn her. He did not know of your intent. The Ronahan had tried. Perhaps everyone had tried. There is strength in ire chosen, but it may also become a snare. Days ago she had dreamed that she had become carrion, food for abhorrent things feasting on death. Confident and cruel, the despiser himself had given her a vision of his intentions. Nevertheless, she had defied every caution. In fury at what had been done to her son, she had violated one of the essential laws which made life possible, allowed the earth to exist, the laws which she should have served. In one flagrant act she had broken every promise that she had ever made. Good cannot be accomplished by evil means. This was the result. Covenant sprawled face down on the betrayed grass of Andalane. The old scar on his forehead, like the wound in his T-shirt, was hidden. But the strict silver of his hair was accusation enough. Long ago, Lord Fowl's efforts to kill him had burned him clean of venom and dross. The transformation of his hair was only one outcome of that savage Camorra. Now the stark light of the krill appeared to concentrate there, and on his half hand, emphasizing his lost fingers. They seemed to reach toward her in spite of his collapse, as if he were still pleading with her, even though she had set in motion the world's ruin. He was only unconscious. The violence of what she had done to him had not burst his heart. She could be sure of that. Wielding catastrophic quantities of power, she had whetted her senses to an unbearable edge. Her nerves wailed with too much percipience. She saw clearly that Covenant had been felled by shock and strain, not by injury. Physically, her extravagance had not harmed him. But his mind, oh God, his mind, webbed with cracks. It resembled a clay goblet in the instant before the vessel shattered. The imminent fragments of who he was remained individually intact. In some sense they clung to each other. If time stopped here, if this instant did not move on to the next, the goblet might yet hold water. A cunning potter might have been able to make the clay whole again. But Linden did not know how to stop time. She only knew how to destroy it. Berwick's spectre had said, "The making of worlds is not accomplished in an instant. It cannot be instantly undone." Nevertheless, Linden Avery, chosen, ring-thane, and wild-wielder, had made the end of all things inevitable. In addition, Covenant was rife with renewed leprosy. His illness had deadened most of the nerves in his fingers and toes. There were insensate patches on the backs and palms of his hands, the soles of his feet. But that, at least, was not her doing. Rather, it was an oblique effect of Kevin's dirt. The bitter truncation which hampered health sense and law, blunted every expression of earth power, had diminished Covenant more profoundly. He had become an outcast of time, a pariah to his own nature and to his long service against despite, an icon of the land's immedicable peril. In the life that she had lost, she could have treated his bodily illness, if not his riven mind. Her former world had discovered drugs to end the ravages of this disease. Here she felt helpless. She feared what might happen if she used earth power and law to attempt healing either his illness or his consciousness without his consent. She, too, had become an icon, an embodiment of loss and shame and unheeded warnings. She had made her life a wasteland in which she did not know how to live. "And I trust you. I'll do everything I can to help." In her dismay, Covenant's reassurances sounded like mockery. At that moment, there was no part of her still capable of attending to the distress of her friends. Lind and Stave, Martyr, Pani and Bappa, the Ronahin. She had nothing left for them. If the humbled or the law-breakers, Infelice or the Harrow, had spoken to her, she would not have been able to hear them. Nevertheless, there were powers abroad in the night that could reach her. When the great voice of Berwick Halfhand announced, "The time has come to speak of the ritual of desecration," she staggered as though she had been struck. She believed that he meant to excoriate her. While she flinched, however, Lorik Vile-Silencer turned to the first High Lord. Grim and gaunt, the spectre of the Krill's maker countered, "Is it not my place to do so?" "It is," Berwick acknowledged. Lambent with his own ghostly silver, he appeared to gain definition from the unresolved illumination of the Krill. The gem's light still held a throb of eagerness and wild magic, but it did not pale his earned majesty. Instead, it seemed to enhance his strength. "Yet you well know that there are words which cannot be heard by a son who deems that he has failed his father. The love which lies between them precludes heed." Lind stared with open wonder. Stave watched warily. The Ramen held themselves ready, taut with innominate expectations. Gradually, Linden understood that the attention of the dead was not directed toward her. Though they spoke to each other, their emanations were concentrated not on her, but on Kevin Landwaster, who stood appalled and ghastly in the east, as if he had witnessed the fruition of his worst fears, and now expected to be punished for Linden's crimes as well as his own. That recognition plucked at her, intruded on her dismay. Like her, Kevin had accomplished only evil by evil means. His anguish touched her when she had lost her ability to respond to anything else. "Indeed, it is so," Damelon added. Like Berwick, he addressed Lorik. The tranquillity of his earlier smile had become sadness and affection. "Though you are the son of my heart, and entirely beloved, Do you not believe that I question your deeds and courage, as you do? Do you not suffer gall, judging that you have not matched the standard which I have set for you? And if I avow that you merit my pride in each and all of your endeavors, will you hear me? Will you not believe that my words are inspired by love rather than by worth?" With an air of reluctance, High Lord Lorik nodded. "Thus it falls to me to speak," proclaimed Beric. His steps did not mark the rich grass as he came slowly forward. "Kevin, son of Lorik, hear and give heed," he demanded in a tone that was both stern and gentle. "We share no bond apart from the heritage of lore and high lordship. The inheritance of blood is too distant to constrain me. Thus I am able to state freely that your sires are grieved by the harm which you have wrought, but they are not shamed." As he moved, he appeared to approach Linden and the krill and Covenant's fallen form. If he had so much as glanced at her, she would have flinched again, but his gaze was fixed solely on the land-waster. His strides would take him past her to Lorik's son. At the same time, Damelon and Lorik also moved, walking carefully toward Kevin as though they wished him to comprehend that he was not threatened. Kevin stared wildly. A kind of terror poured from him, contradicting the benison of Andalane. He may have imagined that the words and attitudes of his ancestors were false and tended to exacerbate his torment. Or he may have feared that they would trivialize his sufferings, implying that his despair was devoid of significance to anyone but himself. In his place, Linden would have felt those dreads. Nevertheless, Lorik's son did not withdraw. Perhaps he could not. Perhaps the same commandment which had brought him here precluded any word or deed that might have eased his pain. In spite of her own plight, or because of it, Linden mourned for him. At once stentorian and kindly, Beric continued, "Only the great of heart may despair greatly." His voice seemed to echo back from the lost stars. "You are loved and treasured, not for the outcome of your extremity, but rather for the open passion by which you were swayed to desecration. That same quality warranted the vow of the Harukai. It was not false." In moments, the first High Lord had passed Linden as he and his descendants gathered before Kevin. "Doubtless such passion may cause immeasurable pain, but it has not released the despiser. It cannot. Mistaken though it may be, no act of love and horror, or indeed of self-repudiation, is potent to grant the despiser his desires." Together Beric, Damelon, and Lorik drew near enough to touch the land-waster. "He may be freed only by one who is compelled by rage and contemptuous of consequence." Fervid with apprehension, Kevin faced his progenitors. The krill glared argent in his eyes. "I, Lord Kevin, son of Lorik," concluded Beric. "Others may have fallen, or risen, to that extreme. You have not. You did not. None here can assert with certainty that they would not have done as you did in your place." "That is sooth, my son," Lorik murmured roughly. "A word of truth in this fate-ridden time. If I did not speak often or plainly enough of my own encounters with despair, or of the occasions on which I trembled at the very threshold of desecration, then I was a poor father indeed, and your reproaches must be for me rather than for yourself." When he heard his father, something within Kevin broke. Linden saw the chains which had bound his spirit snap as he opened himself to Lorik's embrace. At once Lorik threw his arms fiercely around his son. Kevin's eyes bled reflected silver, like astonishment, as Damelon and then Beric enclosed father and son with their acceptance. Hugged and held by his forebears, Kevin wept as relief found its way at last into his racked soul. And as he wept, he appeared to be transformed by the theurgy of the krill or by Andalane. Briefly he became a globe amid the surrounding night, lucent and exalted. Then he faded until he was only an outline of wisps that evaporated into nothingness. At the same time Lorik and Damelon also faded, accompanying the last of their line toward his rest. Soon only Beric remained. His own knowledge of despair and striving shone from him as he turned toward Linden. However, the moment when she might have winced or hidden her head had passed, nor did she meet the first half-hand's gaze. There was another spectre, and the hollow as full of anguish as Kevin had been, and as sorely bereft. Berwick should have directed the balm of his compassion elsewhere. Linden had no use for it. But she was wrong about him. He did not mean to comfort her. His tone sharpened as he began to speak. His words seemed to fall on her like stones. "Linden Avery, you are scantly known to me. None the less I behold what you have become. You have exceeded the healer who once touched my heart, offering hope amid vast suffering and rue. Now you have made of yourself a gallows how, its soil barren, drenched with fury and recrimination. Therefore you must exceed yourself yet again, while the world awaits its doom. If you do not, the woe of all who live will be both cruel and brief. Are you dismayed by the hurt of your deeds? Then make amends. Do not imagine that you have come to the end of service and healing. The woman who entered my camp to meet death and give battle would not have permitted herself that desecration." Linden heard him, but she did not listen.
Gallows How held truths unknown to Berwick and his descendants.
Ire was only one aspect of what she had learned in Carroyal Wildwood's domain, and in her ordeal under Melancholy on Skywere. By their stature and potency the ancient lords had drawn her beyond herself. Now she felt called to the lawbreakers. To Alina, daughter of Lena and Covenant, who had pierced the law of death because she had trusted Kevin's pain, and who, like Linden, had failed to heed the warning of the Ronahin. Linden herself had become a lawbreaker, and she could not lay claim to the redemptive mystery which had impelled Caer Caverol to breach the law of life so that Covenant's spirit would remain to ward the arch of time when his body had been slain, and so that Halion and her unborn son could live again. The dead forestall of Andalane would not understand Linden. Only Alina could comprehend her now that Linden also had ignored the Ronahin, and all of her choices had become calamities. Moving around Covenant's sprawled helplessness and the Krill's compulsory light, leaving her staff and Covenant's ring unregarded on the grass, Linden crossed the hollow to approach the last forestall and the stricken High Lord. On some level she felt Berwick's shade watching her. She sensed his efforts to gauge the condition of her soul, or the direction of her thoughts. But she had no attention to spare for him, and after a moment he seemed to sigh. Unreassured, he faded as well, following his descendants as if she had dismissed him. In the absence of those towering spirits, and of the wraiths, fled from Linden's great wrong, her companions began to emerge from their entrancement and shock. Linden and the Raman became restive, fretted by alarms. The humbled and even Stave gazed after Linden as though they disapproved of her refusal to acknowledge or answer Berwick Halfhand. The Harrow watched Linden avidly while Infelice shed distress like damaged jewels. But Linden ignored them as well. A score of paces, or perhaps more, brought her face to face with the lawbreakers who had escorted Covenant out of time to meet her uttermost need. Alina seemed unable to meet her gaze. Regret and grief twisted the High Lord's features as she studied the grass at Linden's feet, the stains on Linden's jeans. Lit by the krill, torn hair framed Alina's gold face, her naked self-abhorrence. At any other time, Linden might have been moved by empathy to remain silent. Alina was Covenant's daughter. In simple kindness, if for no other reason, Linden might have tried to show the spectre as much consideration as she had given Joan. But Roger also was Covenant's child. Linden had no patience for Alina. She could not afford to treat Alina's failings more gently than her own. Linden had committed an absolute crime. Only absolute responses would suffice. Berwick was right about her. She had become a kind of gallows how. The sorrow that she had felt for Kevin Landwaster was like Carroyal Wildwood's grief for his trees and for his future. It remained with her, but its implied vulnerability had already bled away into soil made barren by death. Like the former forestall of garrotting deep, she was aghast at the scale of her own inadequacy. But she had none of his fury, and no one to blame. She was too full of dismay to consider Alina's frailty. Perhaps Alina understood the gift which Beric, Damelon, and Lorik had given Kevin. Her spirit, as she avoided Linden's gaze, seemed to yearn for some forgiving touch. In her, hope was commingled with a raw fear that she would be refused. But Linden had gone too far beyond hope and despair to comfort Alina. Covenant's daughter needed his consolation, not Linden's. In a low voice, taut and bitter, she demanded, "Stop feeling sorry for yourself." She was speaking to herself as much as to Alina's woe. "It doesn't accomplish anything. You've suffered enough. Tell me what to do now. Tell me how to bear what I've done." She needed an answer. But apparently she, like Alina herself, had misjudged the dead. In a different form, Alina may once have aided Covenant. She had no aid to offer now. Instead, an echo of Linden's dismay twisted her features. Raising her voice to the doomed stars, she uttered a wail of desolation, the stark cry of a woman whose racked heart had been denied. Then she flared briefly in the krill's light and vanished, following the distant ancestors of her high lordship out of the veil, out of the night. From the bottom of the hollow, Linden's friends gazed at her as if she had smitten their hearts. Infelice's distress matched the outrage of the humbled. "Alina!" Linden cried urgently. "Come back! I need you!" But her appeal died, forlorn among the benighted trees, and found no reply. Instead, Caer Caverall faced her with severity and indignation in every line of his spectral form. "You judge harshly, Wild Wielder. The land-waster himself has been granted solace. Does your heart hold no compassion for Alina, daughter of Lena, whose daring and folly compelled her to spend herself in service to the despiser?"
"Damn it," Linden retorted without flinching.
"That's not the point. Compassion isn't going to save any of us." There was nothing left to save except Jeremiah. "Somebody has to tell me what to do!" The dead forestall folded his arms across his chest, holding his scepter in the crook of his elbow, forbidding her. "Cease your protests!" He had set aside every impulse or emotion that might have resembled mercy. "They are bootless. We have no counsel for you." Linden beat her fists on her temples. She would have clutched at Caer Caverall if he had been anything more than an eidolon. "Then tell me why you won't help me. When Covenant was here before, you gave him everything." Advice in vain, as well as the location of the One Tree. The forestall and Covenant's dead had prepared every step of his path to death and triumph. "Why didn't you care about the necessity of freedom then? He's Thomas Covenant. He would have found a way without you. I'm just lost. Why have you forsaken me?" Caer Caverall glowered at her, shedding reminders of his slain song. "Much has been altered since the unbeliever last walked among the living. You are indeed forsaken, by the dead as by the earth's creator. How could it be otherwise when all your deeds conduce to ruin?" Then he said, "In pity, however," although his tone held no pity, "I will observe that the unbeliever entered Andalane alone, for no companion dared to stand at his side. He had neither health sense nor the staff of law. The Ronahan had not cautioned him. He knew only love and compassion. Thus his need was greater than yours. For that reason he was given gifts. Yet the dead shaped none of his choices. He did not come seeking guidance, nor did he request aid. In sooth, he did not tread any path which he did not determine for himself, or which you did not determine on his behalf. You have companions chosen who have not faltered in your service. If you must have counsel, require it of them. They have no knowledge which you do not share, but their hearts are not consumed by darkness." Abruptly Caer Caverall unclasped his arms, gripped his scepter in one fist. Whirling the gnarled wood about him as though he were invoking music, a melody which had been silent for millennia, he removed himself from the night, leaving Linden alone on the slope of the vale. Beyond her, Anderlane's trees looked phonic in the light of the krill. Behind her stood the charred stump of the forestall's former life, the krill itself, Thomas Covenant's sprawled unconsciousness. The conflicting concerns and passions of her companions tugged at her nerves like accusations or pleading, and among them on the grass lay the staff of law and Covenant's wild gold ring, as if those instruments of power formed the pivot on which the fate of worlds turned. For a moment, Linden yearned to simply walk away. She had done something like that once before in Anderlane, when her fears for or of Covenant had raised a wall between them. She could stride into the darkness and try to lose herself among the kindly folds of the hills. There copses and greenswards and beauty might appease her guilt with their lenitive beneficence, soothe her savage heart. She could walk and walk until there was nothing left of her, and the burden of the land's unanswerable needs fell to someone else. But to do so would be to forsake Jeremiah, as she herself had been forsaken, and her friends deserved more from her. After what she had done to him, Covenant deserved more. Days ago, Mainthrall Martyr had told her, therein lay Kevin Landwaster's error, ay, and great Kellenbra Banal's also. When all hope was gone, they heeded the counsels of despair. Had they continued to strive, defying their doom, some unforeseen wonder might have occurred. Linden no longer believed in unforeseen wonders. They were Covenant's province, and she had crippled him. Nevertheless, she turned her back on the surrounding darkness and walked slowly down to rejoin her friends and the Ronahan, the Humbled and Infelice and the Harrow. None of them attended Covenant's unconsciousness, although the Humbled stood guard over him. They were chary of him, restrained by awe, or by the fear that they might harm him inadvertently. Nevertheless, everyone watching Linden understood too much. She could see that.
For those who cared about her, what she had done was an ictus in their hearts.
Lind and the Raman lacked the Harrow's provocative knowledge, Infelice's earth-spanning consciousness, the shared memories of the Harukai. None of her friends, or her antagonists, could match the strange and singular insight of the Ronahan, but they all were gifted with health sense, percipience. The Elohim's announcement that Linden had invoked the destruction of the earth may have sounded abstract to Lind and the Raman, even to the Humbled and Stave. Still they knew that they had witnessed an irreversible catastrophe, that she had vindicated every warning, fulfilled every dire prophecy. When your deeds have come to doom as they must, you have it within you to perform horrors. How had the Harrow and even the Viles known how badly she would fail her loves? But Linden did not allow herself to hide her head as she approached the krill and Covenant's limp form. She did not intend to conceal her fatal heart behind a veil of shame. If she had indeed roused the worm of the world's end, she meant to bear as much of the cost as her flesh could endure. Bappa and Pani did not meet her eyes. Apparently they could not. Pani clung to Lind, hiding her shock and terror against his shoulder. Bappa studied the grass at his feet as though he feared that Linden's gaze would make him weep. But the bandage over Martyr's face was too mundane to conceal the ferocity of his glower. Stave had regained his impassivity. Perhaps he had never lost it. His stance was a query, not a repudiation. But the Humbled were not so restrained. Behind their familiar ready poise, they seemed to tremble with the force of their eagerness to strike her down. Covenant had told them to choose her. They did not appear inclined to heed him. Around the Humbled, the Ronahan remained watchful, wary, prepared to defend Linden again.
As Linden drew near, Hen nickered softly.
The mare's call sounded sorrowful and resigned, as if she blamed herself. In spite of what Linden had done, the horses held fast to their fidelity. Perhaps they still trusted her. If they considered Infelice or the Harrow relevant to the fate of the land, or to their own imperatives, they did not show it. Of them all, however, all of Linden's friends, only Linden looked at her and spoke. Every hint of the young dignity which he had displayed upon other occasions was gone. The stature of his stone-downer heritage had deserted him. He had replaced his sunstone in its pouch. He did not reach for it now. Linden had never seen him look so small or so lorn. The raven wings of his eyebrows articulated his uncertainty. She expected him to plead for an explanation, a justification. Hell, she half expected him to castigate her. He and everyone else had earned that right, but he did not. Instead he asked, hoarse with empathy, "Will you not heal him?" Helplessly he indicated Covenant. "Linden, the pain of his incarnation racks him. He cannot contain the greatness of his spirit. There is also an illness which I do not comprehend, though it appears paltry by the measure of his rent mind." "The staff of law lies there." Linden pointed at the shaft of wood, iron-shod and ebony and ruined. "Will you not grant him the benison of its flame? He has suffered beyond my power to imagine it." His tone held no accusation. "Will you not ease his plight?" Linden shook her head. She was too full of dismay to falter, and the first shock of horror had passed. She was beginning to regain her ability to consider what she did. "Don't you think," she asked Linden precisely, "that I've done enough harm already?" Covenant was not warded by any power which might repulse her touch, but she could not affect the state of his mind, his spirit, without entering into him with her health sense, without possessing him. Long ago she had done such things. She knew now that they were violations as profound as any rape. In addition, she could not foresee the effects of any change that she might make in Covenant's truncated transcendence. Years of experience had taught her that any sentience which did not heal itself might be forever flawed. And on this subject the Ronahan had warned her clearly enough. They had shown her the likely outcome if she imposed her will on Covenant, or on Jeremiah. Some evils could not be twisted to serve any purpose but their own. Manipulating Covenant's condition for her own benefit would make her no better than the vile succubus that feasted on Jeremiah's neck. Perhaps some obdurate instinct for salvation would enable Covenant to find his way through the maze of his fissured consciousness. Linden would not. Linden winced at her answer, at the words themselves, or at their acrid sound in the lush night. Pawnee stifled a whimper against his shoulder. Martyr's fierce silence conveyed the impression that he was mustering arguments to persuade her, but Linden moved past them as though she had been indurated to any simple or direct form of compassion. She made no effort to retrieve her staff or Covenant's ring. Jeremiah's ruined toy in her pocket was enough for her. The bullet hole and the small tears in her shirt were enough. Ignoring the grim enmity of the humbled, she went to confront Infelice. Now that the crisis of Linden's powers had passed, the echo of wild magic from Loric's krill did not outshine the Elohim's refulgence. Infelice stood before Linden like a cynosure of loveliness and august hauteur. Wreathed about her limbs, her bedizened garment resembled weeping woven of gemstones and recrimination. The Maud-out had told Linden that there is hope in contradiction. Long ago Covenant had said the same thing. Before that, High Lord Moram had said it. But the Maud-out had fallen into madness and death for Linden's sake, and Covenant lay shattered on the grass. Linden had never known Moram. Without preamble, she said, "The dead are gone." She did not doubt that Sunder and Hallian had already bid farewell to their immeasurably bereft son, that Gremund Hunnenscrave had left the Sword-Mainir to consider all that they had lost, and Covenant can't help me. I've hurt him too badly. Nor could the Harrow's knowledge, the fruit of his long diligence and greed, be compared to the immortal awareness of the Elohim. That only leaves you. Tell me how to find my son." The Harrow had averred that Infelice would not or could not do so. "Wild wielder," the Elohim retorted sharply, a reprimand. "You yourself have asked if the harm which you have wrought does not suffice. Will you compound ruin with delirancy? Your son is an abomination. His uses are abominable. Did not the first half-hand say that you must exceed yourself yet again? He wished to convey that you must set aside this mad craving for your son." Linden shook her head again. Infelice's words slipped past her like shadows, wasted and empty of effect. No objurgation could touch her while she remained deaf to despair, and she did not choose to credit the Elohim's interpretation of High Lord Beric's insistence. "Then tell me," she said, as though Infelice had not spoken, "how to stop the worm." "Stop the worm?" The woman's voice nearly cracked. "Do you imagine that such a being may be hindered or halted in any manner? Your ignorance is as extreme as your transgressions." Behind Linden the Harrow chuckled softly, but she heard no humor in the sound. "So explain it to me," she demanded. "Cure my ignorance. Why does such a being even exist? What's it for? What made the Creator think that the worm of the world's end was a good idea? Did he want to kill his own creation? Was all of this, all of life and time, just some cruel experiment to see how long it would take us to do everything wrong?" "Fool!" retorted Infelice. Impatiently she dismissed the worth of Linden's question. "How otherwise might the Creator have devised a living world? You have named yourself a healer. How do you fail to grasp that life cannot exist without death?" Her voice wove a skein of sorrow and repugnance among the trees. From the smallest blade of grass to the most feral sand gorgon or scourge, all that lives is able to do so only because it contains within itself the seeds of its own end. If living things did not decline and perish, they would soon crowd out all other life and time and hope. For this reason, every living thing ages and dies, and if its life is long, then its capacity for procreation is foreshortened. While the Elohim spoke, Linden's friends came to stand at her back, leaving only Bappa to watch over Covenant with the humbled, but neither she nor Infelice regarded them. "Without difficulty the Creator could doubtless have placed as many earths and heavens as he desired within the arch of time, but he could not conceive a living world that did not contain the means of its own death." Abruptly Infelice looked toward the Harrow, and her wrath mounted. "There, this flagrant insequent reveals the folly of his greed. With earth power and wild magic, he imagines that he will be empowered to unmake the worm, thereby ensuring the continuance of the earth. But the unmaking of the worm will unmake all life. Such power cannot be countered without unleashing absolute havoc. While the earth endures, the worm is needful. The Harrow dreams of glory, but he will accomplish only extinction." Now the Harrow laughed outright, rich and deep, and entirely devoid of mirth. "You mistake me, Elohim," he replied. "Such has been your custom toward the insequent for many an age. I am not your wild wielder, steeped in ignorance and mislove. I have other desires, intentions which will transcend your self-regard." Linden had no interest in the hostility between the insequent and the Elohim. It was of no use to her. Before she could intervene, however, Stave raised his voice to ask Infelice, "How then does it chance that the Elohim do not know death? Why have you been spared the hope and doom of all other life? I discern no merit in you to sanction your freedom from mortality." "Puerile wight!" Infelice snapped at once. "Do you dare? The Elohim do not suffer affront from such as you." Yet a glance at Linden caused Infelice to quell the chiming swirl of her wrath. Apparently Linden held a kind of sway over the suzerain Elohim, an influence or import which Linden did not understand. With elaborate restraint, Infelice explained, "The Elohim did not participate in death because our purpose is deathless. We neither multiply nor change nor die because we were created to be the stewards of the worm. Betimes we have intervened in perils which endanger life upon or within the earth, but that is not our chief end. Rather, our word requires of us that we preserve the worm's slumber. Understand, wild wielder, that we have no virtue to impose sleep. Instead, it is our task to pacify and soothe. Thus, by our very nature, we serve all lesser manifestations of life. When we have countered wrongs such as the scourge or the decimation of the one forest, we have done so that the worm may not be made restive by harm. And when we have permitted powers such as forestals or the colossus of the fall to be fashioned from our essence, we have done so to refresh the corresponding vitality of the one tree, that we may be left in peace. More and more as she spoke, her words seemed to weave the arching trees and the deep night and the light of the krill into an elegy, delicate as silver bells and rich with grief. Our purpose is peace, the means and outcome of our self-contemplation. The forestals, and others, are our surrogates, just as we are the Creator's surrogates. They serve as the Creator's hold and bastion in our stead, preserving life which strives and dies while we preserve the earth.
Then the elegy became a dirge throbbing with bitterness.
Yet even such sacrifices are not the full tale of our worth to the earth. I have named the one tree.
Setting aside the ironic reverie of ourselves, we have sought to deflect every threat which endangers the tree.
For it nurtures life just as the worm enacts death. Thus the earth began its true decline toward woe when an insequent became the guardian of the one tree. The Theomach's cunning was great, but his vaunted knowledge did not suffice for such a burden. Still less has Bryn of the Harukai's prowess sufficed, though he achieved the Theomach's demise. By such deeds was the sanctity of the one tree diminished, and the depth of the worm's slumber was made less. Our tragedy is this, that the shadow upon our hearts has become an utter darkness. The harm has grown beyond our power to intervene. The worm is roused and ravenous, and we cannot renew its slumber. By what this insequent has rightly named Miss Love, wild wielder, you have doomed us. Because of you, we will be the first to feed the hunger which you have called forth." While Enfelice answered Stave's challenge, Linden fretted. On some level she recognized the pertinence of the Elohim's revelations, but they did not shape or soften the extremity of her circumstances. "Your remorse will surpass your strength to bear it." She needed facts, details, a concrete understanding of what she had released. Earlier, Barrick Halfhand had said, "The making of worlds is not accomplished in an instant. It cannot be instantly undone. Much must transpire before the deeds of the chosen find their last outcome." Linden clung to that, and demanded more from Enfelice. "All right," she muttered grimly. "I get it." "So what happens now? The worm is awake, somewhere. What will it do? How is it going to destroy the earth? How much time have we got?" The world's remaining days were her only concern. The worm itself was Covenant's problem, not hers. He, or no one, would rise to that crisis. In either case, she had her own task to perform before the end. "You aren't done." Covenant had recognized the truth, and he had professed that she might succeed. She's the only one who can do this. She chose to believe that he had referred to her one remaining responsibility. "The worm's slumbers have been long and long." Enfelice spoke softly, but acid and bile twisted her mien. "Rousing, it is galled by hunger. As any living thing, it must feed. And as we are its stewards, so are we also its sustenance. Such is our word. The worm must feed upon us. Only when it is sated with Elohim will it turn to the accomplishment of its greater purpose. If any of our kind remain unconsumed, we will endure solely to witness the end of all things, and so pass into the last dark. Feed upon us." Perhaps Linden should have been shaken. Earlier, Enfelice had said that every Elohim will be devoured, but Linden had hardly heard her. Now Linden might have stopped to consider the cost of what she had done. But Enfelice had not given her what she needed. Linden tried again. "How long will it take? Hours, days, weeks?" Like angry weeping, the Elohim replied, "We will seek to delay our passing because we must. We will flee and conceal ourselves at such distances as we are able to attain, requiring the worm to scent us out singly, for we do not wish to perish. With sustenance, however, the worm's might will grow. Ere a handful of days have passed, its puissance will discover and consume us. Then there will be no force in all the earth great enough to delay the worm." Again the harrow gave his humorless laugh, but no one heeded him. "All right," Linden repeated. "A handful of days." But she was no longer looking at Infelice. Her attention had veered away. "That isn't much." Stave or the Humboldt may have had further questions for the Elohim. Like Linden herself, the Harukai did not forgive. There were many things of which they could have accused Infelice, and Martyr may have wished to protest the implied fate of the Ranahin. Linden would have let them say whatever they wanted. She was not speaking to them as she muttered, "I need to face this. I can't put it off any longer." She expected the harrow to offer her a bargain, an exchange. Paralysis or urgency was the only choice left to her, and Jeremiah needed her. "Do it," she told herself, "while you still can." But when Linden turned away from Infelice, the Raman and Lind joined her.
A moment later the main thrall stepped in front of her, compelling her to consider his blinded visage.
"Ringthane," he began gruffly. "Chosen. There is much here which transcends us. We are Raman, servants of the great Ranahin. For millennia we have been content to be who we are. We do not participate in the outcome of worlds. But there is one matter which I must speak." Linden stared at him. Her face felt too stiff with emotion to hold any expression. She may have looked as ungiving as Stave's kindred, but Martyr was her friend. He had lost his eyes, and with them some measure of his self-worth, in her aid. With an effort she said, "I'm listening." Carefully the main thrall said, "Since we are assured that it must be so, I grant that the harm of the first Ringthane's resurrection is vast and terrible. But it is done. It cannot be undone. And his need remains. It is present and immediate. To heal him now will not redeem that which is past, but may do much to relieve that which is to come." He was asking her to take a risk that she had already refused. For his sake, however, and for her other friends, she essayed an answer. "I can't really explain it. If you haven't been possessed, you don't know what it's like to have someone else messing around inside you, heart and soul. Just doing that to him would be bad enough. But this is worse. A broken mind isn't as simple as a cut or a compound fracture or an infection. Just one mistake." In the verge of wandering, she had tried to enter Annalee in order to ease his madness or his vulnerability, but she was grateful now that he had repulsed her. Her efforts would almost certainly have damaged him in some insidious fashion. She was neither wise nor unselfish enough to impose her wishes on him without transgressing his integrity. She had spent years learning that lesson.
"If I interfere now, it won't be any different than resurrecting him."
"I'll take away his ability to make his own choices, to save or damn himself. After what I've done, I owe him at least a little respect." "Linden," Lind murmured, not in protest but in chagrin and concern, "is it truly so wrong that you have restored a man whom you once loved? To some extent I grasp the peril of—" "You do not," Galt stated severely. "Had Linden Avery not roused the worm of the world's end, still would her deed be a desecration as vile as any fall and as fatal. In her own name, and for no purpose other than to ease her own heart, she has violated laws upon which the continuance of life depends. The result is an unraveling of necessity, of act and consequence." His tone was pitiless. Through him the Humboldt passed judgment. "In the end only evil can ensue. A woman who has committed such crimes will commit others. She must not be permitted to perform further atrocities." Clearly the Humboldt did not intend to let Linden intervene in Covenant's plight. The main thrall and his cords stiffened. Martyr twitched his garrote into his hands, but neither the Harukai nor the Ranahin moved. Therefore the Raman did not. "Nevertheless," Stave remarked without inflection, "you will not raise your hand against her. The unbeliever has instructed your forbearance. The Ranahen have declared their devoir against you, and I will not stand aside. No friend of the chosen will stand aside. Mayhap even the giants, who have named her giant friend, will abide by their allegiance. If you intend to impose your will upon the chosen, you must oppose all who have gathered here in her name, and you must defy the given command of the Earl-Lord, Thomas Covenant." Linden ignored the denunciation of the humbled. She did not listen to Stave's affirmation. She meant to confront the harrow. She had nowhere else to turn. She had already done everything else wrong. Lord Fowle's release had become inevitable. Nevertheless, one task remained to her. Did the harrow covet her staff and Covenant's ring? Let him. If he accepted her instruments of power, the result would not be what he appeared to expect. Before she could speak, however, Leon's murmur and a shift in the attention of the Raman caught her. Following their gaze, she saw the giants emerge from the enfolding night. Spectral in the brightness of the krill, Rime Coldspray and her comrades strode into the vale, bringing Annalee with them. Annalee, at least, seemed to be at peace. Linden saw at a glance that his protective madness remained. He was swaddled in incoherence, but he had found, or had been led to, a place of rest amid his private turmoil. She could almost believe that he had been given a sense of purpose by his parents, an insight into the needs which compelled his fractured striving. When your deeds have come to doom, as they must, remember that he is the hope of the land. Apparently Sunder and Hallian imagined that their son still had a vital role to play despite the awakening of the worm. In contrast, the emanations of the giants spoke of gritted teeth and grim resolve. The manner in which they advanced upon Linden and her companions, and the darkness of their scowling, announced that they knew what had transpired here. Drawing them away, the shade of grim and Hanenskrave must have explained what their absence had permitted or prevented. Perhaps Hanenskrave had told the Sword Mainir why the dead had sought to ensure that the living did not participate in or disrupt Linden's choices. Apparently, however, the former master of Starfare's gem had revealed other things as well. The giants spared a moment of sorrow for Covenant's unconsciousness. They acknowledged Linden with ambivalent nods and grimaces, as if they had not made up their minds about her. They glowered ominously at the harrow and the humbled. But they did not pause for Stave or the Raman or Leand. Instead, they strode toward Infelice with demands in their eyes and anger in their stalwart arms. Hardly aware of what she did, Linden turned to learn what impelled the giants. As they confronted Infelice, her expression became imperious. Bitterly she drifted into the air until her face was level with the combative glaring of the Sword Mainir. Her lambent form demanded an obeisance which the giants did not deign to grant.
"In a distant age," Rime Coldspray said at once, "our ancestors were misled to accept a false bargain with the Elohim. That the bargain was false in all sooth has been made plain to us, and it has now been betrayed through no deed of ours. We require restitution." A bargain? Linden wondered. What bargain? Infelice lifted her chin haughtily. "And do you conceive that restitution is mine to grant?" "How could it be otherwise?" retorted the Iron Hand. "The bargain was made at your behest. The falseness is yours. With oblique misstatement and bland prevarication, you offered a true benefit to obtain a vile payment which no giant who has ever lived would have proffered knowingly. Now you have claimed payment for that gift purchased with lies, and the guerdon has been withdrawn. Therefore our payment must be returned to us." Dimly Linden remembered hearing the giants of the Search mention a bargain 10 years ago in her life, but something had reminded her of it recently. The eyes of the Elohim flared like faceted fires. "You reason falsely, giant. I concede that our bargain has been betrayed through no deed of yours. Indeed, I concede that your witless ancestors concealed from themselves the truth of their own profligate unwisdom. But we did not impose their misapprehension. We merely permitted it. Nor have we condoned the betrayal of our bargain. That the mayor's son sees fit to serve mad Castanessen does not occur by our choice or with our consent. For both Castanessen's malice and Esmer's treachery we are blameless." Yes, Linden nodded to herself. Esmer, that was it. "Nevertheless," Cold Spray insisted, "you have dealt falsely with giants. The burden of restitution is yours." "That is illusion," countered Infelice. "Of a certainty, I am able to restore your gift of tongues, a gift which the mayor's son will revoke once more when I have fled, as I must. But I cannot release the Gaius, which grips the kinship whom you name Longwrath." Linden winced when she heard that name, and Leand caught his breath, but Infelice did not pause. "Such restitution," she sneered the word, "is not mine to grant. The bargain which you name false was freely made, without coercion or constraint. In return for your gift of tongues, we sought the life of one then unborn giant at a time and in a circumstance of our choosing. If we did not say as much in language unmistakable to giants, the fault lies in you. Whether by misapprehension or by self-delusion, the word of your kind was given. That deed is done. The Gaius, which we required, was set in motion then to seek its fulfillment now. It cannot be released, other than by the unmaking of its origin. We will not alter our past. Doing so will hasten the destruction of the Arch, and while we live, we will cling to life." "Yet it was a dishonest bargain, Elohim," protested Frostheart Grubern. "Do you equate the granting of a tale with the surrender of a life?" "A tale is a life," Infelice stated. "Nonetheless," Grubern continued, "you concealed from our ancestors that you craved a weapon potent to procure Linden giant friend's death. Had they known that you wished to claim the life of any giant for any purpose, they would have turned their backs and departed in repugnance." Infelice snorted her disdain. "There was no dishonesty. Our purposes are our own. We do not choose to reveal them. I acknowledge that your ancestors altogether misunderstood us. Still they accepted our bargain. If you find wrong in this, find it in your own kind, whose desire to comprehend the many tongues of the earth outweighed their desire to comprehend the Elohim. We cannot be held accountable for their willingness to bind their descendants to a bargain which you now execrate." God, Linden thought in one surprise. The Elohim had planned for this, all those millennia ago. Longwrath's madness was not earth-sight. It was manipulation. It was for this, to avert this present moment. By misleading his ancestors, the Elohim had acquired the power to compel him against her, hoping that he would slay her before she entered Andalane with her staff and Covenant's ring. "That's unconscionable," she found herself saying, although she had not intended to speak. "Lord Fowl would be proud of you. If you wanted me dead, you could have killed me yourselves. You've had plenty of chances. Tricking other people into doing your dirty work isn't just short-sighted, it's suicidal. You could have had allies. Now all you've got are people who won't be sorry to see you die first. Are we not equal to all things? We are the Elohim, the heart of the earth. We stand at the center of all that lives and moves and is. No other being or need may judge us." That, Esmer himself had proclaimed, that arrogance, that self-absorption, is shadow enough to darken the heart of any being. "Well said, my lady." The hero clapped his hands loudly. "I begin to believe that there is hope for the earth, when every stratagem but mine has failed." The entire company ignored him. "You denounce yourself, Linden Avery," Galt asserted flatly. "The false dealings of the Elohim are yours as well." Linden accepted the charge. She, too, was guilty of self-absorption. Yes, and perhaps even of arrogance. "I need you to doubt me." She had no other excuse for her actions. No excuse except her yearning for Thomas Covenant and her compulsory love for Jeremiah. But Rhyme Coldspray and then the rest of the giants turned away from Infelice. Perhaps they had not truly expected to win any form of concession. Moving to stand among the Ronahan and the humbled, they towered against the night sky, the lost stars, and the fathomless dark. "It may be, Harukai," the Iron Hand replied to Galt, "that your certainty is apt. Yet Gremund Honensgrave, whose valour and sacrifice were known to your ancestors, has assured us that the dead do not pronounce judgment so readily. Mayhap Cale and others of your forefathers would have endeavoured to sway you, had you consented to heed them." "With honoured Honensgrave we have spoken of many things." Her tone was as hard as the stone of her glaive. "Not neglecting the worm of the world's end. He described the necessity of freedom in terms too eloquent to be ignored. He did not call us away from Linden giant friend's side so that we would be deprived of our own freedom of response, but rather so that we would not be provoked by events to determine our response in haste. And he said much concerning all that the giants of the Search learned of Thomas Covenant and Linden Avery." Linden listened almost involuntarily. She meant to turn her attention to the harrow, but her new understanding of Longrath's plight clung to her like Honensgrave's death in possession and defiance. At Linden's side, Leon's eyes shone as though he had already guessed what the Iron Hand would reveal. "That they are mortal," the leader of the Swordmaneer went on, "and thus driven to error cannot be denied. But the same must be said of giants and Harukai, and now also of Elohim. And Honensgrave reminded us of the first's deep love, and of Pitchwife's, and of his own, which both Thomas Covenant and Linden Avery earned by their courage and resolve, by their given friendship, and by their final refusal to honour the dictates of despair. If we doubt Linden Giant Friend, he acknowledged, we have just cause. But he also avowed that we have just cause to rely upon the lessons of past millennia, lessons of lealty and trust. Indeed, he assured us that his own dreads are preeminently for her rather than of her. Remain uncertain, as do the dead, he urged us, and abide by the leanings of your hearts. Harukai, our hearts incline to Linden Avery, and also to Thomas Covenant. The peril of his incarnation is plain, as is that of her obduracy and might. He has suffered great harm, and the darkness within her is vivid to all who gaze upon her. Yet he remains a man who has risen to the salvation of the land, and she has repeatedly demonstrated her capacity for unforeseen healings. If you are compelled to pass judgment, the Iron Hand concluded as if she were closing her fist, do so among yourselves. We will not hear you. In spite of our uncertainty, we have elected to keep faith with our own past and with hers. Short days ago, Cold Spray had declared, "After our children, tales are our greatest treasures, but there can be no story without hazard and daring, fortitude and uncertainty. And joy is in the ears that hear, not in the mouth that speaks." Galt held the Iron Hand's gaze without blinking. Clyme and Bronnell did the same. However, they shared their thoughts in silence rather than aloud. To that extent, at least, they respected the attitude of the giants. Only Stave heard his kindred, and he said nothing. "Do you know?" Linden tried to ask, but her throat closed as if she were still capable of weeping. Dismay filled her mouth like ashes or sand, and she had to swallow hard before she could find her voice. "Do you know what happened to Annalie? Did Honensgrave—" Oh, God, Honensgrave, who had deliberately accepted a raver so that Lord Fowle's servant could be torn apart, say anything about him? Cold Spray shook her head, and her manner softened. "Of the old man we know only what your eyes have beheld. We see that he has found a solace among his dead, but his state does not affect the heading of our choices. For that reason, I deem Honensgrave did not speak of him." "I suppose you're right," Linden murmured as if to herself. "His freedom is as necessary as anyone else's. If we knew what was going on inside him, we might interfere somehow." Struggling against the giant's effect on her, she prepared herself to turn toward the harrow again. "You have companions, Chosen." She had an abundance of friends. The Swordmaneer had made that obvious, "who have not faltered in your service." Only the humbled and infelice wished to oppose her. But that changed nothing. She had set in motion the end of the world. She could not alter it. There was only one thing left for her to do. Surely she should retrieve her staff and Covenant's ring? They remained on the grass, discarded as if they had betrayed her. They would have no value to her unless she claimed them again. Perhaps, she thought, she should try to claim Loric's krill as well. Its brightness defended Andalaine, but now Andalaine was doomed. Loric's dagger may have been the highest achievement of the old lords, and it could not save the hills. Nevertheless, it might continue to draw power from Joan's wedding band when Covenant's was gone. It might save Linden herself, or Jeremiah. Briefly. That was all she asked. She had gone too far and done too much harm to expect anything more. Yet she hesitated without knowing why. The staff of law belonged to her. In some sense Covenant had left his ring to her, but she had no claim on the krill, no right to it. She wanted to ask the Harrow, "Do you still believe that Infelice will stop you from taking me to Jeremiah, even now?" But this decision was hers to make. It did not belong to either the Elohim or the Insequent. Before she could make her last remaining choice, however, Main-Thrall Martyr abruptly jerked up his head. "Aliantha!" he barked, as if he were astonished or ashamed that he had not thought of this earlier. "Cords! Find Aliantha!" Papa and Pani exchanged a baffled glance. In confusion, Pani looked quickly at Linden. But they were Ramen. They obeyed their main-thrall at once. Dodging between the Ranahin, they sprinted up the slopes of the hollow until they passed beyond the reach of the krill's argents. "Main-thrall?" asked Stave. Perplexed, Cold Spray, Grubern, and their comrades frowned at Martyr. "The first ring thing must have healing," he replied harshly. "There is much here that lies beyond my comprehension, aye, beyond even my desire for comprehension. Yet it is plain to me, though I have no sight, that some portion of his suffering is mere human frailty. He has been given flesh which is too weak and flawed to contain his spirit. No balm known to the Raman will ease the ardor and constriction of his reborn pain. But Aliantha will supply the most urgent needs of his flesh. Mayhap it will grant him the strength to awaken, and perhaps to speak." Stave nodded, and some of the grimness lifted from the faces of the giants. "Main-thrall," Linden exclaimed gladly, "the sight which you do not possess surpasses mine, which is whole. Aliantha, indeed. Why was this not our first thought rather than our last?" "Because," Linden answered to herself mordantly, "you were distracted, as she had been. Like her companions, she had concentrated on other forms of healing. Now she felt that she would never be able to meet Covenant's gaze again. She could hardly bear to look into the faces of her friends, whom she had misled and misused. She meant to leave them all behind. She did not want to expose them to the hazards of the Harrow's dark intentions. Covenant had professed his faith in her. She's the only one who can do this. Linden would have found his sick and shattered condition easier to endure if he had spurned her utterly. The idea that he still trusted her felt like a cruel joke. Among Andalaine's wealth of gifts, the courts did not have to search far for treasure-berries. Pani had already re-entered the vale with a handful of the viridian fruit, and as she hastened fluidly down the slope, Bappa caught the light at the rim of the hollow. At the same time, Martyr walked around the Ranahin and the giants and the krill to approach Covenant. Kneeling, the main-thrall gently, kindly eased the unbeliever around onto his back. Then Martyr seated himself cross-legged at Covenant's head and lifted it onto the support of his shins. Linden could not watch. Deliberately she turned away from the group around Covenant as she stooped to grasp the carved black wood of her staff. For an instant she feared that she had burned away its readiness for earth power and law. At once, however, she found that the staff was whole, unharmed. Its strict warmth steadied her hand as she picked up Covenant's ring, looped its chain over her head, and let the white gold dangle against her sternum. "Now," she commanded herself. "Do it now." Nevertheless, she hesitated, gripped by a pang like a premonition of loss. Her own intentions frightened her. Even more than her staff, Covenant's wedding band symbolized the meaning of her life. When she surrendered such things, she would have nothing left. Nothing apart from Jeremiah. His need compelled her. If she kept nothing for herself except her son, she would find a way to be content. Clutching the staff until her knuckles ached, she crossed lush grass to bargain with the harrow. As ornately clad as a courtier, the insequent sat his huge destrier a dozen or more paces away from everyone else. As Linden approached, the beast rolled its eyes in terror or fury. The muscles of its flanks quivered, yet it stood stiffly under the harrow's steady hand. The bottomless gulfs of his eyes regarded her hungrily, but did not attempt to draw her into their depths. A smile like a smug obscenity twisted his mouth. In order to face him, she had to remind herself grimly that his power was like his apparel, acquired rather than innate. Behind his condescension and his greed and his complex magics, he was a more ordinary man than Linden of Mid-Hill Stonedown, who had inherited the ancient birthright of his people. If Linden could have closed her senses to the company behind her, she would have done so, but her nerves were still too raw, too exposed. Involuntarily she felt the Ronahan move until they formed a wide circle around Covenant and Martyr and the Cords, Linden, and the Humbled. There the star-browed horses stood as if to bear witness, and among the Ronahan the giants assembled. Even the attention of the Elohim was fixed on Covenant rather than on Linden and the harrow. Only Stave walked away from the main thrall's efforts to care for the first ring thane. Alone, the outcast Harukai came to stand with Linden. She did not want to follow what Martyr was doing. She did not. In spite of her efforts to seal her senses, however, she felt his tension and concern as he accepted a treasure berry from Pani and broke it open with his teeth to remove the seed. He could not know what would happen when he fed Aliantha to Covenant. He could only remain true to himself and put his trust in the land's largesse. Carefully he parted Covenant's lips to accept the fruit. Then he began to stroke Covenant's throat, encouraging the unconscious man to swallow. Linden glared into the harrow's eyes as if she were impervious to his assumed superiority. Hoarsely she rasped, "You said that you can take me to my son." "There is a service which I am able to perform for you, and which you will not obtain from any other living being." "Indeed." The insequent's voice was deep and fertile, ripe with avarice. He met her gaze like a man who yearned to devour her. "My knowledge encompasses both his hiding place and the means by which he has remained hidden, and I am able to move at will from one place to another in this time, as the foolish Mardout has informed you." For moments that felt long to Linden's unwilling nerves, Covenant did not respond to the Aliantha on his tongue. But Martyr was patient, and even if Covenant did not swallow, his mouth itself would absorb some of the berry's virtue. "The worm of the world's end is coming," she replied to the harrow, speaking as distinctly as the quaver in her heart allowed. "There's nothing you can do about it. Does that make you rethink anything? Anything at all? Do you still want what I have?" Did he still covet the responsibility implied by the staff of law and Covenant's ring? Suspense gathered around Covenant and the main thrall. The giants and the Humbled, the Cords and Linden, and even the Ronahan studied the fallen Time Warden for some sign that the fruit's rich juice, or Martyr's ministrations, might unclose his throat. Linden felt the collective sigh of the sword Maynir as Covenant swallowed reflexively. The main thrall bowed his head over Covenant for a moment. Then he readied another treasure-berry. "I do, lady," answered the harrow avidly, "and I am not as ignorant of the worm as Infelice chooses to imagine. The earth's ruin did not transpire as she asserts that it must. With the powers that you will enable me to wield, and by means which the Elohim fear to contemplate, I will demonstrate that no doom is inevitable, apart from the destruction which falls upon those who dare to oppose me." "All right." Linden took a moment to confirm that she was sure. But the possibility that Covenant might awaken did not affect her decision. She needed to take one more absolute risk. Nothing less would serve her now. and she knew the cost of trying to escape her burdens. "If you're that arrogant, or that blind, or that clever, tell me what you'll offer in exchange." Without visible transition, Infelice stood in the air near Linden and the harrow, floating so that she could face him directly with her gleaming indignation, or so that she could fling her distress down at Linden. An instant later the whole vale was transformed as a host of wraiths came streaming into the hollow from every direction. Warmly they lit the dark. In spite of herself, Linden turned her head, expecting to see scores or hundreds of dancing eldritch candle flames rush toward her, as if they had been summoned by the possibility of conflict between the Elohim and the insequent. But they did not appear to be aware of her, or of Infelice and the harrow. Instead, they gathered around Martyr and Covenant. Infelice demanded Linden's attention. "Linden Avery," she protested in anguish and ire. "Wild Wielder, you must not. Does the harm of this night fail to content you? The insequent speaks of forces which he cannot comprehend. He will hasten the reaving of the Elohim and accomplish no worthy purpose. He will merely gain for himself a scant false glory while the world falls." Stave ignored the Elohim. He did not glance at the wraiths or Covenant. As if Infelice had not spoken, he said inflexibly, "Be wary, Chosen. I mislike the word of this insequent, and the exchange which you contemplate is unequal in his favor. It may be greatly so. With wild magic and law, perhaps wielded through High Lord Loric's krill, he will acquire an imponderable might, and you will receive only your son. He may prove powerless against the worm, and still wreak untold havoc ere the end, leaving naught but despair to those who briefly retain their lives." Linden hardly heard either of them. Held by surprise at the return of the wraiths, she watched them bob and flicker over Covenant's unconsciousness. The precise yellow and orange of their fires countered the inhuman silver of the krill. Chiming like the highest bells of a distant carillon, nameless and ineffable, they alit in throngs on his arms and legs, his torso, his face, and each touch was an infusion of their arcane vitality. Together they wove health through him, repairing his overburdened flesh. In spite of their generosity, Linden discerned no indication that the wraiths would or could affect the fissuring of his mind, nor did they relieve his leprosy. It was inherent to him. It may have been necessary. Nevertheless, they swarmed to expend themselves so that his body would be able to bear the strain of his incalculable spirit. When each wraith had given its gift, its answer to the animosity between the Elohim and the insequent, it danced away so that its place could be taken by another small flame. Reassured, Linden faced Infelice and the harrow again. Fervently she replied to both Stave and the Elohim. "I'm not worried about that. If he's wrong, if he can't stop the worm, he'll die like the rest of us. But he may not be wrong. He didn't work so long and hard for this, just so that he can enjoy a few days of empty superiority. And I am going to free my son. I can't do anything else, but I can try to do that. I'm going to stop his suffering. I'm going to hold him in my arms at least one more time before the worm gets us. If he and I have to die, his last memory is going to be that I love him." For the span of several heartbeats, Stave considered Linden. When he was confident of what he saw with his single eye, he said simply, "Then I am content." "I am not," shouted Infelice, a raw blare of passion that reminded Linden of Esmer's eerie power. "Wild Wielder, you have become desecration incarnate. Your folly is too vast to be called by any other name. Do you not grasp that the harrow intends a fate far more malign than mere extinction for the Elohim?" Before she could continue, the harrow laughed contemptuously. "You are mistaken, Elohim, as is your wont. When I have gained that which I crave, you and your kind will be spared, left free to nurture your circuitry in any form that pleases you. I will either fail or succeed." "If I fail, your plight remains unaltered. If I succeed, you will be restored to your rightful place in the life of the earth. Therefore silence your plaint. It is naught but pettiness and self-pity. Do you conceive? countered Infelice, that your word has worth in such matters. It does not. This is some elaborate chicane to gain your desires. You are mortal, Insequent. Your human mind cannot contain the scale of your doomed intent. Linden braced herself to tell Infelice and the Harrow to shut up. She had had enough of their antagonism. It shed no light on the darkness of her decisions. But before she could demand their silence, she heard Covenant. The wraiths had revived him. Still lying with his head propped on Martyr's shins, he spoke softly, a mere wisp of sound in the fretted night. Nevertheless, his voice carried as though he had the authority to command the very air of the Vale. "Do any of you have a better idea?" Linden wheeled toward him as if he had reached out and snatched at her arm, as if she had no choice. The gathering around him had parted. She could see him clearly. He had not risen from the grass into the light of the grill, but wraiths still danced about him, a penumbra of gentle fires. In spite of the distance between them, Linden saw him with frightening clarity. The pallor of his features displayed his weakness. Neither Aliantha nor the wraiths had relieved his fundamental flaws or his illness. He still resembled an invalid, too weak to stand, perhaps too weak to think. With her health sense, Linden could almost identify the fault lines along which the bedrock of his mind had cracked. Yet the galls of his face retained their compelling severity. He looked like a fallen prophet, brought low before he could proclaim the land's fate. Beneath the shock of his white hair, the scar on his forehead gleamed like an accusation. "See," it seemed to say, "this is my mortality, my pain. It's your doing." While Linden studied him, he turned his gaze on everyone around him, but none of them answered him. Even the humbled did not. Linden expected them to reiterate their denunciations of her, yet Bronnell, Galt, and Clyme said nothing. Covenant's authority held them in the same way that it ruled the atmosphere of the hollow. "In that case," he sounded sure in spite of his frailty, "I think we should do this Linden's way. She can make this kind of decision. The rest of us can't." After a moment he found the strength to add, "Moram would approve." At once Infelice fled like a whale from the hollow. She disappeared as though Covenant had banished her, as though her cause were lost without the Time Warden's support. In the wake of her departure, the Harrow's air of smug triumph made Linden wish that she could strike him down. 3. Bargaining with Fate. Hardly conscious of her own movements, Linden turned her back on the Harrow and hastened toward Covenant. With all of her senses, she examined her former lover. Was it possible that the wraiths had healed his creviced mind? That she had misinterpreted the effects of the eldritch flames? Had they made him whole? Did he even know what he was saying when he gave Linden his support? When he horrified Infelice so profoundly that the Elohim fled in despair? Unregarded, giants loomed in front of her. Then they stood behind her. She passed among Ronahan and Harukai without noticing them. Linden and the cords hovered around Covenant. Martyr supported the unbeliever's head, but she did not look at them. All of her attention was fixed on Thomas Covenant. For the moment, at least, she had forgotten dismay and shame. Braced by the main thrall, Covenant now sat more upright, leaning against Martyr's chest. He seemed unaware of Linden's approach. He may have been unaware that he had spoken. The scar on his forehead was turned away. While she held her breath and bit her lip, he concentrated on accepting treasure berries one at a time from Pani's hands or from Bapa's. In spite of his evident hunger, he ate with slow care. The seeds he gave to Linden, who scattered them gladly around the Vale. Peering into Covenant as intimately as she could without violating his spirit, Linden confirmed that the wraiths had not mended the faults which fractured his thoughts, nor had they ameliorated his leprosy. They could not. Kevin's dirt hindered them in spite of the power that they drew from Loric's dagger. They had only repaired the physical violence of his return to life. They had not restored the man he had once been. Linden had forced him too far beyond the bounds of law. Now he appeared to exist outside any mundane definition of health. The profuse miracles of Andalane and the land could nurture his flesh, but could not draw him back into the ambit of simple humanity. Seeing him like this, alert and damned, and growing stronger in ways that would only enable him to endure more pain, Linden wanted to weep again. But she did not. Perhaps she could not. The consequences of her rage and folly and hope had left her sickened. Within herself she resembled a wasteland. She was only peripherally aware that the wraiths had begun to drift away, chiming a lucent and inconsolable lament as they bobbed out of the hollow. Apparently they had done what they could. Now they went elsewhere as though they did not wish to witness what came next. At the same time the Ronahan turned aside. Alert and sure, they separated themselves from the company heading south. Linden hardly noticed their departure. Covenant, she tried to say, but she had no words for what she needed from him. They had been burned out of her by her own extravagance. Perhaps she could have suffered the awakening of the worm if she had succeeded at reincarnating him as she remembered him. But her flagrant display of power had achieved something worse than failure. No mere expression of regret would exculpate her. Nevertheless, her distress caught the attention of her friends. Martyr lifted his head. Pawnee looked up at Linden. Hope flared suddenly in the young Cord's eyes and then faded, extinguished by what she saw. Bappa regarded Linden like a man who had lost faith and now sought to regain it. The humbled appeared to ignore her. Annalee had stretched out on the thick grass near Covenant's feet. There he slept with one hand covering his mouth, like a man who feared that he might babble in his dreams. But the giants turned toward Linden expectantly. Leand hesitated for only an instant. Then he moved to stand in front of Linden. The black augury of his eyebrows emphasized the questions thronging in his kind eyes. Yet he reached out and clasped her shoulders gently, as if he meant to reassure her. "Linden," he began in a tone of deliberate calm, "it is too much. Too much has transpired. Of these events too many lie beyond my comprehension. We have been informed that the last crisis of the earth now approaches, yet such avowals appear empty of meaning before the wonder and terror which you have wrought. Other needs press upon you. It is my intent to respect them, as I have respected you from the first, and will continue to the last. This, however, I must ask. I perceive that your understanding of what has occurred exceeds that of any Stone-Downer or Raman. In one form it surpasses even that of the masters, whose memories span millennia. In another, it outruns the wide learning of these giants, though they have journeyed distances and met perils inconceivable to me. Nonetheless, I ask this of you. Was it not impossible for you to have foreseen the outcome of your deeds here? Do you not share with each and all of your companions, masters and giants and Raman alike, an inability to scry the future? And if you have no gift of prescience, are you not by that lack rendered blameless? Upon the rocks in Solva Gildenborn, when we were beset by the scourge, I hazarded our lives by wielding both oar-crest and the staff of law in an attempt to summon rain, an attempt which exceeded every gift of knowledge and skill and strength within me. That we evaded Castanessen's snare is no tribute to my foresight. I was merely foolish and desperate. Yet my folly was transformed to hope, not by any deed of mine, but through the aid of the demon-dim spawn, and with your own far greater might. Linden, my friend—" Briefly Leand faltered, overcome by compassion. Then he regained a measure of dignity. "May the same not be said of you? Can any being or power aver with certainty that your folly will not be transformed to hope by the succor of some lore or theurgy?" He referred to Covenant with a glance, "which we cannot foresee?" Linden shook her head. She heard his sincerity. She felt it in the grasp of his hands. Still, she rejected it. She had been given too many warnings. The horse-right visions of the Ronahan may have been difficult to interpret.
The images with which Lord Fowl had afflicted her during her translation to the land were not.
"Not this time," she replied roughly. "I could have known. I just couldn't let anything stop me." Under Melanchurion Skyweir she had learned that she was nothing without covenant. Her need to rescue Jeremiah demanded more of her than she contained, and she did not forgive. Her response hurt Linden. It may have pained the Raman and the sword Mainir, or vindicated the humbled, but covenant distracted them before anyone could protest. Unsteadily he pulled away from Martyr, struggled to his feet. Frowning, he considered everyone around him. When he looked at Linden, however, she discerned that his gaze did not entirely focus on her. Instead, he gave the impression that he saw someone else in her place, another version of herself, perhaps, or a different woman altogether.
"Think of the Creator and the Despiser as brothers," he remarked in an abstract tone, "or doppelgangers of each other. That isn't really true. The concepts are too big for words, but it's a way to try to understand. It's at least as true as saying the stars are the Creator's children, or the arch of time is like a rainbow. You could say creation and despite are the same thing, but they take such radically different forms they might as well be mysteries to each other. It's all a paradox. It has to be." In another, more consecutive state of mind, he might have said, "There is hope in contradiction."
"Covenant?"
Linden asked, as though his name had been wrung from her against her will. Surging upright, the main thrall inquired like an echo, "Ring Thane?" Covenant did not respond. He may not have heard them. Instead, he turned to Linden. "I like your Orcrest analogy." He spoke as if he were continuing a casual conversation that he and the Stone-Downer had begun earlier. "It doesn't really apply. You didn't risk anybody except yourself. Trying to bring rain didn't make the danger you were already in worse. Earth power and law can't stop the scourge. Not while Kevin's dirt is still there. But you're still right. There are always surprises, and sometimes they help." Around him the giants shuffled their feet. They had heard too many tales about the unbeliever, the Earl-Lord, and none of those stories matched the man who now occupied Covenant's body. Linden tried again.
"Covenant? Where are you? In your mind? What are you remembering?"
"Linden?"
He cocked an eyebrow at her, as if he were startled to find her near him, as if he had expected her to flee like Infelice. Still his manner remained abstract, almost nonchalant.
"Do you remember Diasomer Menenderain?"
"No." Her reaction was far more personal than his. "I mean, yes. I've only heard the name. Sundra told us about her, when he had led a Covenant and her away from Mithill Stonedown into the ravages of the Sunbane millennia ago. The Reed of the Clave mentioned her."
Covenant nodded. "That's right. It's almost true." As if he were quoting lines which he had heard only moments ago, he recited, "Diasomer Menenderain, the mate of might and master's wife, all stars and heaven's chatelaine, with power over realm and strife, attended well, the story tells, to age a wrath of the seven hells."
Linden remembered in spite of her confusion. "Oh, come, my love, and bed with me." Covenant had fallen into a private crevasse. Diasomer Menenderain had nothing to do with Linden, or with the dilemmas of her friends, or with the ending of the earth. That woman was only a myth promulgated by the Clave for Lord Fowl's malign reasons.
"Covenant, please," Linden begged. "Make sense. She had done this to him. We need you. I need you. Help us if you can." A shudder ran through him. Briefly he grimaced, as if she had twisted his heart. "I'm sorry." His hands made incomplete gestures like truncated supplications. "There are so many strands. I want to distinguish, but I don't know how." Then his air of abstraction claimed him again. "If creation and despite have some kind of relevance to eternity, if they're part of what eternity means somehow,
Other things may be relevant as well. One might be indifference, another might be love. They're all the same thing, but they're all different. Covenant! Linden could not blunt the edge of desperation in her voice. Please, we need you here. I think we should do this Linden's way. Had he been referring to her intention to meet the Harrow's demands? She can make this kind of decision. The rest of us can't. She had already done so much harm. Leon's earnest face added his appeal to hers. Distinctly, Rhyme Coldspray said, "Covenant giant friend," as if she hoped to remind him of who he was, "you redeemed the dead of the grieve from their long sorrow. Will you not now grant some boon or balm to our dolour and gall?" But Covenant was trapped in his memories. He gave no sign that he had heard the Iron Hand. "Old stories. I mean the really old stories like creation myths are always true. Not literally, of course. Words aren't good enough, and people always change the stories to suit themselves. But the stories are still true, like the Claves version of what the earth and time are for. For Diasomer Menenderain. None of this is her fault. She just can't forgive it." Acute with blandishments and spells, spoke Ageroth of the 7 hells. Linden found that she could not beseech him further. Helplessly she remembered she had never been able to break the grip of her past or of the lands. With Ageroth the lady ran. Diasomer, with fear and dread, fled from the master's ruling span. On earth she hides her trembling head, while all about her laughter wells from Ageroth of the 7 hells. She was, or is, or has always been, an aspect of eternity. Maybe she was love, the lover, and maybe she fell when the despiser did. That's possible. Despite isn't the opposite of love. That's indifference. Love has more in common with despite and creation than with indifference. "Forgive," she cries, with woe and pain. Her treacher's laughter hurts her sore. His blandishments have been my bane. I yearn my master to adore, for in her ears the spurning knells of Ageroth of the 7 hells. But being trapped in time is different for love than it is for despite. Covenant frowned again. "This is all just words." Then he resumed. "It outraged the despiser, but it made Diasomer Menenderain insane. The despiser tricked her, and the Creator can't free her without dismantling what he created. She's sort of like Joan in a way, if words made any sense. If Joan weren't so human and frail. Wrath is the master, fire and rage. Retribution fills his hands. Attacking comes he, sword and gage, 'gainst treachery in all the lands. Menenderain he treats with rue, no heaven home for broken trust, but children given to pursue all treachery to death and dust. Thus earth became a gallow fells, for Ageroth of the 7 hells. The despiser has to cause as much pain as he can while he tries to get free. It helps him fight off his own despair. Diasomer Menenderain feeds off anything that's still capable of love. She eats, but that's not all she does. She still hates. She had as much to do with making the mare wives as Castanessen's mortal lover did, and she's involved in Kevin's dirt somehow." Linden had lost her way. Covenant evoked a host of recollections and bafflements and lost affection. He seemed to have reached the point of what he was trying to say, but she could not guess what it might be. When he fell silent, gazing about him as though he had made everything clear, she asked the first question that she could find in her desiccated heart. "So why didn't I see that old man, the one who told me that there is also love in the world? Why didn't he warn me?" "You are indeed forsaken, by the dead as by the earth's creator. How could it be otherwise when all of your deeds conduce to ruin?
If he had accosted her, if she had caught so much as a glimpse of him, she would have known what his presence meant. She might have been able to save Jeremiah. Covenant's face tightened, drawing his features into lines like strictures. Suddenly, for no reason that she could imagine, he was present in front of her, alert in every sense. Sliding along a flaw or fissure, he had returned to Andalane and night and the brilliance of the krill. The harsh compassion in his voice was so familiar that it made her ache. Maybe he's given up. Maybe he knows there's nothing he can do. Forget him in this ecstasy. At once, several of the giants protested, prompted by their instinctive passion for life.
What, abandoned his creation?
The earth entire? But their incredulity bypassed Linden, leaving her hollow. Of course the Creator had turned his back. He had looked into her and seen what she was. Now he was done with her. She was done with him as well. He had failed her. Ignoring the giants and the chagrin among the Ramen, she tried by force of will to keep Covenant from slipping away again. "What about Jeremiah? You know everything that's happened since Lord Fowl killed you. Maybe you know everything that's ever happened. Lord Fowl touched him before I came here with you 10 years ago. According to Roger, the despiser owns him. He's belonged to Fowl for years." And the Modout had said, "Ageroth's mark was placed upon the boy when he was yet a small child." Is that true? Had Jeremiah invited the Croyle to possess him? Was there no hope for him at all? For a moment Covenant ducked his head as if Linden had shamed him, but he did not fall. When he looked at her again, his mouth was twisted with anger, and his eyes caught a combative gleam from the krill. "I did what I could," he said, as if the words were stones, heavy and undeniable, "without risking the arch. Maybe it was enough. If it wasn't, we'll make it enough. That boy doesn't deserve what's happened to him. Hellfire, Linden, he was practically a toddler. I refuse to believe he made choices then that can't be undone." Briefly Covenant glanced away, as if he were gazing into unfathomable distances. "There are things the despiser doesn't understand. He can't, no matter how clever he is. Like the Creator, like all of us, he has his blind side. Some things he just doesn't see." Then his attention returned to Linden so fiercely that she seemed to feel his hands holding the sides of her face, compelling her, although he had not stepped toward her or raised his arms. "Listen to me, Linden. None of the love you lavished on your son was wasted. That isn't even possible. Until we know more about what's happened to him, just trust yourself." Abruptly Stave spoke. In a peremptory tone, as though he had missed an opportunity and meant to recapture it, he asked, "Lord, is it conceivable that the Creator has forsaken the Chosen and the earth because he is no longer needed?" A wince of surprise or regret twisted one side of Covenant's mouth. "Ah, hell!" he sighed. "Why not? Anything is conceivable, at least until the worm gets enough to eat." "On that matter, giant friend," put in Rhyme Cold Spray before Stave could continue, "have we been given sooth? Is the time remaining to us measured in days rather than in hours?" Covenant nodded with a hint of his earlier abstraction. "Eric's right. Creating realities takes time. So does destroying them. I'm not part of the Arch anymore. I can't protect it, but that doesn't mean it's going to crumble while we stand here talking about it." Stave did not waver. "Lord," he insisted, "is it conceivable that the Creator's abandonment benefits his creation?" Covenant scowled at the outcast master. "Think that if you want. Hell, believe it if you can. It's as good as any other explanation. I can't imagine what the benefit might be, but maybe that's just one of my blind spots." Harshly he concluded, "Anything is better than giving up." With his lone eye and his impassive mien, Stave regarded Covenant as though the unbeliever had made his point for him. "It is ever thus." Obliquely, Linden remembered Martyr's advice before she and her friends had left the wreckage of the first Woodhelven. Attempts must be made, even when there can be no hope. The alternative is despair, and betimes some wonder is wrought to redeem us. Apparently, Stave shared the main thrall's conviction. There are always surprises, and sometimes they help. Linden still had one last attempt to make, and Stave would support her. The Raman would do the same, as would Lind. She was less sure of the giants, but she suspected that their love of children would sway them. As for the humbled, they would argue against her, of course, but Covenant had already commanded them to choose her. If she could, she meant to spare all of them the risk of her final gamble. "In that case," she said, pleading for Covenant's permission, for a confirmation of his approval, "I should go finish talking to the Harrow." She had more questions for Covenant, many more, but she lacked the courage to ask them. If she had simply allowed herself to think them in words, "Do you really believe that I'm still capable of something good, or do you still love me?" she might have fallen to her knees. Any answer at all, would have been more than she could bear. Before Covenant could respond, however, before she could turn away with or without his reassurance, Galt intervened. "Unbeliever, you must not permit this." His voice was a blade sharpened by uncharacteristic passion. "To rouse the worm was desecration. To go now in search of her son, trusting to the word of this insequent, is rank madness." Covenant's emanations were vivid to Linden's percipience. He stood on the verge of another drop. An abyss yawned at the feet of his mind. She held her breath, expecting him to fall, but something in Galt's tone, or in Covenant's own determination, kept him from stumbling over the edge. "It makes more sense than you think." His asperity dulled the edge of Galt's demand. "We aren't strong enough. I'm not all here. Kevin's dirt limits what she can do with her staff, and she doesn't really know how to use that ring. I wanted her to have it, but still, she isn't its rightful wielder. As matters stand, we don't have enough power." His half-hand displayed its emptiness. "Or the right kind of power. We can't stop the worm. While we're trying to figure out how to save the Earth, if that's even possible, we might as well do something useful." "Unbeliever," Galt protested. "Lord, Ring-Thing, you must hear me. Linden Avery's purpose is intolerable. She will surrender all hope and receive only her son, and that only if the word of this insequent is worthy of trust. We have learned an unwonted esteem from the Mardout, but the insequent, as a race, are as contemptuous and cruel as the Elohim. They serve only themselves. And when the Harrow has gained white gold and the Staff of Law, he will possess less efficacy against the worm than Linden Avery now holds, for he is the rightful wielder of neither. Surely there are other deeds within our strength which may serve to forestall the outcome of this desecration. You must not permit—" Covenant tried to hold. Linden saw that, but he failed. While she watched, he toppled into himself, slid down an inner slope. For reasons that no longer made sense, he waved her away, sending her toward the Harrow. Then he draped an arm over Galt's shoulders and turned the master in the opposite direction. "Listen," he said lightly, casually, as if he were gliding on oil. "Did I ever tell you how the Theomach replaced the Elohim who guarded the One Tree? I can't remember what we've talked about. The whole world is stories. Maybe I haven't told them all. They didn't call him the Guardian. He was the Appointed, the first Appointed. He used a different form every time somebody approached the tree. He used different names, but he always stood in the way, until the Theomach outdid him." In spite of his tone, Covenant's manner seemed disjointed, confused by falling, as he drew the three humbled with him. Yet somehow he contrived to insist, or the masters felt required to attend him. Indirectly he spared Linden the contention of the humbled as she forced herself to approach the Harrow. At once Stave and Lind took positions at her shoulders. Martyr instructed his courts to watch over Covenant with Galt, Clyme, and Bronnell. Then the main thrall followed her. After an instant of hesitation, the Iron Hand sent a few of her swordmen near to hear what Covenant might reveal to the humbled. With the rest of her comrades, Cold Spray joined Martyr. The Harrow waited where Linden had left him, as sure of himself as a plinth of marble. His chlamys hung at a jaunty angle from his shoulders. In the glow of the krill, the umber beads of his doublet looked strangely moist, as though they oozed damp theurgies. His trim beard jutted avidly. Tense with fright or ire, as if the beast knew what Linden's approach signified, the Harrow's destrier watched her askance. But he had trained his mount well. It stood its ground. "Lady," the insequent inclined his head with grave mockery, "on such a night I am tolerant of interruption. Yet the hour is late, and the time has come for my long labours to bear their intended fruit. There can be no more apt occasion for my triumph than Bonus Nimmeram in the rousing of the worm. The Elohim has fled, bearing her arrogance and self-woe to the distant reaches of the earth. We must now speak of your son." Linden remembered too well the deep sound of his voice, his fertile taunts. "There is a service which I am able to perform for you, and which you will not obtain from any other living being." She ached to defy his scorn. But she had created a crisis for herself and her friends and Thomas Covenant, for the entire living world, to which she had no answer except the most extreme sacrifice, and she had already made her decision. She recognized the danger, but she did not know. "That's right." She glared up at him as if she could still bargain with him as an equal in spite of her dismay. "My son, here's the problem. You want a lot, but you don't give anything. You claim that you know where he is. You claim that you can take me to him. But you haven't offered me even one reason to believe you. For all I know, this is just an elaborate charade. My God, Jeremiah is hidden from Esmer and the Elohim. As far as I know, Covenant can't locate him. How am I supposed to believe that you're the only one who knows where he is? How am I supposed to believe that you and no one else can help me get there?" "You mistake me, lady," the Harrow chuckled softly. "I did not avow that no other being is able to discern his covert, though it is certain that the Mare Sun and the Elohim cannot. Nor have I claimed that no other being is able to convey you thither. I merely state absolutely that no other being can both discern his hiding place and transport you to him." Before Linden could respond, Stave asked stiffly, "Other beings have knowledge of this covert? Name them, insequent." She expected the Harrow to refuse, but he did not. "The unnatural lore of the Erviles and Wainhim is capable of much," he replied. "However, I will not translate their tongue for your edification, nor will the Mare Sun, who fears them beyond measure. And he has deprived these giants of the gift which once enabled them to comprehend the speech of such creatures. Lady," he added with a hint of glee, "you have no path except to accept my aid in exchange for those instruments of power which I covet." "You're wrong," retorted Linden. "I can always refuse. In fact, that's my only sane path, since you still haven't given me a reason to believe you. Your whole attitude is inherently dishonest. Why should I just trust you?" He smirked through his whiskers. "And must I therefore trust you? Must I convey you to your son, in the fond hope that only then will you honor your own word? Lady, no. I have witnessed the extent of your folly. I will not assume that you are honorable merely because you wish me to do so." His argument stopped Linden. She could not imagine a way to counter it. If she had been in his place, would she have trusted a person who had violated the essence of law in order to drag Covenant out of his place in the arch of time? She wanted to believe that she would have found room in her heart for any parent who sought to save a child, that she would not have been as self-absorbed and uncaring as the Harrow. But she had already demonstrated that she was capable of defying every consequence in order to get what she wanted. She remained ready to take any risk for Jeremiah's sake, but she could not pretend that she was morally superior to the Harrow. His distrust was as valid as hers, as entirely justified. Esmer had once said, "That which appears evil need not have been so from the beginning, and need not remain so until the end."
She wanted to say the same about herself, but she knew that the harrow would only laugh. "Then think of something," she murmured weakly. "We're at an impasse. Find a way out." Surely she could not surrender Covenant's ring and her staff without some assurance. "Lady," he answered without hesitation, "that I speak sooth is confirmed by who and what I am. The word of any insequent is as precious as wealth. We do not speak falsehood. It demeans knowledge, which we revere. Condoning lies, I would cease to be who I am. I grant, however, that you do not know me. For you, my word cannot suffice. Therefore I will pledge my oath. You have cause to trust that such an oath will bind me. As I have previously forsworn my purpose against your mind and spirit and flesh, so will I swear now that I am certain of your son's covert, and that I am able to convey you to him. In exchange for your instruments of power, I will further avow that when I have effected your reunion with your child, I will return you wheresoever you desire. To reassure you, I once again adjure all of the insequent to heed me. If I do not abide by this second oath, as I have honored the first, I pray that the vengeance of my people upon me will be both cruel and prolonged." Linden did her best to meet the empty blackness of his gaze. "That's it?" Her voice was little more than a whisper of dried leaves gusting over barren ground. She had difficulty swallowing. "That's your oath?" The radiance of the krill lit every line of his face, but could not touch the depths of his eyes. "It is," he assented, "if we are in agreement." Mirth stirred beneath the surface of his tone. "Place into my hands the white gold ring and the staff of law, and I will abide by my vow precisely as I have pronounced it. Refuse, and I will be bound by no oath but that which the Mardout wrested from me at the cost of her mind and use and life." According to the Theomach, the insequent were seldom petty when their desires opposed those of the Elohim. Sighing, Linden reached up to pull the chain of Covenant's ring over her head. "Linden," murmured Leand anxiously, "this troubles me. In one matter I concur with the humbled. The harrow cannot equal the puissance which you have won from both your staff and the white ring. Is it not certain that the hope of the land, dim though it may be, will dwindle if his wishes are granted?" "Stone-downer," Martyr began gruffly. Leand refused to be interrupted. "And is it not certain also that the fell creature which you have named the Croyle retains possession of your son? How will you win his freedom if you wield neither earth power nor wild magic?" "Leand," said the main thrall more firmly, "desist. Every friend of the ring thane shares your apprehensions, yet this choice is hers, not ours, and there lives no parent among the Raman who would not choose as she does. Only the opposition of the Ranahin would suffice to deter us. And behold," he gestured around the veil, "they have departed. By this token is their faith in the ring thane confirmed." The absence of the horses did not concern Linden. They would return when they were called, or when they were needed. "She has followed her heart to our present straits," Martyr concluded. "If she does not continue to do so, all that she has hazarded and lost will come to naught." At the main thrall's command, Leand subsided, and Rhyme Coldspray nodded her approval. If Stave agreed with either Leand or Martyr, he did not say so. But he had sons among the masters, sons who had participated in casting him out of their mental communion. Nevertheless he had said of them, and of all the children of the Harukai, that they are born to strength, and it is their birthright to remain who they are. Had Covenant not told Linden long ago that Lord Fowl could not gain his ends through decisions like the one she made here? She held Covenant's wedding band in her left hand, as though she were testing the weight of her surrender. The fingers of her right gripped the staff as they had under Melancurion Skyweir, as if they were still cramped and sealed by pain and blood. Extending her arms toward the harrow cost her an effort so severe that she feared it might burst a vessel in her brain.
His grin stretched into a shape that resembled madness or murder as he reached out to accept the instruments he craved. A new voice stopped him, a voice that she had never heard before. Its pitch lay midway between the Theomach's light assurance and the harrow's ripe bass, and it lisped slightly, giving each word a foppish timbre. "For this I have come?" The harrow jerked up his head, already glaring in surprise and indignation. Snatching at their weapons, the giants and martyr whirled to face the newcomer. While Linden stared, Stave adjusted his protective posture at Linden's shoulder. She dropped her arms as though her burdens had become too heavy for her. Then she turned. Into the vale from the north rode a stranger. He was mounted on a mangy, shovel-headed horse so spavined that it should have been unable to support his improbable bulk. In spite of its gaunt ribs and sagging spine, however, the beast looked irascible enough to be a mule, and it bore its rider with an air of sideways malice, as if it had been waiting indefinitely for its chance to do him harm. But Linden spared only a glance for the horse. Its rider compelled her attention. Her first impression was one of grotesque corpulence, but then she saw that his apparent size was exaggerated by his apparel. He seemed to be clad entirely in ribbons, thousands of them in every conceivable hue and texture. Garish in the krill's light, they fluttered and streamed from his head, his limbs, his torso, as if they were constantly unwinding themselves without ever quite flying loose. Independent of the night's stillness and his own movements, they flapped in all directions, surrounding him like a penumbra of wind-tugged cloth, a personal effluvium of cerise and incarnadine and carbuncle, ecru and ivory, turquoise and viridian and azure, blue as deep as velvet, yellows ranging from the fulvous and the sulphuric to the palest gold. His hands were bare. They grappled with the reins of his mount as if he had never ridden before, and his face also was exposed, revealing eyes wide with perpetual astonishment, a nose like a luxuriant toadstool, and lips too plump for any explanation except gluttony. Wrapped in waving layers, several chins may have wobbled below his jaw, shaken by the lurching gait of his mount, but his garb muffled such details. A cacophony of ribbons and colors, he approached the group around Linden and the harrow until he was near enough to be struck down by one of the sword-menhir. Then he hauled his recalcitrant horse to a halt. "You!" spat the harrow in obvious recognition. "Was the Mardout's doom insufficient to warn away your folly? Do you covet the decline of your beloved flesh to carrion?" The newcomer ignored the harrow. Facing Linden past Stave and two of the giants, he twirled his arms and ribbons, apparently bowing. "Lady," he announced in a tone like his fat, "by good chance I am timely arrived." His lisp detracted from his attempt at dignity. "There are matters which must be considered ere your bargain with the harrow is sealed." While she stared at him, he continued, "With your gracious consent, I will make myself known to you." Holding up one finger as if to test the direction of a breeze which she could not feel, or perhaps to warn the harrow against speaking, he said, "I am the ardent. As you have doubtless surmised, I am of the insequent. Indeed, I share some slight kinship with the harrow. Unlike him, however, I am an acolyte, if such as the insequent may be said to have acolytes, of the Mardout. I lack both her kindliness and her arduous knowledge of time. Also I lay no claim to her manifest valor, yet I esteem her example highly. So great is my esteem, indeed, that I follow her as I would a guide, though even the most casual glance at my person will discern that I require no guidance." His otiose self-confidence made him sound ludicrous. "That, at least," grumbled the harrow, "is a form of sooth. Prepare a feast within 100 leagues of the ardent, and you will find him at table ere the first course is presented." In response, the ardent waggled his finger, now clearly cautioning the harrow to silence, and clearly expecting the harrow to comply. "Lady," he added, "you may regard me as a friend." Each word was a dollop of cream. "Doubtless there are those who deem that the insequent know nothing of friendship, and doubtless they have cause for their conviction. You, however, will think otherwise. You have known the discretion and regard of the Theomach, he whom the harrow seeks to displace as the greatest of our kind.
Also, you have been served as both friend and ally by the Maraud. You will grant me leave to demonstrate that my nature is as benignant as hers, though her wisdom and fortitude elude me." Leland put his hand on Linden's arm, but did not ask for her attention. Rather, he seemed to touch her to remind himself that he and she, at least, remained solid, that they had not wandered inadvertently into the illimitable possibilities of dreams. "Here is a wonder indeed," exclaimed Rhyme Coldspray softly. "Had we any prospect of continued life, we would hear such tales gladly wheresoever we sailed, aye, and count ourselves fortunate to do so." "Enough!" demanded the Harrow darkly. "Name your desires and depart, fatuous one. You cannot be madman enough to intend interference. Therefore your presence serves no purpose, and your words waste the hearing of them." The Ardent did not deign to reply. Instead he flapped his upraised hand, and at once a long streamer extended itself from his habiliments toward the Harrow. The riband had a Nivea's color as it fluttered away from the Ardent, but wafting it modulated to match the Harrow's dun and loam hues. Although it remained anchored among the rest of the Ardent's coverings, it lengthened quickly, and when it reached the Harrow it began to wind around his head, floating nearer and nearer until it looked like it would soon cover and seal his face, his eyes, or his mouth. Reflexively Linden held her breath. Was it possible? Could the Ardent suffocate the Harrow with a strip of cloth? They were both men, as human as she was. Only their arcane studies gave them theurgy. Leon's fingers dug into her arm. The giants watched open-mouthed, as if they were torn between amusement and alarm. For a moment the Harrow slapped at the riband furiously, but it evaded him, as elusive as a swarm of gnats. Abruptly he stopped swatting, dropped his hands to his doublet. His fingers began forming strange shapes on the ornaments of his garment. "Pah!" the Ardent snorted in plump disdain. "Rub not your beads at me. You deem yourself worthy to determine the fate of the earth. Very well. I will speak to you while the lady strives to gather her wits." Briefly his riband twisted itself into a shape that mocked the Harrow. Then it withdrew to resume swaddling its wearer. Assuming an air of lugubrious portent, the Ardent explained, "The Insequent are cognizant of your purpose. Also we perceive that the destruction of all things gathers against us. Indeed, some among us foretell that much depends upon the worth of your oath and the outcome of your desires, and many centuries of study have taught us that it is the nature of avarice to mislead. One who is driven by greed, as I acknowledge that I am, may speak sooth to disguise sooth. If you are permitted to do so, you may abide by your oath and yet betray the lady, for she cannot comprehend the omissions concealed within your words. Therefore I am come, bearing in my person the conjoined resolve of our kind. This in itself is of vast import, as I am. Heretofore no cause or exigency has lured the Insequent as a race from the solitary study and hunger which alone enables our multifarious accomplishments. Yet we crave life as life itself craves continuance, and the utter termination of every desire and appetite has now been made imminent. If the earth falls, no Insequent will remain to mourn its passing. For this reason, as we would for no lesser cause, we have set aside our solitude, that we may unite our intent in my person. I embody all that has made of our kind who we are. As sigil and emblem that I am the authorized emissary of the Insequent, I proffer this hint of my powers." Around his head ribbons twined and waved as if of their own volition, seeming to grow first longer and then shorter as they fluttered like the language of an obscure ritual. Limned in argents, they performed a florid masque. Then, before Linden, or the Harrow apparently, could guess what this display might mean, the Harrow's destrier vanished between his legs. Deprived of his mount, he fell heavily to the greensward, landed with an involuntary grunt and a bitter obscenity. The laughter of the giants stoked his anger as he sprang to his feet. Linden expected him to summon a counter-attack of some kind. Instead of striking out, however, he merely adjusted his doublet, restored his chlamys to its insouciant angle across his shoulders. Although his aura fumed hotly, he seemed to see something in the Ardent's magics that was invisible to Linden, something that compelled restraint. Smiling down at his fellow insequent, the ardent stated, "We will in no way intrude upon your bargain with the lady, or upon your purposes thereafter. Indeed, I am instructed to assist them. The long strictures of our kind we will honor. Nevertheless, I am come to impose this condition, that the lady herself must be the sole arbiter of the terms of your oath." For an instant the herald looked shocked. Then outrage darkened his features. He appeared to be mustering a curse as the ardent insisted. "She alone will determine what is encompassed by your oath and what is not, nor will we deem your oath fulfilled until she declares that she is content. Also," he proclaimed ostentatiously, "I will accompany you in the name of all those insequent whom you have invoked. Doubtless you contemplate some escape from your oath, which I will prevent. And it may chance that you will require my aid." Contradicting his florid manner, a haunted look darkened his gaze when he spoke of aid, but it was brief, gone almost as soon as Linden noticed it. She blinked at the two men as if she were dazed. Too much had happened. She could not think clearly. Abide by your oath and yet betray. How was it possible that the ardent's apprehensions made no sense to her? Her desire to redeem her son must have wider implications than she had realized, but she felt entirely unable to imagine what they were. Abruptly, Martyr growled, "Have done, insequent. The ring thane has friends enough. Your pretense of concern conveys naught. Speak plainly or desist. Name the betrayal contemplated by the herald, that we may gauge the worth of your intent." The ardent inclined his head to acknowledge Martyr. Unexpectedly grave, he replied, "Main thrall, I cannot. Think no ill of me when I observe that any effort to shape or guide the lady's deeds and choices will be seen, and seen rightly, as dire interference. My mission is to ensure the terms and fulfillment of the herald's oath, not to instruct the lady in their interpretation. Misliking the herald as I do, I would find no small joy in thwarting him. Have I not admitted that I, too, am prone to greed? But here I personify the united will of the insequent. Any deviation from that resolve will breach the sacred prohibition which enables the insequent to endure and prosper. Answering you, I will bring down my own destruction and accomplish only sorrow." Linden had heard such reasoning before. Both the Theomach and the Modout, in their distinct fashions, had presented similar arguments. When she understood that the ardent was trying to walk a path as straight and strict as theirs, that his ambiguities were necessary to the singular ethics of the insequent, she at last found her voice. Hardly knowing what she meant to say, she suggested unsteadily, "In that case, let's play fair. If the herald can't ride, you shouldn't sit there looking down on him." Or on her. The herald flashed her a glance that she could not read. The emptiness of his eyes swallowed the character of his reaction. The ardent surprised her again by emitting a loud guffaw. "Well said, lady. Doubtless you merit the Modout's regard, ill-considered though your many extravagances may appear to be. I am neither mightier nor less flawed than the herald. I have merely been elected to enact the will of the insequent." Laughing again, he sent out streamers of chartreuse and fuligen on all sides, bands interwoven with crimson and cerulean. They seemed to float independent of him, as though they might tug free at any moment. But he did not loose them, or they did not loose themselves. Instead, by some means that baffled Linden's senses, they caused his mount to disappear. Unlike the herald, however, he did not fall. Cradled in ribbons, he drifted gently to the grass, as if his bulk were as light as air. Delighted by his display, the giants laughed with him. Obviously pleased, the ardent gazed up at them with the open wonder of a child. Flapping his arms, he caused his apparel to unfurl and cavort in a glad gambol. Their momentary mirth did not touch Linden, but it gave her a chance to gather herself and think. While the herald ground his teeth, waiting in vexation for the laughter to subside, she tried to guess where the potential for betrayal might lie in his vow. Peripherally, she was aware of Covenant and his escort. Ignoring or avoiding her and the insequent, he had walked the humbled and their accompaniment of giants and Raman to the rim of the hollow.
There, however, he turned and began to move slowly back toward the dead stump and Lorik's krill. His manner still seemed disjointed, torn between understanding and bewilderment. He had not yet found his way back to the present. Grasping at illusions, Linden asked Stave quietly, "What are they talking about?" With a nod, she indicated Covenant and the Masters. "Has Covenant explained the Theomach, or the Insequent?" Stave could still hear the mental communion of the Harukai, although he had learned to close his own thoughts against them. In a low voice he answered, "The Earl-Lord does not speak of the Theomach. His offer to do so he appeared to forget when it had been uttered. He may have meant when it had accomplished its purpose by distracting the humbled. Rather, he rambles forward and back through the most ancient history of the Harukai, relating tales which none have forgotten. The giants appear gladdened to hear of unfamiliar events. Saying nothing, the Cords remain wary of the humbled." "Will they attack the Ardent?" asked Linden. "Galt and the others?" Long days ago they had assailed the Harrow without warning. "Not while the unbeliever holds their allegiance. They see no future for the land which does not rest with Thomas Covenant." Linden sighed to herself. She also saw no future, but that was not her concern. She had other needs to meet. Once again she faced the challenge of the Harrow. It is the nature of avarice to mislead. She could not guess what secret intentions might lie hidden beneath the surface of his oath. Nevertheless, she was sure of one question that he had not answered. "All right," she murmured when silence had fallen around her. Staring into the Harrow's blackness, she said, "I know what I've offered you. I know what you've sworn to do if I keep my end of the bargain. But I don't know why you still care. The worm of the world's end is coming." How had he known that she would rouse the worm? "What can you possibly gain with my staff and Covenant's ring?" He had conceived his desires before the silence of Covenant's spectre had provoked her determination to attempt Covenant's resurrection. "You aren't crazy enough to think they can protect you when the arch collapses, but you've avoided telling me what you think you can accomplish. You said that Infelice is wrong about the Earth's ruin. No doom is inevitable. I want you to explain what you're going to do once we've rescued Jeremiah." "I will not," the Harrow retorted at once. "The Ardent's assertions are specious. My purposes are my own. I will not speak of them to those whose aid I do not require." Before Linden could muster a response, the Ardent put in, "Doubtless you desire to say nothing of such matters. I must assure you, however, that you will not remain silent." He sounded supremely confident and secretly fearful. "You cannot be blind to the might with which I have been entrusted. The lady, and only the lady, will interpret the terms of your vow. That benison has been vouchsafed to her, in answer to your greed. You will satisfy her, or you will quell your hunger for her instruments of power." "If I do so," the Harrow protested hotly, "the earth entire must perish." "Perchance," admitted the Ardent. He seemed untroubled by the prospect. "Or perchance you are mistaken. My concern, and the forces which I am able to invoke, pertain chiefly to the lady's contentment in her dealings with you." "I will not," the Harrow tried to insist. The Ardent interrupted him. With a troubled smile, the beribboned Insequent asked, "Must I demonstrate the puissance invested in me?" Linden sensed a struggle between the two men, although no aspect of their contest was visible to ordinary sight. The Ardent continued smiling while the Harrow scowled. If they tested each other, they did so in a way that resembled the Modout's eerie battle with the Harrow. Linden half expected one or the other of them to flicker and fade. Behind her, Covenant had reached the krill. Now he walked around it, studying it as he talked softly to the humbled, the sword Maynir, the Cords. As ever, Linden could not discern the emotions of the Harukai, but she felt Bappa's growing bafflement, Pani's yearning to stand with Linden. The giants listened with perplexed attention, as if Covenant spoke a foreign tongue. Abruptly the Harrow shrugged. He betrayed no sign of strain as he shifted his attention from the Ardent to Linden. Without preamble he announced, "Infelice conceives that I crave your son's supernal gifts for my own use.
In this her sight is clear." In an instant everything changed for Linden. Shock, like a brush of flame, burned her skin from head to foot. Realities seemed to reel and veer. The bottom fell out of her heart into the harrow's eyes. Gasping for breath, she tried to cry out, "You bastard! You son of a bitch!" But she failed. "You want to use him, after everything that he's already suffered?" The Ardent beamed at her as though the outcome of his insistence pleased him. "Linden," protested Linden, "your son? Is this insequent as heartless as he names the Elohim?" "Oh, God!" With an effort, Linden forced herself to breathe, fought for steadiness. She had not yet surrendered her powers. She could still make choices. "She alone will determine what is encompassed by your oath and what is not." The Ardent had implied that he would prevent the Harrow from doing anything to Jeremiah without her consent. She could afford to hear the rest of the Harrow's self-justification. That thought or hope or blind wish enabled her to demand through her teeth, "Go on." "Yet Infelice is ignorant," the Harrow explained, "of the precise use which I desire. She imagines and dreads that my intent resembles the Vizard's. This is the eternal loss which she abhors. She deems that I desire a prison for the Elohim, and that I am witless enough to believe that the worm will withdraw from harm if it is deprived of its natural repast. But I am not such a fool. The Elohim are little more than earth power made sapient. If the worm cannot feed upon them, it will devour other sustenance until it attains the culmination of its hunger. In this it resembles any beast. To imprison the Elohim will gratify my pride. It will gain naught else. Lady," the Harrow hesitated briefly, glanced at the Ardent, then he shrugged again. "It is my intent to wield both law and wild magic in your son's service. With such forces at his command, he will possess might sufficient to devise a jail into which the worm must enter, and from which it will be unable to emerge. This you cannot accomplish in my stead. The reasons are many. I will cite two. First, you lack my knowledge of such theurgies. Regardless of your own desires and extremity, you do not comprehend the precise form of aid which your son will require. You cannot be guided by insights which you have not earned. Through your intervention, your son's failure will be assured. Second, he alone is not adequately lore-wise to fashion the jail I envision. He has not been granted centuries of study in which to perfect his gifts. Therefore, I must rely upon the connivance of the Croyle." Linden understood him immediately, involuntarily. The Croyle, the dire succubus which she had last seen feeding on Jeremiah's neck, draining his life and mind while it gave him power. Swift as instinct, she grasped that the Harrow meant to leave her son under that vicious being's control. The dark insequent needed more than earth power and wild magic, and Jeremiah's talent for constructs. He needed the Croyle's specific powers and knowledge. The mere idea filled her with fury. For Jeremiah's sake, she wanted to strike the Harrow down, stamp out his life. And for Jeremiah's sake, she restrained herself. She believed the Harrow's claim that he alone could take her to her son. "Will you permit this?" Linden flung his own anger and dismay at the Ardent. "Is this the measure of your kind, that you are careless of a child's pain? Was the Maud out alone in her compassion?" The Ardent twisted his features into an expression of distress. His ribbons spun ambiguously about him, signaling emotions that meant nothing to Linden, but he did not answer. "She alone will determine, nor will we deem your oath fulfilled." "You still aren't telling the truth," she insisted. "You've wanted my power ever since we first met. You wanted Jeremiah and the Croyle, but you didn't know that I was going to wake up the worm. You couldn't. How am I supposed to trust you now?" The Harrow gave her a glare like an abyss. "Lady, I repeat that the insequent do not utter falsehood. The awakening of the worm was not necessary to my desires. For one with the knowledge which I possess, and with the powers which I will hold, the worm sleeping would have been as readily ensnared as the worm roused. Indeed, it was my first intent to deprive the Elohim of all purpose and worth forever, as well as to preserve the earth from ruin, by ensuring that the worm could not be roused. That is no longer possible. Therefore, I have adjusted my intent to accommodate the extravagance of your folly." "All right." Linden did not waste herself arguing with him. "Go on," she repeated bitterly. "Finish this." The Harrow sighed, but he did not refuse. "The Croyles' noisome magics and cunning are essential to the achievement of my aim. This you will not permit while you remain able to prevent it. Thus it is necessary to the salvation of the earth that I possess your staff and the white gold ring, and that you do not." Linden looked to the Ardent. "And if that wasn't my original understanding of our agreement, what happens then?" Bands of color wafted up and down the Ardent's form, signing certainty, masking alarm. "Then your will prevails, lady. The Harrow must abandon his purpose for your son, or he must set aside his craving for your instruments of power. The insequent, as a people, will countenance no other outcome." Stave glanced at the group around Covenant and the Krill. Then he turned his gaze on the Harrow. "There is another matter to consider also. If Infelice has spoken sooth in aught, we must recognize that life cannot endure without death. The worm of the world's end is necessary to the earth's continuance. If your vaunt succeeds, and the worm is imprisoned, will not this habitation cease to sustain life? Will not the whole of this creation become barrenness?" "Well said, Harukai," muttered Martyr. "The Harrow is derangement made flesh. His greed will hasten every destruction." Linden heard Stave, but her attention was fixed on the Harrow. Her heart thudded in her chest as though it had reached the limit of its endurance. If he called her bluff by recanting his claims, if he mastered his cupidity, Jeremiah would be lost to her. He would die alone in torment when the earth perished. "I'm waiting." Her every word trembled. The Harrow had not acknowledged Stave's query. "What's it going to be?" If he dared her to find Jeremiah without his help, she would surely crumble. For a moment he addressed the Ardent rather than Linden. "You demand much," he said, the deep snarl of a beast. "3 things I sought from the lady. 1 I have already eschewed. It was denied to me by the Maudout's unconscionable obstruction. Do you truly dream that I will surrender still more of my desires?" Then he replied to Linden. Harsh as acid, he said, "The conjoined resolve of the insequence suffices to command me. Lady, I will honor your reading of my oath. My purpose for your son I set aside for the present. Yet yours," he promised fiercely, "will be an empty triumph. You evade my intent to no avail. When we have retrieved your son, the only powers which offer hope to the earth will remain in my possession. You will strive as you may to free your son from the Croyle, and that endeavor I did not vow my aid. And when you have failed, as you must, when you stand powerless before the world's doom, I will inquire if by chance you have reconsidered the terms of your contentment." A moment later he added with less anger, "The doom-saying of the Elohim does not merit credence. They care only for their own lives. If the worm is imprisoned, they may indeed cease to exist. But the earth and all other life continued while the worm slumbered. If it is imprisoned, they will endure. I do not propose to slay it." Linden might have asked the Ardent, "Is that true?" But she was trembling too hard to speak. Now, she told herself, do it now, before he changes his mind. The time had come for absolute answers. She was going to give Covenant's wedding band and the staff of law to the Harrow, as soon as she could make her muscles obey her. Infelice had told her, "Your remorse will surpass your strength to bear it." She did not doubt the Elohim. Nevertheless, she was prepared to bear any burden in order to save her son. Long ago she had recognized that even the land and Thomas Covenant did not mean as much to her as Jeremiah. And Covenant had said, "I think we should do this Linden's way." He may have understood the implications of his support. "All right." She could not yet control her voice, but she did not let her weakness stop her. "I'm not ready to leave. There are still a few things that I have to do, but I want to make this bargain," bind the Harrow to his word, "while the Ardent is here, to keep you honest." Nothing relieved the darkness of the Harrow's gaze. Perhaps nothing could. But his attention sharpened suddenly. Every line of his elegant form became vivid. His aura was a blaze of vindicated avarice. "Linden?" Leand murmured in alarm. "Ring Thane?" asked the main thrall. "Are you certain?" But they were not trying to dissuade her. They were only cautioning her. In spite of everything, they believed in her. Stave was Harukai. She could not sense the character of his emotions. Nevertheless, she trusted that he would not interfere, and that he would warn her if the humbled came to stop her. They must have been aware of her, yet somehow Covenant's concentration on the krill held them back. With unwonted anxiety, Rime Coldspray said, "I mislike this course. Linden Avery, I have named you giant friend. We will not oppose you, but I fear that you sail seas as hurtful and chartless as the Soul-Biter, where every heading brings despair." Linden ached for her friends, but there was nothing that she could say to reassure them. She feared as many things as they did, and with more reason. She knew her own inadequacy better than they could. Deliberately she took a last step toward the Harrow. Unable to quash the tremors that undermined her strength, she tried to lift both of her arms at the same time, tried and failed. Covenant's ring was closed in her left hand. From her fist dangled the chain which for 10 years had carried her only reminder of his love. Her right gripped desperation around the staff of law. For one moment she hesitated, torn between self-imposed bereavements. Mere days, or entire lifetimes ago, she had refused the ring to Roger Covenant, even though she had believed that he was his father. Now, shivering as if she were feverish, she offered Covenant's wedding band to the Harrow. He snatched at the chain, took the ring from her like a man who feared that she would change her mind. Releasing the staff required a greater effort, not because Covenant's ring had less emotional weight, but because the staff was hers. With it she had effaced seizures, mended wounds, unmade the sunbane. She had transformed the pure wood to blackness in battle. Caroil Wildwood himself had given her his gift of runes. In dreams, Covenant had told her that she needed her staff. Unclosing her fingers was a fundamental abnegation. She felt that she was selling her soul, defying the necessity of freedom, voluntarily giving up her right to choose. She could not have abandoned so much of herself for any cause except Jeremiah. That boy doesn't deserve what's happened to him. Then she had to avert her eyes. The Harrow's glee as he grasped the staff and held it high, brandishing it and Covenant's ring like trophies, was too savage to be borne. "Behold, my people!" he shouted at the stars. "Witness and tremble! Soon I will show myself the greatest of all in sequent, the greatest who has ever lived!" If she had watched him, she might have lost heart altogether. Her companions seemed unable to speak. They had not shared her visions. To them the idea that she had roused the worm must have felt vaguely unreal, impossible to imagine. But even Leand, the least experienced and least informed of her friends, understood the magnitude of her surrender to the Harrow. A short distance away the Ardent's ribbons wavered aimlessly, as if he sought to conceal a private terror. Perhaps the thought that, without power, she could no longer be held responsible for the world's doom should have allowed her a measure of relief, but it did not. Instead, she felt fatally weakened, as if she had dealt herself a wound too grievous to survive. 4. After Unwisdom. Linden Avery wanted to sit down on the benign grass and cover her face. She was full of shame, and had no right to it. In giving the harrow what he wanted, if not in wrenching Thomas Covenant out of the arch of time, she had known what she was doing. She had made her choice deliberately. She could not excuse herself with blame. "Help me?" she wanted to ask, although she hardly knew who might remain able or willing to aid her. "Please?" "You have companions, chosen, who have not faltered in your service. If you must have counsel, require it of them." Among them, only Linden retained any theurgy, and she had ignored his advice. She had not heeded any of her friends. Too diminished to continue, standing in front of the harrow, Linden walked hesitantly toward Covenant. For the moment, at least, he had become a lesser pain, in spite of his uncontrollable lapses and his leprosy. And he would be safe in Andalane. All of her companions would be safe when the harrow took her away. While Lorik's krill reflected wild magic from Joan's ring, the wraiths could refuse any evil. Even Castanessen and the Scourge, even Roger and Esmer, were precluded from bearing their malice among the hills. Nevertheless, such things did not comfort her. The emptiness of her hands left her vulnerable in more ways than she could count. She was acutely conscious of the floundering dismay with which her friends followed her away from the harrow. The bullet hole in her shirt had no significance now that the red flannel did not cover Covenant's wedding band. Instead, the wound of her death, like the strip that she had torn from the fabric for the Modout's gown, and the small rents plucked by twigs and branches, merely made her look as tattered as her spirit. In contrast, the grass stains on her jeans had never felt so fatal. They dragged at her steps like omens or arcane stigmata. She had nothing to hold on to except Jeremiah's crumpled race car deep in her pocket. It was her only defense. Her son needed her. She did not know another way to save him. In the bottom of the hollow, Covenant still paced slowly around the radiance of the krill, studying it as if it had the capacity to anchor him somewhere in time, if only he could discover how to use it. As he moved, he spoke in a low voice, delivered a steady monologue that seemed to serve no purpose except to occupy his companions. He may have been striving to retain as many of his splintered memories as he could. The humbled, Pani and Bappa, and 3 or 4 giants stood in a loose circle that encompassed Covenant and the charred stump of Caer Caverol's corpse. The attitudes of the giants and the cords conveyed the impression that they had given up trying to find a coherent or pertinent narrative in Covenant's musings. The blank stoicism of the humbled concealed the character of their attention, but they appeared to be waiting for the Lord, the unbeliever, to become the man he had once been. Belatedly, Linden realized that the humbled had no reason to assail her now. If they wished to prevent any further misuse of earth power and wild magic, they would have to battle the harrow, who had already demonstrated that he was proof against them. And against Bronwyn, Galt, and Clyme, the Ardent might side with his fellow insequent. Linden could not imagine what use the Ardent might make of his ribbons or his other magics, but she did not doubt that it would be effective. In spite of his lisp and his corpulence, he had convinced her that he did indeed wield enhanced powers, for good or ill. The harrow would not have acceded to the Ardent's conditions otherwise. Yearning wordlessly for some further reassurance from the man whom she had most harmed, Linden studied Covenant closely. She would need his attention soon, before she exhausted the harrow's patience or the Ardent's. She wanted to believe that she was still capable of a few undestructive decisions, that she could at least ensure the immediate safety of her friends before she went with the harrow to watch the Croyle swallow blood from Jeremiah's neck. But she feared that her bargain with the harrow would cost her the last of her credibility. Even Linden, Stave, and Martyr might not heed her now, if Covenant did not take her part. He would not be able to help her if he could not find his way out of the faults that riddled his mind. but he was still lost in the ramifications of time. He seemed to drift rudderless through a sargasso of memories which were of no use to him. And his leprosy. Ah, God! His leprosy was growing worse, exacerbated by the pall of Kevin's dirt. Here in Andalane the effects of that dire fog were muted. Perhaps the wraiths blunted the evil which Castanessen, Esmer, and Moksha Raver had inflicted upon the upper land. Nevertheless, Kevin's dirt remained. Linden tasted it when he peered up at the stars and the night sky. Already Covenant's hands and feet were almost entirely numb. If his condition continued to deteriorate, it was only a matter of time until his sight began to fail. He moved awkwardly as though he had lost or forgotten precise control over his muscles. Yet he seemed unaware of his ailment. Instead, his attention was focused on the krill, or on the unpredictable slippage of his thoughts. "Someone," he remarked as if this idea followed from what he had been saying. "I forget who. I want to think it was Moram, but it may have been Beric. When he was rallying the scraps of his army after he came back from Mount Thunder, he said—" Covenant paused, closed his eyes for a moment. Frowning at the effect of coherent recall, he recited, "There is no doom so black or deep that courage and clear sight may not find another truth beyond it." Then he looked at Clyme, Galt, and Bronnell in turn. "Does that make sense to you? It should. But if it doesn't—" Stiffly he started walking again, pacing his circle around Loric's krill as if he thought to circumscribe his own confusion, contain it somehow. "It's my fault, really. I asked you to protect Revelstone, but I wasn't clear. No one can blame you if they don't like how you kept your promise. I didn't tell you I wanted you to protect what Revelstone means." He seemed to think that the masters, like Linden, might crave his absolution. Against every obstacle he struggled to keep faith with the deeds and necessities which had brought the land to its last crisis. While Covenant talked, Lind approached Martyr. Softly the stone-downer asked, "Main Thrall, would it not be well to send Bappa and Pani in search of Hurtloam? Surely some may be found among Andalane's riches of health and wonder. I know not whether Thomas Covenant's mind may be healed, or whether, as Linden has averred, the attempt would be unwise, at the strange corruption which gnaws at his flesh—" "No!" With an almost audible jolt, Covenant's awareness recovered its focus. Suddenly he was present, as vivid as a seer. Wheeling, he faced Lind and Martyr. "No, Hurtloam," he said sharply. "I don't expect you to understand, but I need this." He brandished his hands. "I need to be numb. It doesn't just make me who I am, it makes me who I can be." Before the main thrall or the stone-downer could respond, Covenant strode around the dead stump toward Linden, but he did not advance on her. As soon as he stood between her and the shining dagger, he stopped. She too stopped, helplessly, as if he had commanded a distance between them. With stave at her shoulder and the troubled bulk of the giants at her back, she waited to hear what he would say. She did not know how to speak first, to ask for his succor. Her needs were a crowding throng, so many that she could hardly name them. The light of the krill cast his features into shadow. She could not distinguish his expression. The scar on his forehead was a pale crease across his thoughts. "Linden." Limbed in argent, he spoke as if her name twisted his heart. "I'm sorry. I should have told you sooner." His tone accused himself. "If I could have held on to my mind—" There he appeared to slip, distracted by some errant recollection. "I did practically the same thing myself once. The land needed me, and I turned my back. We've talked about that. I meant to remind you." His manner suggested that he was trying to say too many different things at once. Linden felt his struggle to organize his thoughts. "Moram urged me not to worry about it. He wanted me to know there are some motives that simply can't serve Lord Fowl. No matter how the despiser squirms, he can't twist them to give him what he wants. Mistaken though it may be, no act of love and horror, or indeed self-repudiation, is potent to grant the despiser his desires. He may be freed only by one who is compelled by rage and contemptuous of consequence. Then Linden saw Covenant gather his resolve. Awkwardness made him brusque. "But that's not what I want to say. I'm going to take the krill." At once everything around him intensified. Several of the giants caught their breath. Rhyme Coldspray hissed a wordless objurgation. Annalee stirred restlessly in his sleep as if he had been disturbed by the sound of distant thunder. Leon's protests were stilled by Martyr's sudden grasp on his arm. In fright, Punny moved to stand with the stone-downer. Bappa stared wide-eyed at the unbeliever. Linden half expected the wraiths to return in refusal. At the same time, the humbled seemed to take on substance and clarity, as if they had been vindicated, as if their faith in the Earlord had been confirmed. "I know," Covenant muttered. "That'll leave Anderlane unprotected, which personally makes me want to puke. Without it, the wraiths won't have the right kind of strength to guard the borders. They won't be able to prevent... But one of us ought to have a weapon of some kind. Wherever we're going, we're likely to need it. As long as Joan is still alive, as long as she has her ring, that knife can cut through practically anything." For a moment he faltered. "I hope that doesn't make me contemptuous of consequence." While he appeared to search for words, Linden grasped her opportunity. Quickly she asked, "Where are we going?" She had no intention of taking Covenant or anyone else with her. "The Harrow doesn't want to tell me." "Ah, hell, Linden," Covenant muttered in disgust. "If I knew, if I could remember, I would say so." With the heel of his half-hand he thumped his forehead. "It's such a mess in here." Briefly a grin like a grimace distorted his face. "If you don't want to hit me again, threaten me with hurtloam. It's amazing how that helps me concentrate. But we're going to need a weapon," he resumed. "That I'm sure of. You shouldn't have to do everything yourself. And this is my problem. I've already done too many things wrong. Even when I was part of the Arch, I was too human. I got you into this." Earlier he had blamed himself for misleading her by speaking to her in her dreams and through Annalee. "I should at least try to help you save your son." As if he were bracing himself for an ordeal, he turned to confront Lorix Krill. "Wait," Linden said urgently. "Wait a minute. This isn't what I want." Mere moments ago she had believed that she had surrendered everything. Now she saw that she had been mistaken. She also needed to prevent him from accompanying her, from taking any more risks for her sake. "You promised—" Once millennia ago in the land, Thomas Covenant had avowed that he would never use power again. "I know," he repeated over his shoulder. "I was trying to make myself innocent, impotent or helpless. I couldn't think of any other way to stop Lord Fowl. But you were right all along. Sometimes just being innocent or ignorant or even good isn't enough. Maybe that's always true. Maybe we're all like Esmer. If we want to do good, we have to take the risk of evil, the risk that we actually are evil." In the background of Covenant's voice, Linden seemed to hear Dr. Barrenford. Guilt is power. When the old physician had first asked for her help with Covenant 10 years ago, he had described the theme on one of Covenant's novels. Only the damned can be saved. Like Covenant, Linden was the prisoner of her memories. "This won't be the first promise I've broken," he finished harshly. "Maybe it'll be the last." She wanted to stop him. For Anderlane's sake, she should have shouted objections to the heavens. But he had already reached for the ineffable puissance of the dagger. Neither the humbled nor Stave made any attempt to prevent him. He would not be able to withdraw the krill. He was only human now, and the blade was deeply embedded. Over the centuries the stump had become as hard as ironwood. In fact, he should not even have been able to touch the knife. Linden had felt its heat. Sunder had carried it wrapped in cloth, so that it would not burn his skin. Nevertheless, Covenant closed both hands around the weapon's haft. His shoulders hunched as he began to pull. Silhouetted against the light, he seemed to loom larger, black and ominous, as he strained to draw the knife from its ancient sheath. Linden could not see his face, but she could feel his muscles tremble, and— oh, God! She could smell the nauseating sweetness as his flesh began to burn. The dagger was not merely hot, it was suddenly too hot. A new rush of power blazed like incandescence from the gem. Joan's power, a rightful white gold wielder. No ordinary fabric would have given Covenant enough protection. He would sear the skin from his bones before he moved the krill. "Linden!" panted Leand. Pani and Martyr had to hold him back. "Linden!" The halved clutch of Covenant's right hand slipped. Smoke curled from his grasp. The odor of cooked meat became more acute. But he did not admit defeat. Hooking the 2 fingers of his half-hand over the blade's guards, he continued to pull against the clasp of Caer Caverol's death. "I need this. I need to be numb." Now the krill's gem burned directly into his palm. In another moment his hands would catch flame. They would be permanently crippled. But he did not appear to feel the pain, gave no sign that he recognized the smell. His leprosy enabled him to keep his grip, but it also prevented him from knowing how badly he was damaging himself. "Covenant giant friend!" Rime Coldspray towered over him, yet the stark extremity of his efforts made him seem her equal. "Stand aside! This is Camorra, the province of giants. Will you maim yourself and be made useless? Your flesh cannot endure such grief. You must permit me—" Joan was doing this. Joan! Somehow she, or Turia Harem, recognized Covenant's grasp on the krill. The raver surely guided her, but the wild magic was hers. Still Covenant heaved with his whole strength. Strain tore a hoarse snarl between his teeth, but did not free the knife. A cry rose like bile in Linden's throat. She swallowed it so that she would not vomit. "Iron Hand!" barked Stave. "Aid me!" Swift as thought, the former master sprang to Covenant's side, dropped to one knee. With both fists he began punching at the stump, as if he imagined that he could batter it apart. The wood was too hard for him, too old and enduring. It could have resisted an axe as easily as it ignored his blows. But Galt, Bronnell, and Clyme followed his example. They were no more than a heartbeat behind him. Their pounding shook the dead trunk to its roots. The earth seemed to absorb the pain that should have made Covenant let go. An instant later, Coldspray's massive fists hammered down onto the stump, struck with the force of bludgeons. The thunder that troubled Annalee filled the hollow. With the Iron Hand's second blow, the wood splintered. Caer Caverol's last legacy was shattered as if it had been blasted by lightning. In that instant, Linden felt a tremor in the ground, a shudder so fundamental that she heard it in the marrow of her bones rather than with her ears. She sensed realities grinding against each other. Briefly the trees and even the grass of Andalane appeared to tremble as if in dread. Violently released, Covenant staggered backward. If Frostheart Grubern had not caught him, he would have fallen. Effort or realized agony ripped a howl from the depths of his chest. The krill spun from his grasp. He could not hold it. Shafts and flashes of silver cartwheeled through the branches of the nearby trees, etching every leaf as they passed. Small scraps of skin smoked and melted like wax on the gem as the dagger fell to the grass. In shreds of illumination, Linden saw the flesh of Covenant's palms and fingers bubbling. A tumult of shouts and consternation answered the sight. Ignoring Covenant's prohibition, the main thrall commanded his cords, "Hurtlone, now!" As Pani and Bappa sped away, Leand rushed to help Grubern support Covenant. With one hand, the stone-downer snatched at his oar-crest as if it were an instrument of healing. Giants protested the side of Covenant's hands. "Harukai!" roared the Iron Hand. "Sword Maynir! A foe extends evil into the heart of Andalane, regardless of the wraiths. Watch and ward. An attack may follow." Like Linden, Coldspray had discerned Joan's fury, but the Iron Hand did not know that it was Joan's. Covenant held out his hands as if he were pleading. His breath came in huge, excruciated gasps. Hardly aware of what she did, Linden reached out for the power of the staff. The harrow held it, but it was hers. She could feel its ready possibilities. And once before, in the caves of the Wayne hymn, she had called earth power from the staff when it was some distance away. She could still make use of it. She could not. The harrow's avid claim blocked her. The black wood was lambent with magic and law, but neither fire nor healing answered her call. "I am impatient, lady." The brown-clad in sequins voice was deep loam. "Have done with these delays. Accompany me." He tried to sound scornful, but Linden heard him clearly. He was not impatient. He was alarmed. Instinctively she guessed that he did not want Covenant to wield the krill. She ignored him. If she had known how to do so, she would have summoned the wraiths. The sight of Covenant's ruined hands nearly stopped her heart. With waddling steps the Ardent approached the cluster around Covenant, and as he drew near, his garish apparel expanded. Amid a cloud of floating colors he advanced until he gained an unobstructed view of Covenant's hands. Then, with a florid gesture, he sent bright ribbons curling and probing toward the unbeliever. "Joan," Covenant panted, fighting to manage more pain than he could contain. Crimson and opalescent strips found his hands. 2 or 3 of the sword maenier started to swat the bands away, then stopped themselves. Unregarded on the ground, the krill's heat began to fade. It remained too hot for Linden, Leand, or the Raman to touch safely, but the rush of force which had damaged Covenant dwindled away. She, Arturia, felt what I was doing. Clutching his unused sunstone, Leand watched as streamers of cloth began to wrap Covenant's hands, his heat-ravaged fingers. She tried to stop me. Silken as caresses, the ribbons glided over his skin, twined around each other seamlessly as they formed bandages which were still part of the Ardent's raiment. Their theurgy was invisible to Linden's senses. Nevertheless, Covenant's relief was immediate. While her heart tried to beat, his pain sank away like water into parched sand. A moment of lightheadedness nearly broke her balance. "If that poor woman could concentrate," he said, sighing. By degrees he began to breathe more easily. "If Fowl hadn't hurt her so badly." "That was well done," the Ardent announced, with plumy satisfaction, "though I alone proclaim it so." Another gesture detached Covenant's bandages from the fluttering aura of his garments, sent them to secure themselves. "If you will abide by my counsel, Time Warden, you will not remove my bindings. The easing of pain is a less arduous magic than the mending of flesh. Also, it cannot be doubted that you will find subsequent need for such protection. My gift will prove a greater benison if it is permitted to remain as it is." Covenant did not appear to hear the insequent. His voice grew stronger as he finished. "She wanted to kill me, but she's in too much pain herself. She'll probably try again later. For now, she's done as much as she can." How he knew this, Linden could not imagine. Nonetheless, she agreed with him. She had recognized Joan's ferocity herself, and she was familiar with the frailty of Joan's damaged mind. Marveling, the Mainthral studied Covenant. But what he saw with his eyeless senses appeared to satisfy him. Lifting his face to the sky, he gave a whinnying cry to recall his chords. As the sound carried through the night, Linden found herself kneeling on the grass among giants who seemed as tall as trees. She did not remember sagging to the ground. She simply had no strength to stand. Still, she continued to watch Covenant as he stretched and flexed his wrapped fingers in evident wonder. She did not breathe normally until he stooped to grasp the krill again. As he lifted it, its radiance lit his hair like silver fire, but holding it did not hurt him. With an air of self-congratulation, the Ardent withdrew to consider the company from the slope of the hollow. His manner, and Covenant's, confirmed that the danger had passed. Sighing, Linden let herself fall back to sit with her knees hugged against her chest and her face hidden. She had given in to the harrow too readily.
Now she was useless. Projecting more confidence, the herald repeated, "I am impatient, lady. Do you seek to prolong your son's plight?" No one paid any attention to him. While Martyr's call receded among the trees, the giants began to relax. Cabled Arm, or Cirrus Kindwind, murmured a low jest that Linden did not hear. 2 or 3 of the Iron Hand's company chuckled in response. Perhaps to reassure him, Galesend gave Leon's shoulder a friendly shake that staggered him. Cold Spray rolled her head to loosen a heavy burden of tension from her neck. The humbled gathered around Covenant as if to guard him from his companions. At the same time, Stave returned among the giants to stand near Linden. Prostrate on the grass, Annalee continued sleeping as though nothing had happened to disturb the respite which he had received from his parents. There were things that Linden needed to do, she was sure of it, questions to ask, decisions to make or insist upon, actions to take. The Harrow was right. Surely the time had come to require him to keep his side of the bargain? But her hands seemed to weigh more now than they did when she had carried the staff. Without Covenant's ring on its chain around her neck, she did not know how to lift up her head. Soon, she told herself. Soon. But right now, she felt too deprived and beaten to do anything except huddle into herself and try to slip sideways into some realm of memory or helplessness where she could not be held responsible. Tried to stop me. He did not know of your intent. She'll probably try again later. The night after the battle of First Woodhelven, Linden had dreamed that she had become carrion. Like Joan, she needed to gather the remnants of her strength or her mind, and could not. For a while, Covenant peered at the krill and its bandaged hands as if he had forgotten what they meant, as if he had stumbled into another crevasse and lost his place. But then he seemed to shake himself free from the tug of the past. Frowning, he asked the humbled for something that he could use to wrap Loric's weapon. A little extra protection, he said, in case Joan renewed her attack unexpectedly. Without hesitation, Galt tore off a hand's width of cloth from the hem of his tunic, although the material resembled vellum, as tough as canvas in spite of its softness. He ripped it with no sign of strain. Characteristically expressionless, he offered the fabric to Covenant. Nodding his approval, Covenant folded the ochre cloth around the krill, shrouded the light of the gem. In sudden darkness, relieved only by the glittering of the stars, he tucked the bundle into the waist of his jeans. However, he did not thank Galt. Apparently his approval had limits. Instead, he turned to the Iron Hand of the sword Maynir. Linden felt his continued struggle to remain present as he said abruptly, "Your ancestors weren't exactly told the truth when they negotiated for your gift of tongues. The Elohim misused you, if they didn't outright lie." In a distant age, our ancestors were misled. Vaguely, Linden wished for the elucidation of wraiths, for some benevolent light to illumine courage and clear sight. But those instances of the land's essential mystery did not come. To accept a false bargain with the Elohim. She did not know why Covenant spoke of such things now. "Is this needful, Covenant Time Warden?" Night shrouded Cold Spray's voice as well as her face. "It alters naught." "Sure," Covenant assented, "but it'll help us understand what's at stake. We'll be better off in the long run, assuming there is a long run, if we know why Longwrath matters so much. I'm wondering why you didn't take him to Elamesnadini and ask the Elohim to cure him. Did you know what was wrong with him all along? Did you know they wouldn't help?" He paused, grappling for a handhold on the rim of an inner flaw. Then he added, "The more you explain, the less I need to remember." "The staff of law's yours," the Ardent remarked to the Harrow. "For the nonce. Will you not summon its flame to light these troubled hearts?" "Their burdens are not mine," retorted the Harrow. "I desire only to depart." Cold Spray gazed at Covenant with her fists braced on her hips. Her stance suggested anger, bitterness, but beneath the surface lay a darker emotion.
"What say you, giants?" she asked, as if she were grinding her teeth. "Must I speak of our ancient fault here, in precious Andalane, while the earth's last peril mounts against us?" "Speak as you wish," put in the herald, "when the lady has allowed me to uphold our bargain. Only sway her to accompany me now. When I have forestalled the worm, you will have leisure enough for any tale." The company around Covenant ignored the insequent. For a moment, Cold Spray's comrades glanced at each other uncomfortably. Like the Harukai, they seemed to see well enough without the benefit of fire or moonlight or wild magic. Then Frostheart Grubern said softly, "In this fraught night I find that I have no stomach for secrets or shame." Her voice was a low growl at the back of her throat. "Linden, giant friend, has set aside her concealments. She has declared her deepest intentions. Do we fear now to be humbled in her presence? You have claimed some measure of fault for Longwrath's madness, but the fault is neither yours nor ours. It belongs to the machinations of the Elohim, as honored Gremund Honnenscrave has made plain. Let us reveal our ancient folly and be done with it. Joy is in the ears that hear, not in the mouth that speaks." Several of the Swordmanier murmured agreement. Others may have nodded. "When I have forestalled the worm," the herald tried to insist, but the Ardent interrupted him. "The desires of the lady prevail here, impetuous one." The Ardent's lisp became more pronounced, as if he were mocking the herald. "She will accompany us when she deigns to do so, in her own fashion and by her own means. Until that moment be content to wait." "I will not," said the herald hotly. The Ardent hesitated. When he replied, he spoke in a low voice, almost whispering. "Must I utter your true name to silence you?" Anger clenched at the herald's fists, knotted the muscles at the corners of his jaw. "You will not. That will be interference beyond question. You will forfeit your life." Nevertheless, he did not hazard further provocation. Still, no one heeded either of the insequent. Squaring her shoulders, Rime Coldspray confronted Covenant's inquiry. As if she were ready to receive or deliver a blow, she said, "Very well, Thomas Covenant, Time Warden and Earth Friend. I will speak of the truth which has been revealed to us. I will explain that giants are as prone to error and unwisdom as any people of the earth." Resting her forehead on her knees, Linden allowed the night to fill her as though she had become a vessel of darkness. She did not care why Covenant sought to probe the giants. She cared only that he strove to remain present, that he might find a way to lift her out of her failures, a way to spare her. "You judge harshly, Wild Wielder." She should have tried to ease Alina's long anguish, but there was nothing that Linden could do for Covenant's daughter until she discovered some form of mercy for herself. That the bargain was false in all sooth has been made plain to us. Longwrath had tried to kill her because the Elohim wanted her dead. "Your query," Coldspray began, "concerns the gift of tongues for which the giants once bargained with the Elohim. In the many journeys of our kind we have learned that the peoples of the earth tell their tales to please or comfort or obscure themselves, suppressing aspects which they mislike and glorifying portions which give them pleasure. For uncounted millennia we have held to a different creed. Believing that joy is in the ears that hear, not in the mouth that speaks, we have told our tales fully or not at all, and have taken pride in doing so. Now we must hear joy in the knowledge that our ancestors were blind to machination and distorted truth. More, we must honor them for a blindness which was in some degree voluntary. So delighted were they with the gift of tongues and with themselves that they did not closely examine the proffer of the Elohim. We must hear joy in the recognition that Longwrath was in part betrayed to suffering and madness by his own people." Linden listened with only part of her attention. She remembered the deranged giant's lust for her death more vividly than the account of this bargain that she had heard from Gremund Honnenscrave long ago. In a moment of imposed sanity, Annalee had warned her, "All who live share the land's plight. Its cost will be borne by all who live. This you cannot alter. In the attempt you may achieve only ruin."
Nevertheless, she was determined to leave her friends behind when she went with the harrow. As soon as she gathered her strength, she already had too many victims. Jeremiah needed her. Other lives might have been better served if Longwrath had killed her. Grimly the Iron Hand explained, "You and Linden Avery, who was then the Sun Sage, were informed that we received our gift in return for our tale of Bagoon, the Unbearable, and of Thelma Two-Fist, who tamed him. That is sooth, to the extent that our ancestors chose to believe it so. But we have learned that it is also falsehood. We perceive now that the Elohim found worth not in the tale itself, but rather in one facet of it, and in our willingness to speak of that facet mirthfully. In their eyes our mirth justified their intent. The tale itself I will not tell. Here I seek only to account for the feigned generosity of the Elohim. The pith of the matter is this. For the many deeds and attributes which caused him to be named Unbearable, Bagoon was delivered involuntarily and forcibly into the untender care of Thelma Two-Fist. She was a giant of enormous might, legendary belligerence, and indeed extreme ugliness. By her own choice she lived apart from all others, for all who knew her feared her, and she felt only disdain for their alarm, which she deemed cowardice. Bagoon she was given to be her servant against his vehement protests and frantic opposition, because our ancestors could no longer endure his presence, because no other giant could restrain his conduct, and because our ancestors considered his new place in Thelma's service a fit reward for his multitude of offences. Cold Spray sighed. That she found means to tame him, and that they discovered together an embattled and extravagant happiness, inspires our delight in their tale. However, the Elohim misheard the humour of the giants, or elected to interpret it in another fashion. The aspect of the tale which intrigued them, and which swayed them to proffer their gift of tongues, was the coercion of Bagoon, not its unforeseen outcome. They discerned clearly our eagerness, indeed our hunger, for friendship and knowledge throughout the earth, and they assured themselves that we did not scruple to send our own to apparent woe when we saw no other course. They shared a similar trait, as the doom of each appointed demonstrates. But they did not speak of such matters. Rather, they expressed only their own delight, and they offered this bargain, the gift of tongues, in exchange for the tale of Bagoon and Thelma, and for all that the tale implied. The Iron Hand did not meet Covenant's gaze or Linden's. Instead, she studied the grass at the feet of the Harukai like a woman who expected to be judged. Her manner said clearly that she and her comrades had already judged themselves. Because our ancestors had been dazzled by the splendor of the Elohim, she continued, and because they were avid for the offered gift, they did not inquire into the perceived implications of the tale. Glad and gladly blind, they accepted the bargain. Only now, when the harm cannot be recalled, have we heard the truth of the exchange. The eagerness of our ancestors to accept the terms the Elohim interpreted as consent to the unwilling servitude of an unnamed giant in a distant and uncertain future. Involuntarily misled, she stated harshly, or perhaps voluntarily, our ancestors condoned the sacrifice of lost son Longwrath's life to any use which the Elohim craved. Finally she raised her eyes to Covenant's. With an air of troubled defiance, as though she meant to face any accusation squarely, she concluded, "This understanding Gremund Honensgrave gave to us, or perhaps inflicted upon us, that we might better comprehend the choices required of Linden giant friend. Ay, and her deeds also. He strongly desired us to grasp that the errors and indeed the faults of the giants are many and grievous. Long ago we traded the life and pain of a kinsman for one mere gift of the Elohim. For that reason we must be chary of finding faults and errors in others, and especially in Linden giant friend, whose folly may yet prove wisdom, just as the thoughtless delight of our ancestors has birthed only sorrow." Lit by nothing more than starlight, only Covenant's silvered hair seemed to define him. Nevertheless, Linden knew before he spoke that he would not castigate Rhyme Coldspray or any of her people. Rather, his whole body seemed to yearn with empathy and resisted slippage as he said gruffly, "Thank you. That helps. Now I remember why I've always loved giants so much. Saltheart Foam-Follower was my friend at a time when I didn't even know what friendship was, and he found a better use for his life than anything I could have imagined." A moment later he added, "In any case, Longwrath didn't succeed. If we can keep Linden alive long enough, the Elohim won't have any reason to care what he does. Maybe then they'll let him go, and he can find a little peace." Linden hoped that Coldspray would laugh now. A little peace. Before the world ended. Surely the giants would appreciate the joke. She wanted one more chance to hear their open-hearted mirth before she left them behind. But neither the Iron Hand nor any of the other giants appeared to hear joy in Covenant's response. Instead, Coldspray said, like a promise, "By that measure, Saltheart Foam-Follower was among the greatest of giants. We honor him as we do Grim Hunnan's Crave and Cable Sea-Dreamer. If the days which remain to us are kind, we will be granted opportunity to make amends, as they did, for the unwisdom of our forebears." Before Covenant could reply, Martyr stepped forward. "Your words are sorrow in my ears, giant." He sounded reluctant, hampered by emotions which he did not wish to express. "Nonetheless," he said, "all who live fall prey to unwisdom. It is not otherwise with the Raman. Had we not guided the Ranahin to remain part of the land after the bale of the Sunbane had passed, much that has transpired in this age might have been averted. Their presence would surely have tempered the thoughts and purposes of the masters. If your striving to ease Longwrath's plight does not suffice as vindication, your bravery and bereavement against the scourge must. No single act of folly may outweigh 1,000, no 1,000,000, deeds of valor and generosity. It is to your ancestors' credit, I deem, that the Elohim could not win their desires without prevarication." Linden nodded, assenting vaguely. She remembered hearing Martyr admit, "I seek a tale which will remain in the memories of the Raman when my life is ended." He may have yearned to make amends for the long absence of his people and the Ranahin. He had called his people too cautious to be remembered. In response, Coldspray bowed. "For your courtesy, main thrall of the Raman, I thank you. Our remorse, aye, and our ire, are our own. We do not lightly set them aside. Yet your kindness and counsel hold great merit in our hearts. We will treasure them." Abruptly the herald snapped, "Have done with these petty considerations. Even now the worm bestirs itself. As Infelice has informed you, its size is not vast, yet its puissance will outrun its mere bulk. If we do not act, and act soon, none of you will survive to bemoan your faults and errors." His voice hurt the night. It tarnished Martyr's compassion, as well as Coldspray's troubled honesty. Linden was on her feet before she realized that she had surged up from the grass, before she recognized her own anger. Across the distance between them she demanded, "Stop this! You haven't earned the right to sneer at any of us. You've been just about as honest as the Elohim, and that's not saying much, so shut up already." Apparently the lessons of Gallows Howe continued to guide her past the boundaries of her weakness, her fathomless chagrin. "Yet, lady," retorted the herald, "it is I who hold white gold and the staff of law, and you who are powerless." Darkness shrouded his features, but his gaze felt like a threat, black and bottomless. "Scorn me now, if that is your wish. The day will come when you will implore me to make any use of your son that chances to please me. On that day you will learn that you have cause to repent your vexation and delay, for much will be lost that might have been saved." "Doubtless that is your belief," the Ardent put in. Something had changed for him. His timid assurance was gone, replaced by an air of worry. Perhaps he had frightened himself by threatening to reveal the Harrow's true name. Certain of the insequent have delved deeply into matters of augury, prescience, and consequence, seeking an awareness of time to compare with the Theomox.
Among those adepts, however, some foresee one outcome and some another. Deprived of the Time Warden, the Arch is weakened. Possibilities multiply at every word and deed. You would do well to consider that your haste may promote events and choices which do not please you. The ferocity of the Harrow's glower bit at Linden's senses. She could hear the way he ground his teeth, feel his fingertips drumming on his beads. Nevertheless, he contained himself. If the Ardent spoke the Harrow's true name, that would constitute interference by any definition that Linden understood. It would doom the Ardent, but it would also give her power over the Harrow. She was fed up with both of them. In disgust, she turned back to Covenant and her other companions. Unexpected anger had roused her from her emptiness. She was ready now, as ready as she would ever be. Much will be lost that might have been saved. When she looked at Covenant, she saw that he had fallen out of the present again. His mind wandered a trackless wilderness as fractured as the rubble where Joan exerted her madness, flinging out anguish to destroy discrete instances of time. For the moment, at least, he was lost, unreachable. In contrast, Annalee had finally awakened. Rising to his feet, he gazed about him as if he sought a direction or destination imperceptible to any sight but his blindness. Eased, perhaps, by the benignant air and grass of Andalane, or by the intercession of Sunder and Hallian, he seemed almost sane as he murmured, "The time has come. Annalee must have stone. He remembers both his father and his mother. He must have stone." Then he scented the air, apparently attracted to the smell of the aliantha that Pawnee still held. Covenant jerked up his head. "What's that?" he asked. "What's that? Did you say stone?" He sounded confused, trapped amid conflicting recognitions. "I remember your father and mother, too. Why do you need stone?" If Annalee heard Covenant, he did not show it. Instead, the old man approached Pawnee, mutely holding out his hands. When she gave him her treasure berries, he began to eat as if he had been fasting for days. Linden sighed. In what seemed like a previous life, Annalee had urged her to seek deep rock, the oldest stone. Only there the memory remains. The last days of the land are counted. Without forbidding, there is too little time. In retrospect, he seemed prescient. Still, she had no idea what he meant. "Covenant!" Deliberately, she tried to make her voice sound like a slap, hoping to bring him back from his inner maze. "Do you understand what Annalee is talking about?" Covenant gazed at her without any expression that she could interpret. "Sunder had Orcrest," he muttered. "Hallian had Lionar. They weren't lords, but they were full of earth power. It's all about wood and stone." Without warning, he raised his fists, punched himself on both temples simultaneously. "If I could just damn remember!" Linden flinched at his sudden vehemence. Pawnee did the same. "Thomas Covenant," protested Cold Spray softly. "Giant friend." Brunel, Galt, and Clyme moved to protect Covenant from himself. Straining, Covenant panted through his teeth. "The Harrow knows. The Elohim aren't the only food. The worm can always get what it needs, but they're the right food. As long as it can find them, the worm won't want to feed on anything else. The better they hide, the more time we have. But when it's eaten enough—" He tried to finish the sentence. In spite of his efforts, however, he seemed to gag on what he wanted to say, or his mind skidded out from under him, as if he stood on a surface as slick as the tunnel leading to the earth-blood. Linden understood him no better than she did Annalee. Nonetheless, he had given her an idea. Obliquely, he had supplied her with an argument, a lever. Now, she told herself, now or never. Jeremiah needed her, or she needed him. More delays would only increase her doubts. They might cost her her ability to take any action at all. As if she were speaking to the darkness, she asked, "Leand, will you give us some light?" Andalane lacked none of its numinous mystery in the absence of the Krill's brilliance. The hills seemed complete as they were. Doubtless the young stone-downer had not felt the need to see more brightly than his health sense allowed.
No one except Linden felt that need, yet he complied without hesitation. Taking his piece of sunstone from the pouch at his waist, he held it up in the palm of his hand and invoked his heritage. From the ore-crest came a glow so pure that it appeared to have been washed clean. Steadily the shining Linden's companions as if it had reified them. Lit white, they looked ghostly for a moment, as spectral as the dead, a small throng like omens or supplicants around Covenant and Linden. Then they resumed their substance. To Linden said like Covenant, "Thank you, that helps." She wanted everyone with her to see that she had made her decision and would not be dissuaded. For a moment she met Stave's single gaze, the flat stares of the humbled, Rhyme Coldspray's troubled frown, the anxieties of the chords. One by one she scanned the Iron Hand's comrades and Martyr and Covenant. To Annalee she nodded, although she had no reason to think that he was aware of her. In her living room, Jeremiah had once built a construct of Mount Thunder. He had given her a hint. Seek deep rock. Leaving everyone else behind, she could still take Annalee with her. Finally she fixed her attention on Linden, as if he were the spokesman for all of her friends and uncertainties, as if he were the only one who needed to be convinced. While Covenant wandered in the world's past, he could not countermand her. "It's time," she said carefully, almost steadily. "Annalee and I are going with the Harrow." And with the Ardent, presumably. "But we're going alone." She felt reactions as quick as heartbeats around her, but she kept her gaze on Linden. If she could persuade him— "Ah, Linden, I wish I could spare you. Hell, I wish any of us could spare you." The others might follow his example. His stark eyebrows arched in surprise. Objections crowded into his mouth so swiftly that for the moment he could not articulate any of them. The line of his ore-crest faltered briefly. In that instant of wavering he looked somehow younger and more vulnerable, as though he had been personally spurned. Tightening her grip on herself, Linden said, "The rest of you have more important things to do. You're going to stay here," where Andaling would preserve them for a while. "Jeremiah is my son. I can't abandon him. I've already made that bargain, but I won't risk you for him. And the land still needs defenders," she went on, hurrying to forestall Lian's expostulations. "It needs you and your sunstone. It needs Covenant and the Krill. It needs giants and Harukai and Raman and Ranahin. Even if we didn't have so many enemies and monsters to worry about, someone has to do something about the worm. Someone has to preserve the Elohim, as many as possible, to slow or weaken the worm. And that someone isn't me. I don't have any power now." No power and no idea how she might reclaim her son from the Croyle. "I'm not the one who saves worlds. I can't actually imagine what hope is any more," she finished, bracing herself for a storm of protests. She had staked her whole heart on Covenant, and she had failed him. "But if there is such a thing, if it still exists, it depends on you. I have to go to Jeremiah. I can't do anything else. You have to stay here." Her particular intensity seemed to seal Lian's throat. His mouth opened and closed on stillborn arguments. She saw in his eyes that her assertion had shocked him more profoundly, more intimately, than Covenant's resurrection. The impassivity of the masters may have expressed approval. Staves did not. Like Linden, Martyr was silent. Behind his bandage he appeared to weigh Linden's needs against the land's, her desires against his own. Pani made no attempt to conceal her visceral eagerness, her hope that Linden would be spared. Anxious and torn, Bappa studied Linden for signs that she might waver. But the giants— Rhyme Coldspray was the first to burst out laughing. Almost immediately, however, her comrades joined her. Stentorian and unconstrained, their loud humor filled the night. It seemed to cast back every darkness. Together they laughed until tears streamed down their faces, laughed as if laughter were another form of Camorra, able to purge and cleanse until only wholeness remained.
Under the stars the vale rang with giantish peals. Earlier Linden had ached to hear the sword-maneer laugh. Now their mirth daunted her. It seemed to defeat her. Once she had been stone. Now she had become as breakable as unfired clay. How could she hold up her head or insist on protecting her friends when the giants found such glee in her arguments, her pleading? "Ah, Linden, giant friend," the Iron Hand chuckled as she subsided. "You are a wonderment in all sooth. Your words resemble a tale of woe, but they are not. They are a flight of fancy. Do you conceive that any giant would turn aside from such a quest as yours? Ha! The lure of extravagant hazards is too great, and we can do naught to preserve the Elohim. We have no virtue to discover their many coverts, and no wish to do so. Both the world's end and the land's many other perils will await our return from your son's imprisonment. If they do not, they are too immense to be opposed by any force within our compass. We will accompany you, Linden, giant friend, with your consent or without it. We cannot do otherwise, lest we lose the gift of joy entirely." The other women chortled their assent as if it were delight. Hearing them, Leon's face cleared. Their laughter banished his dismay, and for Martyr also the tension of an inner conflict eased. He was palpably relieved to turn away from responsibilities which exceeded his image of himself, and his devotion to Linden was strong. Bappa's reaction resembled Martyr's. As for Pani, she was a Raman cord. She would follow where her main thrall led, in spite of her fear for Leon. Groaning to herself, Linden saw the four of them side with the giants. She would not be able to dissuade them now. She could only compel them to remain behind by telling the Harrow that her interpretation of his bargain required him to exclude them. If she did so, the Ardent would support her. She could draw on his magics when she had none of her own. Yet the giants had moved her. She felt fundamentally shaken. Their laughter seemed as irrefusable as Jeremiah's plight. Dourly the humbled nodded. "In this circumstance," Galt said, "we will regret your departure. It is madness compounded with madness. Beyond question, some better use for your lives and efforts might be found. Understand, then, that neither we nor the Earl-Lord will join your folly. Here he and the wraiths of Andalane and High Lord Loric's Krill may yet provide a bastion against havoc. Mayhap new counsels may now be gained among the dead, and we do not fear to place our faith in the unbeliever, though he has been severed from himself, making him less than he was. While the earth endures, the masters stand with Thomas Covenant. But we will do so here rather than under the thrall of any insequent." As Galt spoke, Linden's heart twisted. Surely this was what she wanted? To keep Covenant safe in Andalane? She owed him at least that much after everything that she had done to damage and misuse him. And yet she did not want to part from him. She did not. Even Jeremiah would not fill Covenant's place in her heart. Like him, she was caught in a flaw within herself. But hers was an emotional fissure, not a broken memory. She wanted, and did not want, and could not choose. For his part, the Harrow did not hesitate. In a loud voice he proclaimed, "Your debates are empty breath, wasted while time crowds against us. You seek to persuade the lady, but I do not heed you. My oath I have given to her alone. I will not accept the burden of her companions." "Aye," the Ardent interjected, "if that is her interpretation." Like his assurance, his lisp was fading. "Should she wish to seek her son without accompaniment, her desires will be enforced. But should she find herself loath to proceed, both friendless and bereft—" His voice trailed away like the fluttering of his ribbons. As if by incantation, Linden's indecisions were dispelled. The Harrow's tone enabled her to stand on ground as solid as it was unexpected. In an instant she discarded her previous resolve. He wished to leave her companions behind, and she did not trust him. His hungers were too extreme. He needed her helplessness. Without it, he could not be confident that she would eventually surrender Jeremiah to his designs.
The giants and the Raman, Linden and Stave, they might be able to aid her son in ways that she could not yet imagine. She believed that Annalee would be granted deep rock, and while Covenant remained in Andalane with the Humboldt and the Krill, she could feel sure that the land had not been utterly forsaken. She could bear to leave Covenant behind if it meant preserving some manner of hope for the land. Turning to the Harrow, she surrendered again, but not to him, not to him. "In that case," she said distinctly, "I've changed my mind. I want my friends with me." All who live share the land's plight. "And I have said," the Harrow retorted in fury, "that I do not heed you. This purpose is mine. The knowledge necessary to accomplish it is mine. I will not countenance the corruption of all that I have craved and sought." The Ardent flinched. His eyes rolled. For a moment he looked like he might turn his back and flee. But then some form of courage or coercion came to his aid. Thickly he intoned, "Lady, it is both my pleasure and my task, by the will of the insequent, to inform you that the Harrow's true name is—" The Harrow wheeled on his ribboned opponent. "Silence, fool!" he roared. "If you betray me in this fashion, you betray yourself as well. Revealing my name, you will empower the lady to command me. Thus you will destroy my intent, and you will perish, damned by your own deed. But I will not permit it. Rather than suffer ruin at your hand, I will forsake my design utterly. What then, fat one, fool, meddler? Will you drive me to depart, abandoning the earth to its end, merely to gratify your gangrel corpulence? Must I leave the lady to grieve for her son while she may? Are you blind to the truth that neither you nor the combined will of the insequent suffice to alter the world's doom? You cannot discover the prison of the lady's son. Without him you are lost. All is lost." Wreathed in bands of color like anxiety, the Ardent replied, "This outcome some among the insequent have foreseen. Others disagree. One matter on which all concur, however, is that of the lady's import. To an extent which you fear to acknowledge, the fate of life rests with her as much as with her son. Yet that is not the substance of our contention. Its crux is this. Do my pronouncements or the lady's desires suffice to daunt you? Is your purpose, or your pride, so fragile that you cannot suffer obstruction? If not, you must concede that your avarice forbids you to turn from your chosen path." "My avarice?" barked the Harrow scornfully. His fingers twitched, eager for the magic of his beads and fringes. "I am not a living embodiment of gluttony. There can be no comparison between us. Where I have hazarded my life assiduously for centuries, you have merely feasted. You cannot outface me. You prize your gross flesh too highly." Feigning confidence, the Ardent answered, "Thus you display ignorance rather than knowledge. Truly I prize my flesh, as I do all sustenance, but I do not fear death when I am able to spend the last of my days feasting. I will happily perish in surfeit and satiation while the worm devours the earth." Then his manner changed. Between one word and the next, sharpness emerged like a knife from the concealment of his garb. "However, I also do not scruple to betray you. I fear, but I do not scruple. If I must, I will ensure that you cannot abandon your purpose. Depart if you wish. Forsake your intent. You will gain naught. I need only speak your true name, and the lady will receive from you all that she requires." "And when you have uttered my true name," countered the Harrow viciously, "I will reveal yours." He seemed barely able to contain his rage. It congested his voice like alluvial mud. But his antagonist did not falter. "Thus the lady will be empowered to compel us both equally. For me nothing will be lost. As you have observed, I will be damned by my own deed. For you, however, all that you have ever craved will fray and fade." The Ardent may have been bluffing. Linden could not tell. Beneath his flamboyant magics, he was as mundane as she was, as legible as Linden or the Raman. But the acquired power of his ribbons obscured aspects of his aura, distracted her senses. Nevertheless, she was already sure of the outcome. The Harrow would acquiesce. His hungers were as bottomless as his eyes. They ruled him. Turning her back on both of the insequent, she forced herself to face Covenant again. She wanted to find some way to say goodbye, if not to him, then to the love that they had once shared. Long ago she had heard Pitchwife singing, "I know not how to say farewell, when farewell is the word that stays alone for me to say, or will be heard." She hoped that she would return to Anderlane with Jeremiah, but she no longer had any power to impose her will on events, no power apart from the Ardents' support. Anything might happen after the Harrow fulfilled his part of their bargain. Covenant's attention still wandered the maze of his memories, dissociated and lost. He might not hear her. Nevertheless, she had to try. She could too easily imagine that this would be her last chance. Hoarse with strain, she began, "Covenant! Oh, Covenant! I'm sorry. I've done everything wrong," ever since the Modout had returned her to her proper time. "I should have trusted you." She should have at least tried to understand the silence of the dead. "Now it's come to this." Her friends hovered around her. Behind them, the Harrow and the Ardent had fallen silent. Bitterly the Harrow chafed at this new delay. In his own fashion he too had surrendered, but Linden had no attention to spare for anyone except Covenant. "The only thing that doesn't scare me is leaving you here. You're struggling now, but you'll find your way out of it." She made a ragged effort to smile. "By the time I get back, you'll probably know how to save the land." The Harrow's plans she distrusted. Intuitively she suspected that he would not be allowed to carry them out. The land had too many powerful foes. "That wouldn't surprise me. If you can't do it, no one can." With a suddenness that startled her, nearly made her flinch, Covenant's eyes sprang into focus. His chin came up, emphasizing the severity of his features, the exigency of his grey gaze. Before she could react, he answered like a growl, "Oh, hell no!" She seemed to hear gruff affection in his voice. "After all the trouble of resurrecting me," he announced, "the least you can do is take me with you. I may not look like much, but you need me, and God knows I need you. Right now I'm not coherent enough to do anything on my own. You're about the only power there is that can actually hold me together. For a few minutes, anyway. And we've got time." The response of the masters was swift. Galt stepped between Linden and Covenant, as if to deny her claim on the unbeliever. One on each side, Bronnell and Clyme gripped Covenant's arms. "Our Lord, no!" An almost subliminal tremor of vehemence marred Galt's inflexibility. "This we will not permit. We cannot. The land's plight precludes it." Tension ran through the Ramen. Protests crowded Leon's heart. Several of the sword-maneer clenched their fists, but none of them moved or spoke. Stave did not interfere, although he must have known what the humbled would do. The rest of Linden's companions may have been waiting for some sign from him, or from Linden, or from Covenant. "You need me." Linden's pulse thudded in her throat. "I need you." Covenant's words released a cascade of emotions that threatened to sweep aside her defenses. With equal fervor she wanted him to accompany her and to remain behind. "Please," she tried to say. "You don't have to do this." But her old ache for his presence and his irrefusable courage stopped her. "You're wrong," Covenant informed Galt. "Weren't you listening? I told you. If you have to choose, choose her." He did not struggle, but now his tone held no hint of affection. He sounded raw, rubbed sore by the difficulty of controlling his frangible thoughts. "I know you don't trust the insequent. You shouldn't, but you think you can avoid compromising any more of your commitments if the four of us stay here. Well, I'm sorry. That isn't possible. Everything is just going to get messier from now on. If you want to have any say in what happens anywhere, you'll have to get your hands dirty." "Can't you see that I'm broken?" he asked, a sigh of exasperation. "We're all broken, one way or another. Broken or maimed, bereft to the marrow of our bones.
We can't heal anything or stop anything if we stay here."
Galt did not step aside. Clyme and Ronald did not release Covenant. But when Galt began to say, "The Masters," an uncharacteristic hitch in his voice forced him to pause and swallow. "The Masters," he repeated, "elected to withhold judgment concerning Linden Avery. While they remained uncertain, it became the task of the humbled to forestall desecration. In this we have failed. When our kinsmen are apprised of what has transpired here, they will surely judge us as we judge ourselves. Now we will bear the cost of our failure, as we must. If that cost includes opposition to your will, unbeliever," again his voice seemed to catch in his chest, "if it requires us to act upon our certainty that Linden Avery now serves corruption, we will do what we must to prevent further desecration." Uncounted days ago Lord Fowl had assured Linden that "the Harukai serve me, albeit unwittingly."
"Hellfire, Galt!" Covenant retorted without hesitation. "You should have gone with Cale. You should have let him talk to you. Have you never bothered to wonder why Lord Fowl and Castaneson and the damn Harrow and even my lost son want Jeremiah so badly? Have you never considered the idea that he must be crucial? Hasn't it occurred to you yet that if he can be hidden from the actual Elohim, there must be powers at work here you don't understand? Powers you aren't aware of when you took on the job of being masters? Hell and blood! You make your commitments and you stand by them. I respect that. But even the bedrock of the world shifts when it has to. If ordinary stone didn't have enough wisdom to change, there wouldn't be anything here for you to stand on."
Linden held her breath, hoping or praying or simply wishing that Covenant would be able to persuade the humbled. Oh, she could have determined the outcome for him. If she told the ardent that her interpretation of the Harrow's bargain included Covenant, the two insequent would have no difficulty separating him from the Masters. Nevertheless, she said nothing. She had already imposed her desires on him in ways that now seemed unjustifiable. She still believed that the land needed the rigid loyalty of the Harukai, and her years among the mentally and emotionally crippled in her former life had taught her that Covenant's insistence on what he wanted now might conduce to the healing of his mind, his memories. The longer he remained engaged with his actual circumstances and companions, the stronger his grip on himself might become. That was a form of hope which she had not expected, and she clung to it. Still, she saw nothing that resembled compromise or acceptance in the lines of Galt's back. Lit by the sunstone, Clyme and Ronald looked as blank as ancient carvings, their expressions worn away by ages of intransigence.
"Yet we remain Harukai rather than stone," replied Galt.
To the extent that his nature permitted supplication, he may have been pleading with Covenant.
"Stone does not choose, Lord. It merely submits to forces which it cannot withstand. Choice and battle are our birthright. We are the masters of the land because we elected to honor the promise of our ancestors to its fullest extent. And we," he indicated Ronald, Clyme, and himself, "are the humbled because we earned our place by long combat. We are the avatars of the ancient failure of the Blood Guard, and must now continue to fail. You cannot ask it of us to countenance your departure in the Harrow's company and in Linden Avery's. To do so is to ask that we become other than we are."
Covenant shook his head.
"That's exactly why you're going to let me go, and why you're going to come with us. In your whole history, no Harukai has ever been given a chance to undo a desecration, or to help transform it. A chance to find out what's on the other side of failure. And you have never had a chance to recover from what the Wizard did to you. Cale would have told you that if you were willing to listen."
Perhaps it was only adrenaline that held the shards of his mind together, or perhaps he truly did not want to be separated from Linden. He may even have cared about Jeremiah's straits, cared deeply. He was capable of such compassion. Beyond question, he cared about the fate of the humbled.
"Besides," he added like a shrug, "what's the alternative? Staying behind won't accomplish anything. The worm isn't here. Neither is Lord Fowl. If we want to stop them, we'll have to go where they are. That means we'll have to face Castanessen and the Scourge and Roger and Seizures and Dravers and even Joan. If you think we can do all that alone, if you think we don't need as many friends and allies as we can get, you're out of your minds."
Hardly aware of what she did, Linden raised her hand to touch Covenant's ring through the plucked flannel of her shirt, to anchor herself on its cold comfort as she had done for years. But it was gone, and her hands were empty without the staff. Linden gripped his oar-crest so tightly that its light shook, casting ambiguous shadows over the figures grouped around Covenant. Finally Stave intervened. From his place at Linden's side he said, "The unbeliever has spoken. You will acquiesce. How otherwise will the humbled redeem themselves in my sight?" Galt glanced at Clym, at Bronnell. "Is there no other recourse?" he asked aloud when he could have addressed them mind to mind. They shook their heads slightly, so slightly that Linden almost missed the glint of resignation or remorse in their eyes. "Then," Galt pronounced, "we redeem ourselves thus!" Wheeling so swiftly that Linden did not see him move, he flung a killing blow at her face. Her death would cancel her bargain with the Harrow. He would take Covenant's ring and her staff and retrieve Jeremiah for his own use. By the inhumane standards of the masters, that would put an end to her many desecrations. Yet Galt's blow did not touch her. Stave reached out and caught Galt's fist easily, as if he had seen or heard the attack coming before Galt moved. The smack of knuckles against flesh made Linden flinch, but did not harm her. Linden yelped. Too late the Raman snatched at their garrots. Cold Spray and two other giants surged forward with their heavy fists cocked. But Galt did not strike again, or resist Stave's grasp. Instead, he nodded once and stepped back. At the same time, Clym and Bronnell released Covenant and held out their hands, open and empty, as if to show that they, too, had surrendered. "It appears," the Ardent remarked to the Harrow, "that the scale of your entourage has been increased yet again." He sounded smug once more. "Doubtless you will welcome these added witnesses to the grand culmination of your designs." The Harrow muttered a curse under his breath, but Linden could not hear what it was. She did not move. She hardly dared to breathe. She was afraid that anything she might say or do would shatter the spell, the mystery, of what had just occurred. Somehow Stave, the outcast, and Thomas Covenant, the unbeliever, had swayed the humbled. 5. Preparations. Linden hardly knew how to feel. She was awash in so many conflicting emotions that she could not steer her way through them. Dismay still filled the bottom of her heart like shoals, but over those unanswerable rocks strong currents and eddies seemed to run in every direction. She had resurrected Covenant at a terrible cost. She had purchased the means to reach her son by making herself powerless to aid him. Yet Covenant had reaffirmed his belief in her, his unmerited support. Indeed, he had backed her with such certainty that even the humbled, had been moved. She was desperately grateful for everything that he had said and done, for anything that hinted that his love might be great enough to cover even her vast crime. Nevertheless, his attitude weakened her. Like Leon's overt compassion in Revelstone days ago, Covenant's reasoning eroded her grip on herself. According to the contradictory logic of her emotions, he diminished her by denying that her every deed was wrong. If everything that she had done deserved repudiation, at least she knew where she stood. Blame told her who she was. It gave her meaning. Without it, she was less than powerless. She was insignificant. In that way, her gratitude implied both hope and despair. Perhaps this was what it meant to have friends and the possibility of love, to become smaller, too inadequate and fallible for words, and thereby to find herself no longer alone, no longer either solely culpable or solely necessary. If so, her position now was the opposite of Stave's. being cast out, had given him the strength to stand alone, entirely isolated from his people, and that, in turn, had made it possible for him to be her friend in ways that no other Harukai could comprehend, by solitary choice rather than by communal necessity. Long ago, Covenant's circumstances had resembled Stave's. Being a pariah on Haven Farm had taught him the courage and fortitude to care for Joan unaided. Linden, too, had once been alone and strong. Now the poles of her dilemma had been reversed. She had been weakened by acceptance and affirmation and trust. Together the giants and the Ramen, Lind and Stave, Covenant, and even the humbled, they had brought her to the end of her choices. She was not sure that she could bear it. She was sitting on the grass again with her knees gripped to her chest, hiding her face. She needed time to recover from the joy and terror of Covenant's declarations. "Have you never bothered to wonder why Lord Fowl and Castanessen and the damn Harrow and even my lost son want Jeremiah so badly? Roger and the Croyle dreamed of becoming gods. Apparently Covenant believed that Jeremiah's plight and the lands could not be distinguished from each other." Around her, Linden's friends also seemed to need time. Stave and the masters regarded each other impassively, but Pawnee and Bappa stared openly at Clyme, Galt, and Bonnell, as though they had never seen such men before. Through his bandage, Martyr appeared to study the humbled with a comparable surprise. He may have been wondering to what extent this unforeseen alteration in the posture of the masters could be trusted. Leon's features displayed mingled awe and vindication. He had known the intransigence of the masters all his life. Clearly he considered Covenant's accomplishment a great feat, and Covenant had validated Leon's instinctive commitments. The stone-downer held up the light of his oar-crest as if he were proud to offer illumination to the unbeliever. The sword-maneer conferred cautiously with each other. The tension of their impulse to defend Linden was slow to dissipate. Cirrus Kindwind and Cabledarm muttered together, sharing their uncertainty about the humbled. Bluntfist, Late-Birth, and Onyx Stone-Mage reminded each other, no doubt unnecessarily, of various giantish tales concerning Thomas Covenant. With Frostheart Grubern and Storm-Past Galesend, Rime Coldspray discussed the innominate contingencies of a journey with the Harrow and the Ardent. They did not know where they were going or what they would encounter when they arrived. Nevertheless, they envisioned potential dangers as best they could and considered possible responses. At the same time, the Iron Hand apportioned simpler tasks. As before, he asked Grubern to watch over Linden and Galesend to care for Annalie. Stone-Mage and Late-Birth would guard Leand and the main thrall, respectively. Cabledarm and Hail-Hole Bluntfist, Pawnee and Bappa. Covenant she left to the humbled. Meanwhile, Annalie fretted inchoately, as if he alone felt any need for haste. But Covenant had slipped again. In a weary murmur, as if his tenuous clarity had drained him, he talked about the birth of sand-gorgons in the great desert, describing to himself the mindless confluence of earth power and storms and barren sand which had manifested itself in those feral monsters. His knotted frown and the hunch of his shoulders gave the impression that he feared his memories, or feared his inability to identify their importance. His wrapped hands made gestures that went nowhere. Standing on the slope behind Linden, the Harrow ground his teeth in palpable frustration, while the Ardent played restlessly with his ribbons. Leand, of course, was the first to step aside from his own concerns. Still holding his sunstone so that everyone could see, he crossed the greensward to kneel in front of Linden. With her face covered, she did not look at him. Nonetheless, her health sense was as precise as vision. His concern added itself to the emotional tides and eddies that swirled through her as if she had been reduced to flotsam. "Linden," he breathed, addressing himself only to her. "Linden Avery, I see the distress which feeds upon your heart. None here do not. Even Annalie is disturbed by it, and I do not doubt that the unbeliever would seek to console you were he able to escape his wounded mind. Will you not take comfort from the desire of your friends to accompany you in all things? I do not speak of the Harukai. They do as they must. Even Stave doth so. Nor do I speak of the giants, who delight in extremity and hazard. No, Linden, I speak of your lesser companions, we who have stood at your side from the first. Mainthrall Martyr, Bappa, Pani, and I lack the heritage of earth power which exalts of the Harukai and the giants. Even Anli is a being of power where we are not. Yet we have confronted monsters and mysteries in your name. We have dared Demon and Scourge, Kresh, and Cave-Whites, and we have twice endured seizures. Within the second, I have participated in your thoughts, sharing the pain and force and darkness and yearning of your spirit. Will you not consider that we choose to remain at your side, knowing that you have dared the earth's doom? Will you not permit our trust to ease you?" Linden could not face him, nor could she explain herself. Her emotions ran in too many directions to be named. Instead, muffled against her knees, she said, "I had a chance to take pity on Alina, Covenant's endlessly suffering daughter, and I couldn't do it. She had not merely desecrated law to resurrect Covenant, she had failed to resurrect him whole. I'm glad you're coming with me. I'm glad you're all coming. But I'm as broken as Covenant is. I've fallen somewhere, and I don't know how to climb out." She felt Lind stiffen as she replied. At first she thought that she had hurt him, but then she read him more clearly. He did not feel rejected. Instead, he was drawing on the dignity with which he had often answered her efforts to spare him. "Then," he told her sternly, "there is no other path for you. You must walk it or perish. Arise now and allow the Harrow to fulfill the terms of your exchange. Every delay heightens your own peril as much as your son's." Lost in her confusion, Linden was surprised to find that Lind of Midhill stoned down the authority to command her. He diminished her, truly he did. At the same time, however, he bestowed new reasons for gratitude. "All right," she answered indistinctly, although she did not move. "I understand. Just give me a minute. Tell everyone to get ready. We'll leave soon." When Lind rose to his feet and turned away, he seemed to take some of her tossed and eddying emotional currents with him. "Cords," she heard Martyr say, "this company requires water and sustenance. We have endured much without rest or aliment. Aliantha we must have, and also a stream to quench our thirst." At once Bappa moved to obey his mainthrall. Pani lingered long enough to turn a glance of yearning and veiled alarm on Lind. Then she too obeyed Martyr. "Aye, mainthrall," assented the Iron Hand. "The Ramen are provident as well as courteous. For many reasons we grieve those giants whom the land names the Unhomed. Among our sorrows is this, that their fate precluded us from hearing their tales of both the Ranahin and the Ramen." As the cords jogged away in opposite directions, Martyr replied to Cold Spray, "Already the benefits of your presence have been many and inestimable. I do not doubt that they will continue, but the Ramen are a short-spoken people, and even among my kind I am considered curt. I lack the gifts of speech to offer sufficient honor. Know, however, that where my mouth is empty, my heart is full." The Iron Hand and several of her comrades laughed in response. Chuckling, Kindwind replied, "You measure yourself unjustly, mainthrall. Were we uncertain that our path lies with Linden giant friend, which we are not, still would we gladly follow where a man who speaks as you do leads." "All right," Linden told herself. "You can do this. It's the last thing you have to do. You might as well face it." Sighing under the weight of her remaining burden, she raised her head and climbed slowly to her feet. Covenant had closed his eyes. He gave the impression that he was asleep on his feet. However, Linden could still sense the turmoil in his mind. Tucked into the waist of his jeans, the krill throbbed intermittently with new heat. Guided by Turia, Joan may have been testing his vulnerability. Doubtless she and the Raver had become stronger when Linden had torn Covenant out of the Arch of Time. They would hurt or kill him if they were given the opportunity. For the present, however, they were content to probe and wait. Linden wanted to ask Covenant what would happen to Andalain and the Wraiths when the mystic force of Loric's krill was taken elsewhere, but she could guess well enough. Roger and his cave-whites had neither the desire nor the sheer numbers to expend their energies against Andalain, and she still believed that Castanessen's pain-driven fury was too single-minded to encompass the hills. His rage was directed primarily at his fellow Elohim. He did not care about mere grass and trees and health and loveliness. The Scourge, on the other hand, their voracity might be drawn to the wealth of earth power here, and even if Castanessen sent his monsters elsewhere for some purpose which Linden could not imagine, the Sand Gorgons might come. Through Stave she had offered them distractions enough to occupy them until they were overtaken by the world's end, but among them they retained remnants, scraps, of some Mahdi Shoal's malign spirit, and the Raver's loathing of trees was as enduring and insatiable as the Ravers themselves. Like Salva Gildenborn, Andalain might present a feast which the Sand Gorgons could not ignore. Linden agreed with the humbled. She had given up too much when she had accepted the Harrow's terms. The fact that she could not have made any other choice did not console her. Waiting for the cords, she confirmed that Jeremiah's crumpled race car remained deep in one of her pockets. The ruined toy was all that she retained of her son. If her friends and Covenant could not rid Jeremiah of the Croyle, the one thing that he had taken from his former life might be all that she would ever have. After a moment, Leand said carefully, "Linden." He stood to the side so that his oar-crest lit both Linden and Covenant. "One question remains. What must be done to preserve Annalee? We know nothing of where we will be conveyed, and we have lost all that we bore from Revelstone. Only the armor of the giants remains to ward him, and I fear that they will have need of it." Annalee, Linden thought. Ah, God. When your deeds have come to doom, as they must, remember that he is the hope of the land. To her, the old man appeared to be both the most and the least helpless of her companions. He may also have been the most or the least necessary. But on the day of Jeremiah's abduction by Roger, her son had devised two astonishing constructs in her living room. Out of bright plastic bits like tiny bricks, he had formed large structures which she could not fail to recognize, one of Revelstone, the other of Mount Thunder, ancient graven Threndor. Among the White Warrens, deep in the chest of the mountain, 10 years and several millennia ago, she and Covenant had gone to the chamber of Kirill Threndor to confront Lord Fowl. Since her translation to the land in Jeremiah's wake, she had learned to think of his last voluntary creations as guides or instructions, or as warnings. Certainly she would not have travelled to Andalain to resurrect Covenant if she had not first found the Staff of Law and been taken to Revelstone, where she had fallen victim to Roger's insidious glamour. She believed now that she knew where the Harrow would take her, for good or ill. Unfortunately, she could not close her mind to an alternative interpretation of her son's constructs. If Lord Fowl had indeed claimed Jeremiah years ago, those images of Revelstone and Mount Thunder may not have been voluntary. They may have been manipulations, ploys designed to make her serve the despiser. Yet, in the Hall of Gifts, Stave had spoken of children among his people. It is their birthright to remain who they are. And he had asked, "Are you certain that the same may not be said of your son?" Linden wanted to say the same of Jeremiah so badly that she feared to do so. "I refuse to believe he made choices then that can't be undone." Nevertheless, the nature of the intent which had inspired his constructs in her living room did not affect her answer to Leon's question. "I don't think that we need to worry about Annalee. If I'm right, we're going underground. It'll all be stone, old stone, the kind that he understands." "You were there," she said, remembering. and Salva Gildenborn. Before that first scourge attacked us, and we met the giants, he read or heard something in the sand, the residue of rocks which must have been old long before Covenant's first appearance in the land. There Annalee had spoken of the necessary forbidding of evils, a forbidding like the repulsion which the Colossus of the Fall had once wielded. But that strength was long gone. It had failed with the passing of the one forest and the forestalls. Without forbidding, there is too little time. "Aye," Linden acknowledged. "At that time he instructed you to seek deep rock, the oldest stone. Only there the memory remains. But how do you conclude that your son is imprisoned beneath the earth?" Annalee had also said, "Forget understanding, forget purpose, forget the Elohim. They too are imperiled." Like so many of the old man's utterances, that one had been as urgent as prophecy and as cryptic. Now, too late, Linden knew what it meant. And she knew something else as well. When he stood on rock or on the remnants of rocks, Annalee's pronouncements held truth. Whether or not she grasped their significance, she needed to hear and heed them. "Become as trees, the roots of trees. Seek deep rock." She shrugged. "I can't be sure, but Lord Fowl likes to hide his secrets in stone. Nothing else is strong enough to hold them." "That I must believe," admitted the young man. "None the less I fear for Annalee, the purpose which lies in wait beneath his madness." Linden shook himself to loosen the trepidation that tightened his shoulders. "Linden, I do not merely fear for him. For causes which I cannot name, I fear Annalee himself. Though unpossessed, he offers harm to none." Briefly Linden met the stone-dower's troubled gaze. Then she looked away. "You should probably trust your instincts, but I don't feel what you do. To me he looks more dangerous to himself than to anyone else." After a moment she added, "I just wish that I knew what Sunder and Talion said to him, or what they did for him. I wish I knew what they know about him." But she had nowhere to turn for answers. Unless Covenant chanced upon a relevant memory and was able to explain it, she could only wait for events to reveal the exigencies that ruled Annalee. She was responsible for most of the delays which had prevented her departure with the harrow, yet now she felt helpless to do anything except wait. Eventually the cords returned to the vale. Both Bappa and Pani bore handfuls of treasure berries, and Bappa announced that he had found a brook perhaps 100 paces beyond the eastern rim of the hollow. Trusting the Harukai and the Ramen to stand guard, Rime Coldspray and her sword Maynir strode away in various directions, some to forage for more aliantha, others heading toward water. While Bappa and Pani offered the viridian fruit to Linden and Lind, Annalee and Stave, Brunel tried to get the unbeliever's attention. But Covenant did not emerge from his recollections. Perhaps he had already eaten enough to satisfy his new mortality. Linden accepted a few of the berries after Annalee had taken as much as his hands could hold. She would need more, she knew that, and she too would have to visit the brook. For the moment, however, she was content to send Lind off with Pani to search and drink. Bappa also she encouraged to fend for himself. She wanted a chance to talk to the ardent. Accompanied only by Stave and Martyr, she ascended the shallow slope toward the garish insequent. The harrow studied her suspiciously as she approached, but said nothing. Covenant's ring he clenched in one fist, as if he sought to squeeze wild magic from it by sheer force. The staff of law he hugged to his chest like a shield. "Lady," the ardent bowed in a fanfare of ribbons, "doubtless the moment draws nigh when we will depart this vale of rue. And doubtless we are one and all devout in our hope that occasions more pleasurable lie before us. It is apparent, however, that uncertainties remain to disturb you. I will endeavor to ease you, if I may do so without interference in the harrow's designs." "Without more interference," muttered the harrow darkly. Then he clamped his jaws shut. Linden hardly knew how much to trust the ardent, but she answered his bow with a nod. "I appreciate what you've already done." Her gratitude seemed to float on a vast sea of dread, but she did not mean to speak of her fears. "Unfortunately, I can't think of any questions about the harrow that you might be free to answer. I wanted to ask you something else. The harrow seems to believe that all you care about is gluttony, but I'm not convinced. What you want isn't that simple. If it's fair to say that all of the insequent are ruled by greed, for knowledge or for personal glory or for service, what are you greedy for? Why did your people pick you? What are you trying to get for yourself?" Decorating himself with flutters, the ardent beamed at her. "You are insightful, lady, and mayhap wise as well, in spite of your manifold follies. Doubtless others have observed these qualities in you." The Theomach had called her clever as well as wise. Surely she had made enough mistakes to prove him wrong. "It is not without cause," continued the ardent, without pausing, "that the harrow regards me with disdain." Every sentence emphasized his lisp. "Yet his scorn misleads him. Gluttony, I affirm. However, feasting and the adoration of viands are but one manifestation of my distinctive hunger, the unsated quest which you have named greed. My appetites are not limited to the delights of the flesh." "Lady, my true hunger is for that which is utterly singular, entirely unique. I crave the experience of that which lacks all precedent and cannot be repeated. I have not attained my happy bulk by repetition, or indeed by quantity, but rather by seeking out and enjoying every form of sustenance which the wide earth proffers. And I desire other uniquenesses as well. I wish to taste, and see, and hear, and feel, and to do all things that are new to me, or to the world, or that are too fleeting to recur. And I wish to savor sensations in which no other being ever can or ever will participate. For this quality, and because I am an acolyte of the Madaut, I was chosen. The insequent perceive that I cannot fail their trust without betraying my own greed. I have witnessed the mating of Nicor merely because no other insequent or any self-aware creature has done so. For the same reason, I have stood upon the mightiest peaks of the earth, not excluding great Melanchurion Skyweir. Yet those are lesser joys, because the day may come when others also experience them. This," he expanded his ribbons until they seemed to include the whole hollow and all that had occurred within it, "is truly unprecedented. Nor will it ever recur. And my presence within it is unprecedented, unrepeatable, ecstatically unique. I speak for the insequent as a people. Those powers which they are able to invest in me I possess. Ere now such a confluence has never transpired. Come what may, it will never transpire again, and no other living being will ever know its fraught joys. Behold me, lady, at the crown and culmination of my greed." Bright bands of color wove around him, as if he and they formed a tapestry of exultation. "Never will I be deemed the greatest of the insequent, nor will my deeds determine the outcome of the earth. Yet I do not scruple to proclaim that no insequent has achieved the fruition which I attain here. No other insequent will attain it. Even the harrow in his vainglory will not." Linden stared at him, trying to grasp the implications of his peroration. Although his human aura remained partially concealed by his raiment, she discerned that he was telling the truth. But how would such a man react in a crisis? A crisis was certain. She knew the despiser too well to believe otherwise. What would a man who prized unique sensations above all else do when he faced butchery and was threatened with death? He had threatened to reveal the harrow's true name, the most fatal act an insequent could commit, but he may have been bluffing. While she pondered that question, looking for ways to examine the ardent further, the harrow said to him in a black voice, "Yet you know naught of the deep places of the earth." The plump insequent raised his eyebrows as though the harrow's statement touched the sore place in him. "That is sooth," he conceded in a more subdued manner. "I fear them. They are hazardous beyond estimation.
Indeed, some few among the insequent have perished in their search for knowledge of those depths. I need only name the auriferans. In a distant age, he explained to Linden, a time that far preceded that of the Theomach, she delved deeply, seeking a knowledge both ancient and immeasurable. Desiring, as did the Theomach, to be named the greatest of the insequent, she found only the loss of use and mind and life. Yet her end was by no act of the insequent. Rather, she was unmade by evils too vicious to be contemplated. For that reason, our kind has largely eschewed the land, deeming that its perils exceed its grandeur and mystery. The exceptions are infrequent and secret, though it is surely plain to all that the Harrow stands among them. By my own deeds, he concluded, my doom is bound to yours and to the Harrows. I do not aspire to end my days in terror. Linden expected some mordant retort from the Harrow, but he only grinned fiercely through his beard and said nothing. After a moment, Stave announced quietly, "Chosen, the sword may near return. The cords in the stone downer are refreshed, and Annalie's hunger has been satisfied. You and the main thrall must now seek out the brook. To preserve your strength, you must have water." He was right. Linden knew that, but she was reluctant to stop probing the insequent. Indirectly, the Harrow had confirmed that Jeremiah had been hidden underground, and the Ardent's fulsome account of himself did not reassure her. If he already feared what might happen to him— However, she suspected that more questions would not bring more answers, and Jeremiah had been left too long at the Croyle's mercy. "Please," she wanted to say to the Ardent, "don't abandon us, not while that monster has my son." But she lacked the eloquence to move him. Surely he understood the danger? Nodding once more to the Ardent, if in supplication rather than gratitude, she let Stave and Martyr lead her away. When she and the main thrall had quenched their thirst, eaten aliantha, and rejoined the rest of her companions, Linden saw that they were ready as they would ever be. Leon's mastery of his oar-crest seemed steady enough, but Covenant's ability to make use of the Loric's krill was unpredictable at best. It might do him more harm than good if Joan and Turia chose some crucial moment to assail him. The company would have to rely upon the weight and weapons and skill of the giants and the resolute prowess of the Harukai. In the deep places of the earth, the abilities of the Raman might be of little use. Linden herself had nothing to contribute. Yet Martyr emanated a grim eagerness in spite of his blindness and his Raman fear of enclosure. In darkness, the loss of his eyes might have the effect of an advantage, and his fierce desire to participate in a tale worth remembering had not waned. Bappa doubted himself too much to share his main thrall's anticipation. Clearly, however, he found reassurance in Martyr's attitude. But Pawnee fears for Leon were growing. She stood at his shoulder as though she ached to cast off her reserve and cling to him openly. Because she was Raman and followed her main thrall, she would face any hazard and fight to the end of her life. Still, her concern for Leon outweighed any other apprehension. "I wish I could spare you. Hell, I wish any of us could spare you. But I can't see any way around it." For himself, Leon did not share Pawnee's alarm. When Linden had allowed him to accompany her away from his life in Midhill Stonedown, she had opened the way for a discovery of both the land and himself, a discovery that still thrilled him. Inadvertently she had cast a glamour over him which she distrusted, and he did not. It had made him the first true Stonedowner since before the time of the Sunbane. And he had new strengths now, strengths that might sustain him if or when Linden failed to justify his faith in her. Beyond her more human friends, the giants shared a measure of Martyr's grimness and excitement. Knowing the earth as they did, they could probably imagine the dangers better than any Raman, yet they treasured the tales that resulted from hazard and daring, and they loved stone. They did not fear to seek Jeremiah or any fate underground. Linden saw possibilities for joy in them that the main thrall lacked.
Like the humbled, Stave remained entirely himself, unreadable in his dedication to the absolute in any situation, his apparent rejection of all sorrow. But Annalee grew increasingly impatient. Linden could not guess what prompted his restiveness, but it was evident in his tense shoulders and twitching fingers, in the way he jerked his head from side to side as if he were hearing a multitude of voices. His gaze, milky and sightless, darted from place to place, as though he expected horrors to emerge from the sumptuous grass. And Covenant, the man whom Linden had loved and lost, as she had loved and lost her son, he remained as alone as Jeremiah in spite of his physical presence. Indeed, he seemed immured under a mountain of mental or spiritual rubble. His efforts to extricate himself were palpable, so plain that Linden could almost follow their progress. Huddling into himself, he talked inexplicably of a time when he and Lord Moram had stood looking down into Treacher's Gorge while an army of cave-whites marched forth. "So many of them," he muttered, "too many to count. Lord Fowl used them whenever he wanted fodder for one of his wars. He spent thousands of them fighting Heil Troy, and thousands more against Revelstone. They're intelligent enough to be used. They're just not smart enough to recognize lies. They're so good at killing. It's easy to forget how badly they've been misled. Hell, they don't need wars. The White Warrens have everything they want. They didn't ask to be shock troops. Even poor Drool, his only real mistake was listening to Lord Fowl. Everything after that was the despisers' doing." Covenant's eyebrows were an arch of strain across his forehead. From time to time he punched his bound fists against each other, as if he hoped that the pain would jolt them back into coherence. Dampness in his eyes suggested that he might weep. To Linden he seemed altogether pitiable. That was her doing. Hers. And yet somehow he remained Thomas Covenant, the man who had twice defeated Lord Fowl. The cut lines of his visage and the gauntness of his frame, even the potential tears in his eyes, did not imply frailty. Rather, they conveyed an austere authority. He resembled a sovereign brought low, accustomed to command in spite of his ragged state. In the light of Leon's sunstone, his silver hair shone like an oriflamme, and the pale scar on his forehead gleamed like an anointment. The bandages on his hands, cerise and incarnadine, opalescent and viridian, were grotesqueries that only emphasized his stature. Linden's eyes burned at the sight of him, at his suffering and his unextinguished spirit. Oh, he diminished her. That was his nature, or hers. None the less his effect on her had shifted. His support against the humbled made her ache to prove worthy of him, to win back whatever love she had lost during his immeasurable absence with the arch of time. She trusted that he would respond when she needed him. She was less confident of the humbled. They had changed their minds once. They might do so again. But when she finally said to Stave, "Let's go. I've kept us all waiting too long," the three masters began urging Covenant toward the harrow. Stoically, Galt, Bonnell, and Clyme clung to their right to believe in themselves. How otherwise will the humbled redeem themselves in my sight? Beyond question, they feared grief more than any peril. The Vizard had taught them too well. Being Harukai, they did not know how to distinguish between sorrow and humiliation. Summoning her resolve, Linden led her companions to dare the outcome of her last gamble. "Are you done with hesitation, lady?" asked the harrow acidly. "Even now the worm feeds. Ere long its hunger will become a convulsion in the fundament of the earth. Will you at last permit me to uphold our bargain?" Linden stared into the black emptiness of his eyes, as if she had become fearless. "Let's be clear." Her voice felt stiff in her throat, brittle and unwieldy. But it did not tremble. "You've already got what you wanted from me. Now you're going to take us to my son, all of us, and you're going to bring us all back when we've rescued him. You're going to bring him with us." "I have said so," the harrow retorted. "I have vowed it. I will fulfill my oath." The Ardent nodded.
"Allay your doubts, lady." His anxiety had reclaimed him, quashing his complacent lisp. "The word of any insequent is as necessary as breath. Knowledge is a strict treasure. It does not suffer falsehood. Should the harrow fail to perform all that you have asked, all that he has gained will be reft from him, and—" The ardent's ribbons twisted like fletching. "I am present to aid the completion of his bargain." "All right," thoughts of Jeremiah compelled Linden. "Tell us what you need us to do." Immediately, vehement with eagerness, the harrow commanded, "Stand near together. It will ease our passage if the giants bear those who consent. The ardent and I will combine our theurgies to preclude any misstep arising from your excess of companions." Linden glanced around at the Raman and Lind. When she saw that they agreed, she looked to the Iron Hand. Mutely, Cold Spray gestured at her comrades. At once, Late Birth, Cabled Arm, and Blunt Fist lifted the Raman into their arms. Stone Mage picked up Lind and seated him on one of her massive forearms. While Galesend did the same for Annalie, Frostheart Grubern took Linden. Only Cirrus Kindwind, who had lost an arm against the Scourge, and Cold Spray herself were unencumbered as the Sword Maineer crowded into a cluster. Stave stood beside Grubern. The humbled formed a knot around Covenant close to the Iron Hand. Linden felt wariness on all sides. In this formation the giants could not draw their weapons. Only the Harukai would be able to react swiftly to a sudden threat. Nevertheless, no one resisted the harrow's instructions. He and the Ardent positioned themselves on opposite sides of the company. While the harrow began to rub his beads in an elaborate pattern, muttering as his fingers skittered from place to place, the Ardent sent out bright streamers to enclose Linden and her companions. His ribbons spread far enough to touch the harrow's shoulders, but the harrow ignored them. Still muttering, he demanded, "Douse your magic, youth. It intrudes." Linden understood. The Sunstone was an instrument of earth power. It expressed Leon's strength according to the strictures of law. Clearly the harrow intended to step outside such boundaries, as he did whenever he translated himself from one location to another. For a moment Leon considered the harrow's order, then he shrugged and eased his grip on the oar-crest, allowing its illumination to fade until the stone lay inert in his hand, but he did not return it to its pouch at his waist. Lit only by the pinprick glittering of the stars, Linden and her companions waited, dark as shadows, for the harrow to complete his preparations. Linden held her breath. She was going to Jeremiah. She repeated that to herself again and again. Going to Jeremiah. After all this time, after so much struggle and inadequacy, so much bitter victory and expensive failure, soon she would need to find the courage for what she would see. The Croyle clinging to her son's helpless back, chewing viciously on the side of his neck, filling her vacant boy with feral hate. And she had to pray that at least one of her companions possessed the force necessary to make the monster let go. Of its own will, the Croyle would never allow her to hold Jeremiah in her arms. Never. Leaning against Grubern's stone cataphract, Linden waited, tried to hope. She felt no power gather around her. Nothing more eldritch than Andalane itself seemed to inhabit the night. But she had never been able to sense the peculiar magics of the insequent. Like the Theomox and the Modouts, the harrow's form of wizardry articulated itself in a dimension of reality or time which lay outside the reach of her perceptions. She did not know that anything had happened until the stars and the deeper night beneath the surrounding trees and the hills themselves vanished into utter darkness. Then heavy stone and cold closed over her, over all of her company, like the ceiling of a tomb. 6. Seek deep stone. Tightly guarded by the humbled, Thomas Covenant was snatched out of recollection of cave-whites to find himself standing on the wrought span, long and narrow, that bridged the abyss between the imponderable gut-rock of Mount Thunder and the portal of the lost deep. The magics of the insequent and his fear for Linden had wrenched him out of his memories. It was possible that no one else understood how badly she could be hurt here. He saw nothing. The darkness was absolute, encased by leagues of complex stone. He was probably days of tortuous ascents below the nearest caves and tunnels of the White Warrens. Nonetheless, he had no impression of the terrible chasm that stretched beneath his feet. He could hardly taste the ancient dust in the stagnant, dying air. The cold had not reached him yet. He was numb with leprosy, and had no health sense to identify his circumstances. Nevertheless, the pervasive broom of Kevin's dirt was stifling. He was dangerously close to its source, to the living bane that Castanessen and Esmer and Moksha Raver had tapped or harnessed in order to generate the fug which hampered the staff of law. So near that unanswerable evil, Linden and Leand and the Raman were surely as truncated, as blind and nearly insensate as he was. Annalee's heritage of earth power might preserve him, but even the percipience of the Harukai and the giants was likely to fail. In moments, every one of Linden's companions would be effectively as eyeless as martyr, as deaf as seas, as unresponsive to touch as bluff rock. Unaware of the danger. The absence of light was so complete that the stubborn granite in every direction could no longer recall illumination. Yet Covenant knew exactly where he was. Of course he did. From the perspective of the Arch, his spirit had visited this place too often to be mistaken. Scant hours ago he had been painfully familiar with the lost deep, and with the fragile reach of stone which provided its only access to or from the outer world. Remembering it now, he remembered also that even the Harrow, in his avarice, had never passed beyond this span. The in-sequence claim that he knew where to find Linden's son was based not on direct observation, but on other forms of knowledge. By increments, a dull ache invaded Covenant's chest. The sensation inspired a kind of panic. Perhaps the source of Kevin's dirt had already noticed the intrusion of the staff of law and white gold, of Orecrest and Loric's krill, if not the presence of giants and Harukai and ordinary humans. But he was human himself now. After a moment he realized that what he felt was oxygen deprivation, not the dire approach of hate. The icy air was too old to sustain him. He was beginning to suffocate. No one spoke. No one had spoken. The entire company seemed paralyzed, held motionless by shock or terror, by darkness or cold or anoxia. But then Annalee began coughing, and the giants shifted slightly, making room for the humbled, and a far more immediate alarm seized Covenant. "Don't move," he wheezed urgently. "Don't anyone move." He wanted to say more. "Hellfire! Don't you know where we are?" But a spasm of coughing closed his throat. Every effort to breathe filled his lungs with dust. The span was narrow. Anyone who fell would plunge long enough to wish for death before the end. "Linden," he tried to call out. Tried, and could not. He had not coughed for millennia. Freed from the necessities of muscles and irritated tissues, he had forgotten how to manage them. Coughing racked him until his mind spun as if he had been stricken with vertigo. Then he heard Linden's voice. "Leand," she gasped, a severe effort. "Orecrest." For a time that felt interminable, nothing happened. Leand must have been overwhelmed by the suddenness with which he had lost his health sense, or by simple darkness and alarm. And no one aided him. Blinded, they did not know how. The Harrow should have taken action. This was his doing, but perhaps he was content to let his companions, his victims, fall. He had not vowed to defend them from the dangers of this journey. Under the circumstances, the prospect of being rid of Linden and her friends probably pleased him. He had no experience with Linden's staff. In that case, the ardent— Damnation, it was cold. Covenant felt a kind of astonished fury at his inability to stop coughing, to open his throat and draw breath and speak. What was the good of his resurrection if he could not control his own body? The ardent feared the deep places of the earth, with ample reason.
One or more of the Ramen retched for air. The giants moved cautiously away from each other in spite of Covenant's warning. They did not fear cold or darkness or old stone. They may have wanted a little space in which to clear their lungs, or perhaps they sought room to protect the people they carried. "Heed the unbeliever," Staff said, as if mere suffocation and sightlessness and chill could not impinge upon him. "Stone-downer, heed the chosen." The giants stopped. Linden made a hoarse sound. Somewhere in the darkness he struggled to regain his concentration. Gradually light began to emerge from the young man's right fist. By slow degrees at first the glow swelled. Benighted and heavy, the bulk of the sword manier took shape. The humbled appeared around Covenant as though they had condensed from the thinner substance of shadows. Linden leaned, panting, on Rubern's breastplate. Held by Galesand, Annalee had covered his face with his hands in terror. Then Linden grew stronger. The ramifications of exerted earth power purified the air around him, enabling him to breathe more easily. In a rush, radiance burst out to contradict the dark. A strangled cry came from Linden. The Iron Hand barked, "Stone and sea!" Her comrades hissed imprecations and oaths. "Oh, God!" Linden repeated like a wail. "Oh, God!" but softly, softly, as if she feared the sound of her own voice. Cold echoes mocked every word. Like Linden, the rest of the company began to inhale better air. They grew stronger, strong enough to recognize the extremity of their situation. Covenant and 4 Harukai and 8 giants stood near the apex of the bridge, facing their destination. Ahead of them, the Harrow still muttered incantations or invocations. At the rear of the company, the Ardent gagged on protests that choked him. He had withdrawn his ribbons, wrapped them like a form of armor around his corpulence. Beneath their feet, the smooth span of the bridge traced a shallow arc upward and then down toward the portal of the lost deep, a high, arched entryway with nothing beyond it except an impermeable black, a darkness which the sunstone could not pierce. A host could have entered there or issued forth, but here the stone was no more than 2 giants' paces wide. It looked too fragile to hold so much weight. Across this stone the vials had left their elaborate domain in order to measure their lore against the wider world, and so they had learned doubt, and then loathing, and then doom. They had not been burdened by flesh. Their makings, the demon-dim, had seldom troubled to inhabit bodies, and with the exception of their lore-masters, the Erviles that had once labored in the lore works were hands shorter than Covenant, more slight than even Pani. The Wainham were smaller still. None of them had needed a sturdy bridge. But the white shining of Lian's sunstone reached farther. In spite of his dismay, he extended light into a vast space that made the figures of the bridge seem tiny by comparison. Overhead, a crude dome formed the ceiling of an immense cavern. From the gut rock depended a number of tapering stalactites, massive as towers, naggy as gnarled wood. They glistened with moisture. Among them, spangles of quartz and other crystals cast giddy reflections, as elusive as wheeling stars. None of the stalactites hung directly over the bridge, yet they looked so ponderous that the mere wind of their passing, if they fell, might crack the span. From their tips, streams of water trickled downward, pulling Covenant's gaze with them. Downward, downward, into an abyss that seemed to have no bottom. If those delicate rivulets struck rock somewhere far below the bridge, their plash was too distant to be audible. The depths called to Covenant. Dizziness clutched at his stomach, his head. Involuntarily he stumbled. Galt's hands gripped his arms like iron bands, but he did not feel them. Everyone around him seemed to recede until they were beyond reach, unable to aid him. Cold spray rasped questions that had no meaning. His mind whirled, sucking away its own substance. His spirit had forgotten vertigo. His flesh had not. It urged him to pitch himself into the chasm, to satisfy this whirlpool of nausea by falling and falling like the water, endlessly, until his body redeemed itself in the depths. If Galt had given him a chance— "No!"
The ardent wheezed, straining for air. "I cannot! The harrow has misled himself." Fright ached in his voice. "The span is warted! We must not fall!" Like a mirage of himself, the insequent fled toward the safer rock of Mount Thunder's roots, away from the portal. "Withdraw!" Cold Spray commanded through her teeth. "Follow the ardent. Now, with care. This stone is seamed with age, ancient beyond reckoning. Our weight may surpass its endurance." The sound of her voice seemed to spread cracks through the rock, flaws like the fissures that riddled Covenant's thoughts. He imagined bits of granite breaking off from the edges of the span, following threads of moisture down to their eternal end. The bridge had begun to fail, or it would fail. Vertigo reduced his friable balance, his human awareness, to rubble. "No," countered Climb. "The harrow will forsake us, as the ardent has done. This mad endeavor will accomplish only ruin if we permit the holder of staff and ring to precede us." "He won't," Linden groaned urgently. "He promised. He's going to take us to Jeremiah, and bring us back. If he doesn't, he'll destroy himself." Her voice created an iot of sanity in Covenant's reeling mind. Uncounted millennia ago, he had been familiar with vertigo. Occasionally he had been able to manage it, and Linden was right. Of course she was. In addition, the harrow, like another piece of sanity, Covenant remembered that the harrow had never opened the portal. Perhaps he did not know how, or how to use the staff of law. He did not care about Linden's pain. The bridge was a way in, but it was also a snare, a defense, protected. If the harrow erred, he would shatter the span. "Now," insisted Rime Coldspray, "we will consider other choices when we have attained more trustworthy rock." Without waiting for the assent of the humbled, she began to descend the bridge, stepping as gently as her size permitted. At once Frostheart Gruben followed with Linden. "Bring Covenant," Linden ordered, pleaded. She must have been speaking to the humbled. The rest of the sword Maynir had already shifted their feet, readying themselves to obey Coldspray one at a time. Chunks of stone still crumbled and fell from the rims of the span, but now Covenant understood that he was imagining them. "Faugh!" spat the harrow. "The ardent's alarm does not surprise me. Selecting him, the insequent have betrayed themselves, but I did not foresee cowardice in those who name themselves the lady's friends. I will summon you when I have secured the safety of your passage." Muttering again, he crossed the crest of the span like a man who had come too far to remember fear. Past the edges of the stone the abyss called to Covenant, sang to him like the siren lure of the mare-wives, but Gault did not release him. Ronald and Climb stood on either side, as if to prevent him from breaking away, as if he had ever been strong enough to resist the Harukai. He continued to resist the whirl in his head. Arduously he gathered scraps of sanity from the inadequate air, accreting them like shards of iron to a magnet. Leon's blazing sunstone cleansed the atmosphere to some extent, dispelling increments of depletion and staleness, but it was not enough. Covenant's dizziness was old and obdurate, and he had not relearned the limitations of his carnal life. He had to fight for every shred of self-mastery. His plight recalled the descent from Kevin's watch. Foam Follower had carried him once, but twice he had accomplished that feat by force of will. And the harrow had never opened the portal to the lost deep. Wild magic would betray him there. He would need the staff of law, and cunning, and subtlety, even though he had not had time to learn the staff's uses. The portal was the reason. It explained why the harrow had transported everyone here instead of directly to Jeremiah. The defenses which the vials had woven for their domain were complex and duplicitous. If he did not enter the lost deep correctly, the entire subterranean realm might collapse, or he and everyone with him might be slain in some more oblique and cruel fashion. That Covenant understood. Memories might aid him, or they might bring madness. Understanding was sanity, and sanity made an island in the gyre of his flawed consciousness, a clear space in which he could remain himself. By degrees, he recognized the import of Gault's grip on his arms, recognized it and was grateful.
In one direction the harrow neared the culmination of the bridge. In the other, giants moved cautiously toward the nearer wall of the cavern. They went in single file ahead of the Humboldt and Covenant, carefully removing the stress of their weight from the span.
The Iron Hand and Gruben had already reached the foot of the ark.
Ignoring Linden's protests, Stave had accompanied them. Latebirth and Martyr would join them in 3 or 4 more strides, followed by Onyx, Stone Mage, and Linden. Covenant began to recover a measure of stability. Maybe, he thought, refusing his desire to fall, maybe he should ask the Humboldt to take him to the harrow. Like the insequent, he had never wielded the staff of law, and his bandaged hands were almost entirely numb. He did not know how well or thoroughly they had been healed, but he might remember something. Somewhere among the remains of his fading recall, he might find knowledge that the harrow needed. He did not want to remember what lived in the abyss below him. Nonetheless, his need to rescue Jeremiah was as great as Linden's, although he no longer knew why. Yet he feared the lost deep instinctively. It was rife with reminders of events and powers so inhuman and old that they might drag him dozens of millennia away from his present, from any possibility of helping Linden. He was not confident that he would be able to stand against his memories, not while the consequences of his resurrection threatened to betray him at every step. Perhaps the harrow already knew how to open the portal without precipitating a catastrophe. Fuming to himself, he urged his guardians to follow the sword-menhir. Cirrus Kindwind was the last. She eased her way down the arc after Bluntfist and Bappa. Trying to secure his tenuous poise, Covenant fixed his gaze straight ahead, past Kindwind's shoulders toward the ragged stone of the cavern wall. The chasm tugged at his attention, but he refused to glance aside. In another step, storm-past Galesend would leave the bridge. Then the weight of 5 giants would be gone. Linden, Martyr, Linden, and Annalee would be safe, and Gruben and Stone Mage had already set down their burdens. With cold spray they braced themselves at the edge of the abyss, ready to catch anyone who might be forced to jump. Their breath streamed in great gusts, like intimations of dread. Beyond them a crude tunnel twisted away into the sealed midnight of Mount Thunder's roots. In the light of the sunstone, Covenant saw that the roof of the tunnel was scarcely high enough to let the giants stand upright. Before it writhed out of sight, the passage narrowed sharply. Where it debouched into the cavern, however, it opened like a fan formed of relatively level obsidian veined with malachite. The white purity of the ore-crest's illumination accentuated the green hue of the malachite. The branching of the veins through the obsidian gave them an eerie resemblance to the grass stains on Linden's jeans. Galesend and then Latebirth gained the mound of the tunnel, holding Covenant between them like a prisoner or an invalid. The Humboldt matched Kindwind's pace as she moved down the span. Now Covenant could believe that the bridge would hold, and his balance improved. With each step he found it easier to shut out the insistence of the gulf. Presumably to ensure that Annalee would not wander too near the abyss, Galesend put the old man on his feet within the mouth of the tunnel, near the area where the obsidian tapered to an end. Then she turned back to welcome Latebirth. For reasons that had slumped from Covenant's shoulders like a garment which he had become too small to wear, he felt a twist of anxiety on Annalee's behalf. Dooms hinged on him as they did on the harrow. Remember that he is the hope of the land. Someone had said that, someone Covenant trusted. When your deeds have come to doom. His memories seemed random, involuntary, impossible to control. Cracks and crevices hemmed him on all sides, cutting him off from ordinary humanity. As they must. In his own eyes, he would not have been more obviously a leper if the scar on his forehead had been a brand, yet Linden's gaze clung to his, with the desperation of a woman who believed that he clasped her fate in his insensible hands. Hell and blood, she must have been freezing. He may have been shivering himself. He was not sure. But the small tears in her shirt were as vivid to him as the bullet hole over her heart. Cold would leak through the red flannel like water. Whenever she exhaled, steam rose like frailty from her lungs. She had given up so much and had lost more. Too much. Holding her gaze, Covenant became stronger for her sake. Every moment that he retained his grip on the present cost him more of his memories, deprived him ineluctably of the ineffable knowledge which had inspired him to speak to her from the arch of time. Already his awareness of what he needed to do and why had dwindled to indeterminate and unpredictable debris. But Linden needed him. In some fashion that he could no longer define, the earth and the land and Jeremiah needed him as much as they needed her. Grimly he increased his pace, drawing the humbled with him as he crowded closer to Cirrus Kind Wind's back. At irregular intervals the krill throbbed ominously against his abdomen, but he ignored it. As Hail-Hole Bluntfist carried Bappa off the bridge, Cold Spray, Grubern, and Stone Mage began to relax. Now Kind Wind, Covenant, and the humbled were close to safety. Lacking percipience, Covenant could not sense the harrow. Too many of his nerves were dead. He did not doubt that the insequent had reached the far end of the span, but he had no idea what that avid man might do there or how his efforts would fare. Nevertheless, Covenant did not risk turning his head to look. His balance was still precarious. If he let it, the abyss would renew its grip in an instant. Like Linden, he had lost and given up too much. He hoped that her health sense had not been entirely stifled, despite her proximity to the fierce source of Kevin's dirt. If Leon's exertion of earth power could impose a partial cleanliness on the air, it might also preserve a measure of her discernment. And if she could still see, then surely the senses of the giants and the Harukai would retain their native vitality. The Raman and even Leon himself might feel as numb as Covenant, but their perceptions would not be entirely superficial. Yet no effect of Warcrest could relieve Covenant's leprosy or ease his particular vulnerabilities. As he left the bridge to stand on obsidian and malachite, he felt more useless than he had when Linden had first reclaimed him. He had no idea what to say to her or to any of her companions. Her relief was unmistakable. The Raman and even the giants appeared to breathe more easily now that everyone was safe, at least for the moment. But it was only a matter of time before one of them studied what the harrow was doing, or not doing, and asked, "Now what?" And Covenant could not remember what they all needed to know. It was also only a matter of time before the earth's deepest lamentation noticed the intrusion of Theurgy in her dominions. Loric's Skrill and Leon's Orcrest would attract attention. Long ages of stupor might continue to hold her for a while, but then she would respond. And if or when Linden reached Jeremiah, Castanessen and Esmer and the Elohim and even the buried Bane would know where to look. Whether Covenant's companions realized it or not, they had no one to turn to for answers except the Ardent. The beribboned and sequent stood in the mouth of the tunnel near Annalee. He kept his back to the abyss, did not look at anyone. If he had received any benefit from Leon's exertion of earth power, he did not show it. Instead, he continued to breathe heavily, as if he had carried his fat and fear for leagues under the mountain. The multitudinous strips of his apparel remained clenched around him as tightly as a fist. Had the will and power of his people deserted him? He seemed overwhelmed, too daunted to carry out their wishes, as useless as Covenant. Covenant found everyone except the Ardent and Annalee looking at him. Even Linden's closest friends watched his every movement as though they expected him to perform a miracle of some kind, take command of the situation, tell them what to do. Clearly they retained enough health sense to see that his mind was present. As he had hoped, the Orcrest's earth power resisted the worst effects of Kevin's dirt. Linden's eyes clung to him. She was unutterably precious to him, and wounded past bearing. In some other life, the life that she deserved, he would have wrapped his arms around her and held her until her loneliness eased. But he had no value to her here, not as he was. "Hell fire!" he muttered simply to break the silence. That was fun." Trying to rub sensations of futility from his face with his bound hands, he asked, "Can any of you see what the harrow is doing? I'm afraid to look." No one glanced away. Even the humbled regarded him stolidly. Softly, as if she were reluctant to awaken echoes, Rhyme Coldspray replied, "The harrow has gained the archway or portal at the foot of the span. Now he bows on one knee at the verge of an extreme dark, which the Stonedowner's legacy cannot penetrate. Perhaps he prepares incantations, perhaps not. The white gold ring he holds to his forehead in one fist, the staff of law he grips upright before him. To my diminished sight, however, he appears to wield no magics. Rather, he remains merely bowed as in contemplation." The rim of the precipice was too near. Trickles and streams of water fell from the tips of the stalactites as if they were draining the lifeblood out of the world's veins drop by drop. The web of malachite that defined or defied the obsidian under Covenant's boots created the illusion that its strands flowed ceaselessly toward the abysm. "He's trying to find the way in." Covenant was hardly aware of his own voice. The ardent's alarm was contagious. It bred vertigo. "Past that blank place is the Lost Deep, the home of the Vials, back when the Vials still existed. That's where they do their breeding, and the Demon Dim did, and the Erviles. But it's protected. If the harrow can't open it, we won't get in. That's why we're here. Why we aren't already with Jeremiah. No one can get in if that portal isn't opened first." The masters and stave regarded him as though nothing that he might say could surprise them. The giants only frowned in concentration, absorbing new information. But Linden stared at Covenant with darkness in her eyes. Her cheeks were pale, drained of blood, and the Raman and Linden appeared to take their cue from her, or from the ardent's labored breathing. Innominate uncertainties and dreads marked their faces like fretwork. Cowed by the mass of immeasurable stone above him, even the main thrall gave the impression that he could be intimidated. While he was still able to hold them, Covenant scrambled to articulate his memories. "This chasm, it's how the Vials guarded themselves, isolated themselves. It isn't just a chasm. A terrible power lives here. Hell and blood," he panted through his teeth. "This is hard. I can't think." Every word was as dangerous as falling. He spoke in puffs of vapor that became nothing. He could not help Linden. "When the Vials formed that bridge, they called it the Hazard. The translation doesn't do it justice. When they said hazard, they didn't just mean that terrible power. And they didn't just mean they covered the bridge with wards so it would shatter if someone tried to enter the Lost Deep without knowing how. It was their hazard, too. Making it, they risked everything. Who they were, what they meant to themselves. It was their only link to the rest of the land, the rest of the earth. When they crossed out of the Lost Deep, everything they'd ever done or cared about might be destroyed. While they kept themselves isolated, they could imagine they were perfect. But they were smart enough to know the world is a big place. Even the land is a big place. They might meet beings and forces that would make them look paltry. They created the hazard because they were too intelligent to be content with ideas of perfection that hadn't been tested, compared, measured. The Harukai would understand that better than anyone. Behind him he heard Annalie muttering, a babble of agitation, but Linden's stare held him. He did not want to drop her gaze, even for a moment. If he had been able to look into her eyes, into her heart, during his long participation in the Arch, he might have been content to remain there until all things ended. "Does the Harrow know how to open the door?" Linden's question cut at Covenant. He had no numbness to cover that hurt. His scant memories became more useless whenever he needed them. All that time spent among the millennia, wasted. Thickly, he admitted, "We'll have to ask the Ardent. I've forgotten. If I ever knew." He had no idea how to open the portal himself. He recalled only that wild magic would shatter the hazard. For this task the Harrow had to depend on the staff of law. It belonged to Linden. Briefly she searched him, as if she thought that the sheer force of her yearning would compel remembrance, but the pressure accumulating within her demanded release. He could see that without percipience. While his pulse labored helplessly in his chest, and the cold tightened its grip, she turned away, drawing his attention with her. Her lips were pallid and chilled as she repeated her question to the insequent. Covenant drew inferences of shivering from the sound of her voice. Why else had the ardent insisted on accompanying Linden and her companions? The fat man did not reply directly. He did not face her. Perhaps he could not. Instead, he released a few of his ribbons in a flutter that suggested negation. "I cannot aid him here." His voice was a taut wheeze. "This has been his life's quest. It is not mine, nor has it been any other living in sequence. I possess no knowledge, either earned or given, to ease his dilemma." Hurt by Linden's desperation, Covenant demanded, "Then why exactly are you here? Your people didn't pick you just because you happen to like new experiences. They must have had something more constructive in mind. Otherwise, what was the point?" The ardent flinched as if a lash had licked across his back. His raiment expanded and contracted with every hoarse breath. Nevertheless, Covenant's challenge seemed to strike a spark of indignation or resolve within him. Summoning fortitude as though he had found it hidden within his garish apparel, he lifted his head, straightened his back. Slowly he turned. Strips of cerise and azure wiped the sweat from his forehead and his plump cheeks. They appeared to do so of their own volition. "It is my task to ensure that the Harrow abides by his oath. That mission I have begun. I will continue it. I will assist him when I am able to do so. For the nonce, however, Time Warden, I have another purpose, one which the conjoined will of the insequent has urged. I have drawn you hither to my side rather than to the Harrow's. Him you cannot succor. Here knowledge which you have forgotten may be restored. Among those who assiduously seek out auguries and prescience, there is disagreement concerning the outcome of our present quest. Yet all concur that we must stand in this place at this time. Here we are vouchsafed an opportunity which will not recur, and which is greatly to be desired." "What opportunity?" Linden's voice shook on the verge of hysteria. "How does this help us find my son?" "It does not," began the insequent. Before he could continue, Rhyme Coldspray put in, "Stonedowner, this illumination is a great boon." She sounded studiously nonchalant, casual, like a woman trying to ease the tension of her companions. "Can it be extended to supply warmth as well? Clearly the Ramen are hardy, inured to extremes. The same may be said of giants and Harukai. But Linden, giant friend, suffers here, as you also suffer. And it appears that the Time Warden is shielded only by his illness." Covenant nodded reflexively. The state of his hands and feet gave him no protection. Fingers of ice had found their way through his clothes into his unfamiliar flesh. He trembled to the rhythm of Linden's shivering. But he did not care about himself. Even wrapped in vellum, the krill's heat defended his physical core, and whenever Joan probed the gem, he gained more warmth. Inadvertently, she did him good. Linden was more at risk. "It does not," repeated the ardent. "Nonetheless, it is needful." Studying Linden, Leand replied to the iron hand. "I have not made the attempt." His concern was evident. "Yet at every turn the virtues of Warcrest have surpassed my imagination. If it gives light, banishes the effects of Kevin's dirt, and cleanses this foul air, perhaps it may also emit heat. I will endeavor—" "Needful how?" insisted Linden. "Chosen," Stave said flatly, a veiled command. "Attend to Annalie." Linden hardly appeared to hear the former master. Her attention clung to the ardent, but Covenant forced himself to glance toward the old man. How could he not remember this? Surely it was the task for which he had been resurrected? To remember and give warning? The marks on Linden's jeans should have reminded him. Pani drew a sharp breath as she followed Covenant's gaze. Baffled in his efforts to concentrate on the sunstone, Leand looked momentarily flustered. Then his black brows arched in surprise. Blindly, Martyr faced Linden's first companion. "Is this possession?" Stormpast Galesend asked, anxious for the man she had been charged to carry. "Is this some new manifestation of his madness? Stone and sea! The diminishment of my sight vexes me." Wincing, Linden wheeled away from the ardent. Annalee lay face down on the uneven obsidian, with his arms and legs outstretched as if in deliberate prostration. Beneath his scrawny frame, veins of green radiated outward as though they depicted rays of light. Somehow the malachite conveyed the impression that it throbbed to the beat of his pulse. Those veins resembled the stains which Covenant had once worn after passing through Moran moss. To Covenant, Annalee looked only frail and beaten, as if he had been felled. But Leand murmured in wonder, "See him, Linden!" And one of the sword-maineer added, "Aye, behold!" Covenant wanted to ask, "See what?" Almost at once, however, Linden breathed, "That's not possession. It's earth power. He's on fire with it. His birthright. I've never seen it so strong, or so close to the surface." With an air of respect, even of reverence, the ardent backed away from Annalee, cleared a space around the old man. And a voice like stone and apprehension and sorrow, crushed together until they were in danger of crumbling, the old man said distinctly, "It is here." The words themselves, or the tone in which Annalee spoke them, ignited memories in Covenant. "Seek deep rock." Memories so recent and explicit that they should have been impossible to forget. The harrow had brought Linden's company to stone so deep that no human capable of interpreting it had ever touched it before. And Salva Gildenborn, Annalee had tried to explain something to Linden. Who else had heard him? Who else, apart from Covenant, before his reincarnation? Stave? Leand? "Here, Annalee?" Linden asked in steam and cold. "What's here? What is the stone telling you?" What had awakened the old man's inherited strength? "The wood of the world has forgotten." Annalee sounded as harsh as the rock beneath him. "It cannot reclaim itself. It requires aid. Yet this stone remembers." Covenant remembered other things instead. A different time, a distant place. Wood is too brief. All vastness is forgotten. He expected to see Annalee's limbs straining, fingers clawing at the obsidian, but there was no effort in Annalee's splayed fingers. His whole body looked limp, as if he were slowly melting into the gut-rock. Only his voice was tight, wakeful. "There must be forbidding." "Without forbidding, there is too little time." The giants gathered around Linden and Stave, Leand, and the old man. Instinctively they formed a protective cordon, although there was nothing that they could do to ease or aid him. Linden knelt at Annalee's side. Leand held his oar-crest high. Its light cast grotesque shadows of the sword-maineer on the crude walls of the passage. The vapor of their breathing spread out and vanished, inhaled by the surrounding dark. The humbled remained close to Covenant. Their half-hands seemed to mock him at the edges of his vision. He suspected that they would stop him if he tried to approach Annalee. They had never trusted Annalee's legacy, or any use of earth power. "Annalee," Linden whispered, "tell me." "Even here it is felt," the old man said, as if he were answering her, "written, lamented." But the words were not a reply. Annalee's fixation on the lines of malachite within the obsidian was complete. He responded to the world's oldest secrets, not to her. "The rousing of the worm. It devours the magic of the earth, the life, but its hunger is too great. When it has depleted lesser sustenance, it must come to the land." Lesser sustenance? He must have meant the Elohim. But Covenant could not be sure. His own memories were too fresh. There is too much. Power and peril, malevolence, ruin, and too little time. The last days of the land are counted. On some level, however, he knew that Annalee was right. The worm was eating the magic out of the world, but it needed more than it could obtain from any Elohim, or from all of the Elohim. By its very nature the worm would give Lord Fowl what the despiser had always craved. Covenant did not know how Linden would be able to bear that responsibility. "Heed him well," the Ardent advised in a hushed murmur. "This has been foreseen. It is knowledge which has been hidden since the rising of the first dawn within the arch, shared by none but the Elohim. He must be heeded." "We heed him very well," returned Rhyme Coldspray in a low growl. She may have wanted to silence the insequent. "The worm will come." Gradually Annalie's voice took on a ritual cadence, a sound of litany as if he recited a sacral truth. "It must. Bringing with it the last crisis of the earth, it will come. Here it will discover its final nourishment." "Become as trees, the roots of trees. Seek deep rock." Leon's upraised arm trembled with cold and effort. The sunstone shook, stirring shadows like shaken leaves. Stave's lone eye caught the radiance in a flicker of gleams as if he were gazing into the fierce face of apocalypse. "Here?" Linden asked, still whispering. Bereft or abandoned, Covenant could not tell the difference. "In the lost deep? In that chasm? What nourishment?" Surely she knew that Annalie did not hear her? The necessary forbidding of evils. If the earth had no hope, there was none for Jeremiah, or for any love. "If it is not forbidden, it will have earth power," Annalie said in tones of rock and woe. "If it is not opposed by the forgotten truths of stone and wood, or crest and refusal, it will have life, the very blood of life from the most potent and private recesses of the earth's heart. When the worm in the world's end drinks the blood of the earth, its puissance will consume the arch of time." "Annalie!" Linden cried softly. "Are you sure? Annalie? What forgotten truths?" Beyond question the old man did not hear her. He said nothing further. He may have fallen asleep, exhausted by prophecy. To Melanchurion Skyweir, Covenant thought dumbly. Of course. Not here. Not to the Lost Deep or to any place within Mount Thunder. The despiser had buried too much evil in these depths. The worm needed earth power concentrated and pure, the world's essential chrism. As pure as Orcrest, as pure as the wrath of Forestalls, who had possessed the power to refuse. "It is done," the Ardent announced with quiet satisfaction. "As it was foreseen, so it has transpired, and I alone among the insequent bear witness. The Harrow himself has heard no single word. He cares naught for the joy of such epiphanies." Some of the giants closed their fists, glared at the Ardent. Others ignored the insequent. The humbled watched impassively as Linden bowed her head over Annalie. In Leon's unsteady light, the Ramen seemed to shrink as though they were being made smaller by the loss of open skies and plains, of sunshine and Ranahin. But Covenant shared none of their reactions. He was slipping again, skidding down a scree of moments into the land's past, losing the present. There was evil in the chasm. It was going to wake up. He could not stop himself. The necessary forbidding. He did not understand how he could have failed to remember.